Hello and welcome, guys. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. This is Affinity, Chaos. Chapter 1401. Clouse and the others rushed to where the explosion happened and they found the figure of those in the 9th and 8th stage. The trio at the peak were nowhere to be seen. The duo Alice was previously fighting with couldn't survive the explosion and died from it. The 9th stage elemental Venerable Ares was fighting with was still barely alive. Only the trio at the peak were nowhere to be seen. Clouse looked towards the volcano and said, "They're there. You guys can go deal with them." "You're not going?" Ares asked. "I don't like volcanoes," Clouse said, but after thinking about it, he added, "I'll just go since I'm the leader of this squad." "Who made you the leader?" Reynolds felt like beating Clouse up. "We all agreed whenever Gray is not around I'll lead the group." "Do you think you can lead the group?" Clouse asked with cold eyes. "I think Gray has messed up your head after beating you too often." Alice shook her head and moved in the direction of the volcano. Clouse and Reynolds continued arguing while Ares followed behind Alice. She has come to understand that there was no speaking with the duo, they would argue over everything. Reynolds wasn't willing to be below Clouse, and Clouse seems to enjoy putting Reynolds below him. Well, that was how she saw it. Unknown to her, even when Clouse was weaker, he was still like this. The only person he willingly gives into is Gray. Other than Gray, he would never give in to anyone else. Even Gray tends to be a victim of his abuse on some occasions. Clouse and Reynolds continued arguing as they headed toward the volcano. "Damn, we really have to go in." Clouse dropped his head when he saw this. It was clear that the bandits ran into the volcano, and if they wanted to capture them or even kill them, then they had to go into the volcano too. "Yes, we do. Don't tell me the great squad leader is afraid," Reynolds teased. "Who do you think you're talking to? I've been to bigger and more dangerous volcanoes. This is a walk in the park." Clouse grunted and walked forward, taking the lead. He couldn't see any opening on the body of the volcano, so the only in was through the top. They flew to the top before entering the volcano. After entering, they saw the trio close to the lava. They were healing themselves using the essence from the lava. "You couldn't even go far? Who runs to their hideout when being chased?" Clouse's irritating voice echoed in the volcano. The trio raised their heads and looked at Clouse. "It was you." One of the peak venerables pointed his fingers, which only had bones, at Clouse. He was the last to leave and saw the others escaping, except for Clouse. He recalled seeing a grin on Clouse's face when he was turning around, but he didn't think about it. Only now that he saw Clouse's face did he recall it. Clouse was an evil fiend that deserved the most gruesome death. "It's good you know the name of your killer. I would have been disappointed if you pointed at someone else." Clouse shrugged, clearly proud that he was remembered by the man. One of the men did a hand seal and the volcano started to show signs of activity. Clouse froze when he saw this and asked, "I thought it wasn't active." "Not to my knowledge," Ares replied. "We've been keeping this guy from erupting for years now. We kept it this way for a situation like this. Since we want him dead, we'll unleash it on you." One of the bandits said. His face was half flesh, half skeleton. Lava started to shoot out of the lava pool the bandits were standing close to. Clouse and the others who were midair were forced to dodge the lava. Clouse wanted to use his water element, but he noticed an abnormality. "Fuck. This is why I hate volcanoes." Clouse's water element was being suppressed due to the volcano. The effect was stronger due to the volcano being on the verge of erupting. However, Ares and Alice could feel the fire essence in their bodies heat up. Alice took in a deep breath and a sound of pleasure left her mouth. "Ah, this is so satisfying. If only volcanoes would erupt more often." Ares nodded in agreement before charging at the trio who were on the side. Reynolds didn't feel his element being suppressed, nor did he feel any boost in his strength. He looked at the trio and his armor appeared on his body. Clouse was the only one who had a grumpy expression on his face. He couldn't believe there was nothing he could do due to the suppression of his element. Alice merged with her Seeli and her strength shot up. Not to the peak, but she had no problems with fighting against one of the bandits in her current stage. The bandits were not at their peak, so they naturally wouldn't be able to suppress her. Reynolds, after merging with his elemental warrior, was at the peak. Ares was also at the peak, so Clouse wasn't technically needed in this battle. A fierce battle started the moment the trio from both sides clashed. The bandits were already seriously injured, so they were fiercer in the battle. If they held back, they would die. This was something they were aware of. Alice was a battle maniac and enjoyed battles like this. Reynolds didn't mind engaging in these types of battles since he had the elemental warrior armor. Ares was a fearsome fighter, so she could deal with battles like these. Clouse was annoyed there was nothing he could do and turned his anger to the volcano. Since the presence of the lava was making him weak, he would freeze it. Clouse's domain appeared and his body started to show signs of freezing. His skin turned pale white from the drop in temperature and even his eyes turned silver. A large silver moon appeared behind Clouse, and with a wave of his hand, a large gust of snow blew toward the volcano pool. The bits of volcano that were spewing out froze the second the snow blew past it. Clouse was incensed, and he was going to go all out against this volcano. The trio were in a heated battle against the bandits, while Clouse focused on the volcano. The lower part of the volcano was hot from the heat leaving the lava, but the upper part of the volcano was freezing from the cold leaving Clouse's body. Clouse turned his body into an ice dispenser. He was sending out a chilling cold that even those who were in the middle of battle could feel it. They paused and looked in Clouse's direction, and they were amazed. Even Alice and Reynolds were dumbstruck by Clouse's current appearance. His eyes were the most dazzling. The silver eyes along with the moon behind him gave him a striking appearance. Clouse yelled and a large ice needle appeared. The cold it gave off shook the hearts of those present. The bandits knew that if this attack hit any of them, they would not be able to survive it. Clouse, who everyone thought had his eyes on the volcano, suddenly unleashed a tiny needle at one of the bandits. "Stay focused." "Ha ha ha." Clouse's laughter accompanied his attack as the man was frozen solid. Ares and the others were once dumbfounded by this. Clouse had the time to even do a sneak attack even when in such a condition. It was clear that he was vexed by the fact that he couldn't join in on the battle. Now, after drawing all the attention to himself, he killed off Reynolds' opponent. "Fuck! Why did you have to kill the person I'm fighting?" Reynolds suddenly realized something. Clouse didn't kill anyone else's opponent, rather, he killed his. That was annoying. "Ha ha ha, even when I'm not interested, I can beat someone you can't. Weakling." Clouse laughed once again. Like a maniac, the large needle was sent toward the lava. As soon as the tip of the needle struck the lava gave off steam. It was clear that the cold and heat were fighting each other. Reynolds didn't continue to fight with the bandits, leaving only Alice and Ares to fight with them. This time, they didn't dare to be distracted by Clouse's fight with the volcano. One of them was already dead, and there was no way they could escape now. The only chance they could escape from them was if they could win against the ladies. As the battle between them got to the peak, they sensed the temperature drop to a staggering level. This time, they were forced to look, and once again, they were left speechless. Amazing. Ares couldn't keep it in. Clouse truly was amazing. Chapter 1402. It's freezing. One of the bandits said with a low voice. He couldn't even summon enough courage to speak properly. For the first time in his life, he was truly astounded by someone's ability. Clouse was freezing the lava. This was something he never thought he would experience in this life, but it's happening right before his eyes, and he didn't know what to make of it. Clouse, a youth in his 20s, was freezing a lava. Something that was extremely hot was being frozen solid by a young man. It was an unbelievable sight. Reynolds and Alice were shocked when they saw what was happening. Clouse exceeded their expectations, which was something he rarely does given how highly they all thought of each other. Other than Gray, who frequently exceeds their expectations due to his uniqueness, Clouse was not someone they thought would do something like that given the fact that they all thought very highly of him. Show off. Reynolds mouthed. Clouse not only killed his opponent with a single attack, but he also froze a lava. What else could be described as showing off if not this? Clouse was a show-off and Reynolds wanted to beat him up for it. Ares was just as stunned as the bandit. At the moment, she didn't know what to say about this group of friends. There was the freakish Gray, Reynolds, who was a high-grade summoner, Alice who had a sea lie, and then there's Clouse, someone capable of freezing lava powerful enough to kill them all. Ha ha ha, next time you wouldn't take me to a stupid volcano. I'll turn it into a snow garden. Clouse laughed like the evil genius he is. Reynolds and Alice couldn't help but shake their heads. Everyone present could sense that Clouse' aura was starting to increase, a testament of the lava being suppressed. Ares and the other fire elementalists present felt the boost they have starting to decline. Not just that, but it was affecting their strength as well. If this continued, then there was a high chance that they would not be able to use their full strength. Luckily, their opponents would also be weakened as well. Alice on the other hand, although her fire element strength was seeing a decline, the sea lie, being an ice elemental magical creature, started to surge with power. Just like Clouse, it was being repressed, but not anymore. Clouse unleashed a terrifying cold that spread across the entire place. What sort of monster is he? One of the bandits said. A maniacal one, that's for sure. Reynolds answered spitefully. Stop being envious. Savor the moment, it's not every day you get to see a genius in action. Clouse said, annoying Reynolds even more. You're a weirdo, I'm very sure of that. Reynolds snorted. Haters will hate, but it will not dim my light. Clouse had a smug look on his face. Alice and Ares went back to their intense battle. This time, the intensity on the side of the bandits dropped drastically, but Alice's strength increased due to the sea lie and she was able to quickly overwhelm her opponent. Before the bandit could try to escape, she froze the bandit. Unlike Clouse, the sea lie, an ice elemental magical creature, wasn't able to freeze the innards of the bandit. This goes to show just how powerful Clouse' ice ability is. The fact that even ice elemental creatures couldn't compete with him shows his uniqueness. The bandit frozen by Alice broke the ice and didn't even attempt to continue the battle. He instantly tried to make a getaway the second he was free. Alice gave chase, thanks to her lightning element and the decrease in the overall attributes of the bandits due to Clouse freezing the lava. She was faster and was able to catch up to him before he was able to leave the volcano. You think you can escape? She asked. No, but I'll kill you. The bandit laughed and an excited look appeared on his face. He looked at Alice, who had a strange expression on her face. Alice looked around and asked, How? If I may ask. The bandit looked around, and then his eyes turned to Clouse. You froze our array formation. The bandit felt like his head was about to explode. The array formation was the last method he could use to escape when chased into the volcano, but Clouse had unknowingly froze it, which means it was not going to work. Without the array, his odds of escaping was slim. Fuck. Ha ha ha, I'll freeze you too if you don't get off my sight. Clouse was smug, saying whatever he wanted. You don't need to worry about him, I'll be enough to deal with you. Just make sure you don't expect anything else to help you out. Alice said, and without waiting, she attacked. The bandit didn't expect Alice to attack instantly. He was hoping to rest for a while, but Alice made it impossible for him to do so. Ari's opponent wasn't having an easy time either. He had lost one hand and was bleeding profusely. He was standing with sheer willpower. Dying was not something he wanted to accept, even though he could already tell his chances of survival was minimal. He didn't want to give up until the very end. Ares wasn't expending too much energy as she fought against the bandit. Reynolds wasn't bothered with the battle any longer. He was still grumpy that Clouse took away his opponent. Clouse still had a maniacal look on his face. He looked at Reynolds and said, You still have time to beg for forgiveness. You know I have a soft spot for you since you've been following me for a while now. Beg? When I'm done with you, you'll be the one who has to beg for forgiveness. Reynolds was vexed by Clouse's words. It's naturally that you feel angered by my brightness. I can't keep it down, if not, I would. Don't worry, my light will shine on you and make you better. Clouse started spouting nonsense. Well, to Reynolds it was. The duo started arguing while Ares and Alice dealt with the bandits. A few minutes later, Alice and Ares were done with their opponents. Alice, seeing the two still arguing but not as intensely as the start, couldn't help but shake her head in embarrassment. The duo didn't have any shame, Gray included. She knew if he were here, he would have also joined them. The days of the trio cursing each other flashed through her mind as she saw the duo in this act. Even after so many years, they've not changed. This was one of the things she liked about the guys. No matter what they go through or their current situation, they didn't change towards each other. They still laughed and joked with each other. Is there anything else we can do? Clouse asked. He didn't want to go back to the Phoenix faction and continue waiting for Grey. For some reason, he felt Grey would still be trying to decipher the array with the Phoenix faction leader, which would just make them stay there for a while longer while doing nothing. Well, there's another place we wanted to raid. We've been getting reports on it for some months now. No one has been chanced since there aren't too many peak venerables present in the faction who are youngsters. The rest are all old guys dying to make a breakthrough. Ares explained. What are you waiting for then? Let's go. Clouse said. What about Grey? Alice asked. What about him? Clouse looked at Alice with a weird gaze. Nothing, let's go. Alice knew Grey was not going to be free anytime soon, and it'll be a pain in the butt if they were to go back and Grey was still in the process of trying to comprehend the array formation. Clouse and Reynolds would probably not let her see the end of it. Ares took a glance at Alice and realized she just gave in to Clouse. What a weird friendship. She thought internally. Normally, the guys are usually the ones who give in to the ladies in most friendships, but in this case, that wasn't the case. Rather, Alice was the one who was giving in to Clouse. To be fair, Alice also didn't like sitting idle, so since there was something to do, it wouldn't be bad to keep Grey waiting. Seeing that none of them had any issues with heading to the next location, Ares went on to tell them what the situation was. Apparently, in a neighboring town close to the Phoenix faction, there have been multiple cases of someone going missing. Mostly those at the peak of the Sage Plane. When the faction heard news of it, they sent an early-stage elemental venerable plane member to check it out, but the situation was the same. The person vanished without trace. It was after a late-stage venerable disappeared did the faction get alarmed, mainly due to the fact that the person managed to report back, saying there was a hidden expert at the peak of the venerable plane hiding there. Chapter 1403. In a town some kilometers away from the Phoenix faction. Alice and Reynolds stepped into the town, looking at the place that looked almost deserted. It was already approaching sunset, and there was no one in sight. It was almost as if all the people from the town went into hiding. Alice took a glance at Reynolds. Do you think this will be dangerous? Of course, but don't tell me you don't have anything in case you meet with a sovereign. Reynolds didn't seem bothered. If by any chance their opponent was a sovereign, he had something from the faction he could use to scare the person away. Even if the person is bad, they wouldn't want a powerful faction like his own to go after them, so they would most likely leave him alone. All he has to do is say he wouldn't pursue the matter. I just don't like leaving my survival to chances. Alice replied. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Reynolds reassured. He grinned and said, don't forget we have the legendary Lucas Dawson on our side too. Alice thought about it and nodded. Very few people would want those sort of enemies on their tails. As long as Alice and Reynolds didn't have any plans of taking what belongs to a sovereign, the sovereign would not bother with them once they find out about the people backing the duo. Clouse and Ares didn't follow them into the town so as not to alarm the suspected peak venerable. If the person was at the peak of the venerable plane, there was no way the person would come out when two peak venerables are present, unless there wasn't one person but multiple people at the peak. Alice and Reynolds were sent there since they were the ones with lower cultivation stages but high attack power, Reynolds especially. So long there is only one peak venerable, Reynolds would be able to deal with the person with the help of his elemental warrior. What about the possibility of more peak venerables? Reynolds asked. We'll stall so Clouse and Ares will come help. Alice replied. I'm saying what if there's more than 10 peak venerables, how are we going to deal with them? Reynolds rephrased his question. Well, none of us is Grey. We'll escape, what else can we do? Alice shrugged. She didn't even need to think about it. Escaping with their lives was more important. As long as the intel was wrong, they would escape and talk about it later. They had a few items that should help with escaping from situations like these. Reynolds nodded to her words. This was also what he wanted to confirm. Grey could fight against more opponents on his own. The others could do it, but if they were heavily outnumbered, it was best to escape first. Why aren't people outside? They could sense the presence of people, but they were all inside their houses. Most of them were still in the Overlord plane, only a few people had high cultivation planes, being in the Sage plane. This was the perfect place for an elemental venerable to hide since they could hide without being caught. Reynolds and Alice quickly scouted the place and found the abnormality. It was quite easy to notice since there was a foul stench of decay coming from the place. The duo's expressions changed when they got to the place. Necromancers? Alice looked at Reynolds. They've dealt with necromancers on a few occasions due to Grey being marked, and they were familiar with this stench. This was something they perceived when they raided a hideout together. Reynolds nodded and his demeanor changed. He knew this was not something to be taken lightly. If there were necromancers here, it would completely change a few things. First off, the necromancers wouldn't be afraid to kill them since they already had a bone to pick with everyone else in the Aurora continent. The duo hid their aura as they tried to sneak into the building that had the stench of decay. They were successful in getting into the place, but they soon realized something was horribly wrong. A figure was waiting for them. The figure had some parts of its face hanging out. It was like the figure was purposely disfigured for things like this. The duo were stunned by it, and just as they were about to turn, they heard a voice. Another set of specimens. I didn't think that fellow would send so many good specimens over. Having a friend in high places is very convenient. The voice was eerie, making the hairs on both Reynolds and Alice's body stand on edge. The duo exchanged glances and nodded, wanting to escape. But they saw more figures appearing. Some of them were young while there were a few old ones. All of them were elemental venerables, late-stage elemental venerables. Over 10 figures came out, surrounding the duo. Don't rush out, come in for tea. I've been expecting my supply for some days now. The voice spoke from inside the building. Reynolds and Alice looked at the figures blocking their path and they noticed they all had one thing: they were all dead. Puppets. Alice said through gritted teeth, I hate necromancers. Kikiki, don't worry, you won't feel anything soon enough. Come have tea, at least before you join my legion. The voice didn't seem to mind Alice's words. You're the one who's not going to feel anything soon enough, Alice said, and she walked straight into the building. Reynolds looked at the puppets and felt his heart weigh heavily on him. If only Grey were here, he would have deactivated this guy with nothing more than a thought. Reynolds sighed as he followed Alice into the place. The building was simple, not too large and properly lit. Welcome, please, take a seat. The voice came from inside the house. A young girl walked out, with a tray in her hand. There were 2 cups on it, and just as the voice said, there was tea inside. Alice looked at the little girl and she spat on the ground. The young girl, who should be around 8, was also a puppet. How can you even kill someone like this? Alice asked, on the verge of exploding with anger. That's my daughter. I'm trying to bring her back to life. But there isn't much I can do now. This is why I need a good amount of supplies for my research. I'm getting really close. I've had a major breakthrough during the previous experiments. The voice came from inside once again. The dead should stay dead, Alice said calmly. Hearing the words of the voice, she felt calmed down. She took a look at the little girl, but she didn't feel that what the voice was doing was right. The dead should stay dead. The voice repeated Alice's words, and there was a short silence in the place. Footsteps were heard as a figure walked out of one of the rooms. A well-dressed middle-aged man walked out from one of the rooms. His well-chiseled face was a complete contrast of his voice. My daughter was my life. Do you think I should let her stay dead when there's a chance of bringing her back? The man's voice wasn't as high-pitched as he was making it sound when he was hidden away. You know too well that no matter what you do, she can't come back to life. You're not a god, how can you bring the dead back to life? Alice looked straight into the eyes of the man and said, stop playing around, you've killed so many people just because you're chasing a stupid possibility. I like you, kid. But you'll never understand the pain of a father watching his daughter die while being unable to do anything. The man was calm, he wasn't bothered with Alice's words. No one could understand what he was going through, and there was no point in trying to make them understand it. Who? You don't seem to be from the Phoenix faction. Did that guy send you over, or did you come on your own? The man was confused when he sensed their auras. A thoughtful look appeared on his face as he said, to think of it, he didn't inform me as well. You have an accomplice in the Phoenix faction? Reynolds asked. Of course, why do you think I can comfortably camp in their territory without having to worry? I'm not doing too much to attract the higher-ups, so I'm good. The man said. I see. I'll report back to the Phoenix faction with your corpse. They should know how to deal with their internal moles. Alice understood what was happening and didn't seem too surprised. Things like these happen everywhere, she was aware of it. Little girl, I like your confidence, but do you think you can defeat me? The man chuckled. Chapter 1404. Alice took a glance at the man and chuckled, her aura burst out as she instantly merged with her sea lie. Reynolds sighed softly and said, we shouldn't rush into this. He also merged with his elemental warrior. He knew this man wouldn't be an easy opponent and he didn't want to take any chances and then have to be forced into a tight spot. The man saw the increase in the strength of the duo and laughed, you think you can defeat me with this? I've been alive for so long and two little kids think that because they have a method of increasing their strengths, they can fight me on equal footing. You two must be delusional. The man scoffed, he looked at Alice and said, especially you. At least he has what it takes to talk to me, although he's still not on my level, but he has what it takes. You little girl do not. I'll let one of my toys play with you. A lightning bolt shot at the man, it was an attack from Alice. But before the attack could strike the man, a figure appeared and blocked the attack. This figure was that of a lady, and she was at the peak of the venerable plane. It was evident that she was dead, just like the other puppets of the man, but compared to the others, there was something off about her. You see this puppet, even the gnomes have been searching for a breakthrough. I was able to do this after years of research. The man explained proudly. The duo could tell how proud the man was at this puppet, and when they sensed its aura, they understood why. This puppet seems to have retained the original strength of the person while she was still alive. This is a very strange thing to experience because all the puppets they've encountered were always weaker than their original version and less cultivated. This one wasn't cultivated in any way, rather, it retained its original strength. You've noticed the difference. I guess it's expected since this doesn't seem to be your first encounter with necromancers. However, this is your first encounter with a necromancer of my caliber. I'll change the entire world once I bring my little girl back to life. Even those who hated necromancy will be forced to practice it. Everyone has that special person they wish to bring back to life. The man said. Thinking about it from his angle, it was understandable to say something like this. There are people who have lost someone close to them and have been thinking of ways to bring them back to life. This was an opportunity almost anyone would take up, Alice and the others included. Fortunately for the duo, they weren't in such a position, so the best thing they felt to do was to kill off this man before this spread. Once it spreads, then the gnomes will take control of the human world. This was not something any human was willing to accept. The lady blocked the lightning bolt and looked at Alice with her listless eyes. She took some steps forward and Alice unconsciously took a step forward as well. There was no fear in her eyes. She can never back down from a fight, even when she's the weaker one. She will never back down from a battle. She knows she has a slight chance of winning, especially one of this importance. Reynolds didn't try to get involved, he knew the man was his target. He let Alice deal with the puppet while he focused on the man. The man was different from other necromancers who were mostly scrawny. This man was well built, and it was evident that he wasn't weak either. Kid, I'll play with you for a while. If that girl can survive 10 minutes with her, I'll applaud her strength. The man didn't think Alice stood a chance against the puppet he just brought out. This was a puppet that belonged to a grade for peak venerable. Alice didn't even have the strength of a peak venerable, so how could she fight against a grade for venerable? The man made sure his special puppets all had high grades. This will make using them better. As long as they retained their original strength, they would be able to cause unimaginable damage to others. Especially those who look down on puppets. This was his biggest confidence, this was why he had never tried to leave this area. With a steady supply of information from the Phoenix faction, he knew when to leave and when to stay. As long as a sovereign didn't show up, he was fine. Even if multiple peak venerables come, he has a few tricks up his sleeves to deal with them. Also, grade for peak venerables aren't all that common, much less those with higher grades. He didn't know what grade Alice and Reynolds were, but he didn't think they would be above grade 3, Reynolds and the man didn't immediately engage in a fight, instead, they faced off. Reynolds was just as relaxed as the man. It was as if he wasn't about to get into a life and death battle. The man was captivated by Reynolds' composure. "Join me, boy. You're different from that girl." The man suddenly spoke up. "I'm sorry, my friend doesn't like you. I'm good staying by her side." Reynolds rejected the man's offer without blinking. The man chuckled. "You're a man, you'll understand what I'm speaking about soon enough. Women mostly make rash decisions based on their emotions. Sooner or later, she'll get you killed. I mean, take a good look at your current situation. This isn't something that should be happening if not for her rash decisions." The man tried to convince Reynolds. "You're doing something based on your emotions right now. What does that make you?" Reynolds asked. Reynolds' question stunned the man. In truth, Reynolds was right. He turned to necromancy because he couldn't bear to lose his daughter. And he had been conducting multiple researches and tests just to make sure he finds a way to bring back his daughter. It's different. I'm still calm even with what I'm doing. Yes, I indeed get into this due to my emotions, but it's different. Men and women think differently, you know that. The man said. I know, but in the end, we're all people. Women are wired to be more emotional, we are different, we're wired to be rational. Reynolds didn't seem moved by the man's words. Ha ha ha, you're a smart kid. I want you to join me even more now. The man laughed. He looked at Alice, who was holding her own against the puppet. I might have underestimated your friend. How about it, I let her go and you join me? That's a good deal. Reynolds squinted his eyes and said, the thing is, you're in no position to make such deals. I'm very confident we will be able to get out of this alive. I don't know about you, but I'm confident we will survive this. The man looked at Reynolds, then at Alice. He smiled, and with a wave of his hand, another figure appeared. A puppet just as strong as the lady that is fighting with Alice. The man took note of Reynolds' facial expression and didn't see any changes. Looks like you have so much time on your hands. How about I keep you entertained? Reynolds vanished after saying this. He was currently in his merged state. His speed was frightening. The man's pupils constricted and he turned to his left. A dark screen appeared there, and with the appearance of the dark screen came a bang. Reynolds was standing on the other side of the screen, which was starting to crack from the fist that collided with it. Reynolds' fist was covered with a lightning gauntlet made from the elemental warrior armor, increasing the strength of his attacks. The man frowned when he saw this. He understood that he miscalculated the strength of not just Alice, but Reynolds as well. From what he saw, Alice and Reynolds were definitely around grade 5 experts. If I can add them to my collection, it'll be amazing. The man thought internally. He was more interested in Reynolds and the lightning armor he was wearing. He could tell that Reynolds' increase in strength has everything to do with the lightning armor. What he couldn't understand was how it was formed. He didn't see any signs that it was an elemental weapon, which was very strange. Could it be a secret technique? He wondered. The thought of dissecting Reynolds started to become very interesting in his head. Yes, he wanted to revive his daughter, but that doesn't mean he didn't want to increase his strength as well. If he could get a technique like the one Reynolds has, his strength would move to the same level as those grade 7 experts, if not even a grade 8 expert. Chapter 1405. I must acquire whatever he has. The man came to a decision in his head. This was something that might change the trajectory of his life. With this technique, he would be able to acquire more items and more people that he would use to quicken his research. The man suddenly burst out laughing, pleased with what was about to happen. I don't know where you come from, but you're what I've been missing all this while. Once I have you in my grasp, that's all I truly need. The man spoke while laughing. It's a shame that whatever you have planned out will not work. It's unfortunate you have to meet up with me and her. If you had encountered anyone else, you would have had it very easy. Reynolds wasn't bothered with what the man was yapping on about. He had seen far too many psychopaths to be worried about this man. For someone who has been friends with someone as crazy as Clouse, there was nothing that could shake him at the moment. The man saw Reynolds' calm expression and laughed. the more he saw Reynolds like this, the greater his curiosity grew. He wanted what gave Reynolds such confidence. This wasn't something that was ordinary, it was clearly from the fact that he was confident in his abilities. Why would he be confident in his abilities if not for this technique? The man had everything figured out and already knew his plan on extracting the technique from Reynolds. Reynolds didn't know what the man was thinking about, neither did he care. He took a peek on Alice's end and his face changed slightly. Alice had no problem with fighting the lady, but with the addition of the other puppet, she was starting to feel the burden of being outnumbered. I have to help her. If this continues, she might be in danger. After coming to a decision, Reynolds didn't delay any further and attacked once again. The dark screen had already been destroyed from his first attack, now he wanted to get a clean hit at the man. The man's body moved in a weird manner and he was able to dodge Reynolds' fist even though it was such a close range. Reynolds didn't give up as he continued attacking. His domain came out and covered a large area, making sure there was no way the man wouldn't be caught up in the domain. The man let out a dark mist from his body. He was also going to make use of his domain. Since Reynolds wasn't playing around, he too would take this seriously. After all, Reynolds could kill him given how high his attack power was. The battle intensified as the duo started to exchange moves at a quicker pace. The house was quickly destroyed thanks to both them and Alice's fight. Alice was being pushed back by the puppets, but she was holding her own against them. She was irritated with what the man was doing, and that rage was fueling. Her attack power was showing signs of growing stronger than it previously was when she had been fighting. Reynolds and the man took to the sky. Neither of them wanted to interfere in Alice's battle. The man felt once Alice was defeated, Reynolds would give up and try to escape, that's where he would catch him. Reynolds on the other hand didn't want Alice to be injured. Taking out the man would incapacitate the puppets, this was something he was aware of and that was his plan. He had to take out the man before Alice was seriously wounded. As Reynolds and the man's battle started to get more heated, the man quickly realized something, he was no match for Reynolds. Boom! Bang! The man was tossed around by Reynolds' attacks. Even when he manages to block the attacks, the impact of it alone is enough to send him flying. He had crashed into the ground on so many occasions within such a short time that it frightened him. Nonetheless, the excitement he was getting from this revelation seemed to overthrow the pain he was feeling from being beaten by Reynolds. Once he manages to get this technique, he would become invincible. This was the only thought in his head. Bam! A lightning arrow struck his shoulder, making him jolt from the pain and shock. He looked at Reynolds, who was still well organized, and then at himself, who was in a sorry state. He couldn't help but give a self-deprecating laugh. He knew the difference between him and these top-grade geniuses was big, but he never thought it was this massive. I can't fight him alone. He soon came to a conclusion. He looked at Reynolds and gritted his teeth, you better be worth it. With that statement, another figure appeared close to him. This was a figure of a young man who looked to be in his 20s. The man was a puppet, just like the others, but the aura he was giving off was on the same level as Ari's and Flint. To think you have such a specimen hidden, Reynolds commented. He didn't think the man would have a puppet of this quality, and he was a little worried. If another puppet of this caliber were to show up, then he would be pressed. It was different if he were fighting with normal puppets, but this was different. These puppets retained their original strength, which means they would be very powerful. The man laughed, he saw the seriousness in the eyes of Reynolds and knew Reynolds was apprehensive of him now. Kid, I'll let you and your friend go, but for a price. The man felt it was best to offer a deal now. This was the best time he could do it. With this puppet, and himself present, there was no way Reynolds would be able to win this battle. You still don't have the right to bring up offers. Reynolds shut the man up as he was about to continue his words. The man was stunned when he heard Reynolds' words. What do you mean I still don't have the right to make any deals? The man asked. He saw the change in Reynolds' eyes, but it quickly went back to his previous confidence. Because I said so. Reynolds said calmly. The man snorted, then I'll kill you. When I'm done with you, I'll make you into one of my precious toys. You're not worthy of having someone like me or her as your puppets. The thought of even doing something like that is sacrilegious and you deserve death because of it. Reynolds chuckled. The man squinted his eyes and for the first time, he took the lead in the battle, attacking alongside the puppet. Reynolds was prepared for them. Without flinching, he blocked the man's attack, but wisely moved away when the puppet was about to attack. He was stronger than the puppet, but he knew that fighting the duo simultaneously wouldn't be easy. At times like this, he couldn't help but wish he learnt inscribing just like Gray. If he had been an inscriber, even without having the space element, he would be able to attack from 2 different angles simultaneously. My elemental warrior wouldn't be able to hold off this puppet on its own, neither can I fight the man on my own. Reynolds was deep in thoughts. Do I really have to summon that cocky guy? He pondered. Given Clouse strength, Clouse would change how the battle would take place if he was invited. However, once he comes, he would rant about too many things. This wasn't something Reynolds wanted. He took a peek at Alice, who was bleeding from the side of her mouth. It was evident that she was trying hard against the puppets, but it wasn't easy since her cultivation stage hadn't gotten to the peak of the venerable plane yet. Reynolds took a deep breath and started attacking the man. He wanted to see how far they could go. Alice might be injured, but it was nothing serious. She knew when to move away, there was still a chance for her, and she was trying to create the opportunity. The same could be said for Reynolds. He knew there was a good chance for him to defeat the man and this puppet, but it would take a lot from him. He's contemplating what to do as he attacks. The puppet was a fire elementalist and its strength was on another level. Unlike the man who couldn't handle Reynolds' attacks, the puppet could. Not just that, but it was also able to counterattack as well. This gave the man the opportunity to attempt a sneak attack on Reynolds. But Reynolds was on guard against this and always moved away whenever the man's attack was about to hit him. The man didn't get frustrated, he knew it wasn't going to be that easy. Chapter 1406. Bam! Reynolds slammed into the ground after getting hit by the man's attack. After trying repeatedly, the man was finally able to cleanly strike Reynolds down. Reynolds couldn't do anything about the attack and was forced to take it head-on. Even though he knew taking on such an attack was dangerous, he didn't mind it. The reason for this was because... Boom! Bang! Ah! The man screamed in pain as his figure also slammed into the ground, a few hundred meters away from Reynolds. Reynolds let the man strike him, but he didn't let the man go without any sort of retaliation. He detached from his elemental warrior at the last minute and the elemental warrior was able to slash at the unprotected back of the man. The man didn't know Reynolds had an elemental warrior and never prepared for something like this. After striking Reynolds, he felt inexplicable joy, but it quickly turned to pain when he sensed a deadly force hitting his back. He coughed out a mouthful of blood as his figure broke through the sky, crashing down outside the town. Reynolds crawled out of the crater he made, looking in the direction the man crashed. He heard the man scream and knew his plan worked. He looked at the black patch on his right shoulder and frowned. This will be troublesome. He could tell this black patch wasn't ordinary, but he was more interested in taking down the man and felt it was all right to make the sacrifice. As long as he was alive, he would think of how to deal with it. He took flight and just as he was rushing to where the man was located, he saw the man climbing out of a pit. The man was in a sorry state. His back was blooded, and his left shoulder had a large cut on it. The slash the elemental warrior gave it came from his left shoulder onto his back. The man wasn't able to protect against it and was left in such a bad state. Ah! I will kill you! Filthy brat! The man was incensed. He never thought that Reynolds would play such a trick on him. What he found appalling was that he still didn't have any idea of what struck him. All he knew was that it was powerful and the attack was enough to kill him if hit again. Stop yelling, do you want the entire town to hear the voice of their oppressor in such a state? Reynolds said with a smile. With the man annoyed, Reynolds had a goal in mind, and that was to irritate him even more. This was something he learned from Clouse and from experience. He knew that it always works. Especially against people like this man who feel they are above everyone else. Once such people start to realize what their reality is, they will find it difficult to accept it, which will bring in room for other things. In this case, losing focus in this battle and getting killed by Reynolds who would enjoy doing it. The man looked at Reynolds and asked, What did you do? I attacked you. Were you blind? Didn't you see me attack you? Reynolds stood mid-air, looking down at the man. The man gritted his teeth. Kid, I'll wake this one last time. What did you do? Looks like the strike has made you lose your senses. I thought you were always sensible. What's up with this dumb question? Reynolds continued to rile up the man. The man shot into the air, straight at Reynolds when he heard this. Reynolds wasn't going to give him the answer he wanted, it was evident. So he knew what to do, he was going to get the answer himself. The puppet also came out and started attacking Reynolds as well. Reynolds didn't show any fear as he continued to take on the attack from both the man and the puppet. While focused on only blocking and dodging, he started to cuss at the man. Now he understood how Clouse felt whenever he's focused on defending while cursing at people. It was a good feeling. Reynolds was fast thanks to his lightning element, so unlike Clouse, he didn't need to stay in one place defending, he could move. He was faster than the puppet and the man. With none of them being able to get a good shot at him, the man started to lose his cool. It was okay when Reynolds was actually trying to fight. Now that he focused on running from the attacks, the man had almost no chances of hitting him. The man looked around and his gaze turned to Alice. He licked his lips as he bolted in that direction. Since you're not going to fight me, I'll kill your friend. As the man was rushing towards Alice, Reynolds, who already expected the man to do this, attacked. His attack was blocked by the puppet, but the impact forced it back a few meters. Before the puppet could regain its footing, Reynolds flashed past it. Like a bolt of lightning, Reynolds crashed into the man. The man was already expecting something like this to happen, so when the puppet blocked Reynolds' attack, he had already prepared his attack. As soon as Reynolds reached him, he turned and attacked. This time, he saw what happened clearly. Reynolds detached from a lightning figure and escaped from the attack, letting the lightning figure crash into the man. The man's attack hit the elemental warrior, while the elemental warrior slammed into the man at full speed. The impact of the attack broke most of the ribs of the man as the duo fell to the ground. Reynolds was on the side, watching this with a grin on his face. He managed to trick the man twice, and this time, the chances of the man actually being able to walk away from this attack was slim. Boom! A loud explosion rocked the town. Chapter 1407. Alice was still battling with the puppets. Even though she was blooded, she still had a clear view of everything that was taking place. She had been keeping an eye out for Reynolds' battle. Seeing the man sending Reynolds flying the first time, her heart skipped a beat, but then she saw the elemental warrior behind the man and knew it was all Reynolds doing. She couldn't help but applaud Reynolds' determination. The fact that he was willing to take a dangerous blow just so he would be able to land one of his own was courageous. The slight distraction made the puppets overwhelm her. She was starting to run out of breath due to the pressure from the puppets. Fighting two puppets of this level was something she shouldn't be doing, but she wanted to test her strength, and thanks to the man, she had to push herself even more. Her combined fire and ice attack was showing signs of evolving as the battle extended. She felt if she fought with them for at least 30 to 60 minutes, she would be able to see the evolved form. Her only concern was if she would be able to keep herself alive until then. She knew what she was capable of doing, and fighting these puppets for the next 10 minutes would revolve around if Reynolds would be able to assist her at important intervals. If Reynolds is able to ensure she doesn't get hit by a powerful attack while also keeping the man alive, this would be a massive upgrade for her as her attack power would increase exponentially. On Reynolds' end, he flew towards the place the man crashed after being hit by the elemental warrior. The man wasn't able to dodge the attack, and even though his prepared attack hit the elemental warrior, it wasn't enough to negate the full impact of getting rammed into by a full-speed peak venerable elemental warrior. The man lay on the ground gasping for air as blood repeatedly poured out of his mouth. The man had an incredulous look on his face. The scene of Reynolds separating from the elemental warrior was repeatedly playing in his head even with the pain he was going through. He quickly disconnected his pain receptors in his body. After playing around with the human body on such an extensive level, he knew a thing or two he could do in situations like this. He had to keep himself conscious, and he knew there's a chance he might pass out from the pain. Of course, he knew the downside of doing this, but at the moment, there was no way he would be able to think properly while going through so much pain. He had assessed his condition and knew that he could survive it and even still fight as long as he doesn't feel the pain. Since there was grade 7 peak venerable on his side, he didn't have anything to fear. The puppet would attack Reynolds while he tries to get himself together. Reynolds was about to charge at him when he suddenly sent the puppet after him. Reynolds was forced to stop and retreat. He looked at the puppet and knew that he couldn't neglect it. He turned to look in Alice's direction and his expression changed. He separated from the elemental warrior and let it deal with the puppet while he rushed to Alice's aid. With a lightning attack, he sent one of the puppets flying. The puppet, although at the peak, didn't sense Reynolds rushing over, and the man didn't have the time to even send the information over to them since he was more concerned about fixing his damaged body. Alice felt relieved the second one of the puppets was sent flying. With her focus placed on just one puppet, she started to gain advantage over it. Reynolds also used the opportunity to properly help her, slicing off one of the arms of the puppet. This was the cons about puppets. So long as the necromancer doesn't pass any information to it, it wouldn't stop its initial command. When the man sent them after Alice, his command was for them to kill her. They have no instructions on what to do with Reynolds, so they didn't try to attack him. This gave Reynolds the freedom to do whatever he wanted. Fortunately for the puppets, he wasn't at his full strength since the elemental warrior was dealing with the grade 7 puppet. Reynolds was strong, but not strong enough to kill a peak venerable without the help of his puppet. "Don't worry, I can deal with them. Do not let him escape," Alice said when she saw Reynolds still helping out. She was worried about the man escaping when they're not focused on him. Reynolds nodded and rushed back to the battle with the puppet. The man was still seated in the same spot. He hadn't tried to make any moves. Seeing this, Reynolds didn't bother with him. This was an opportunity to take out this puppet. Once he achieves this, the man was as good as dead. He would be able to defeat the man with ease. He merged back with his elemental warrior and started attacking. The second he merged with it, the attack power increased and the puppet which had the advantage lost it in an instant. It wasn't able to deal with the sudden change and was quickly pushed back by Reynolds. "Yes. I can end it before he comes to." Reynolds felt inspired. Once he takes out the puppet, the battle was over. After getting the advantage, he didn't give the puppet any chance to regain itself and he released attack after attack on it. The puppet started to show signs of some parts of its body starting to break apart. Just a little more. Reynolds pushed, and just as he was about to end the puppet, it disappeared. Well, not completely disappearing, but it shrunk into a bead and flew to the man's outstretched arm. "Ha ha ha, thank you, kid." Chapter 1408. Reynolds looked at the man, a little surprised that the man was thanking him. But for some reason, he could feel like things were about to take a turn. The sudden change in the puppet, making it turn into a bead, was strange. One thing he noticed when he saw the bead was the enormous energy it contained. Not just that, but the energy was completely without any impurities. It could be consumed without any fears of there being any backlash. Oh no! Reynolds' heart sank when he figured out what the man was about to do. The man wanted to consume the energy. From the looks of it, the man got the motivation to do this after seeing Reynolds merge and detach from his elemental warrior. Why does the evil guy have to be so smart? Reynolds couldn't believe what was happening. He sent a lightning bolt at the man, hoping to stop him from consuming it. Unfortunately, he was too late as the man consumed it even before the attack finished forming. The man's aura exploded out and the buildings close to him were crushed to smithereens. Reynolds' attack was destroyed. The man's aura spiked and for the first time, Reynolds felt his heart beat heavily out of fear since the start of the battle. He sensed an aura from the man that he had only ever sensed in one person who was still in the elemental venerable plane, and that person was Grey. Grey's strength has clearly exceeded the peak of the venerable plane, even though he was technically a peak stage elemental venerable, only a fool would accept that he was a peak venerable. Grey was the strongest person in the venerable plane, and anything above his current strength was the sovereign plane. The man being able to exude such an aura meant one thing: he was heading into the sovereign plane. The man couldn't achieve the same feat as Grey, but he could break through to the sovereign plane. The second he does this, Reynolds and the others are dead. Even if Clouse and Ares came over to help, they wouldn't be able to fight against a sovereign. a sovereign was just that powerful. Reynolds threw away his pride and quickly summoned not just Clouse, but Ares as well. Before the duo came over, they were both given 2 talismans each, to use in summoning the duo. The duo would be instantaneously teleported to their current location once used. Reynolds didn't see any need in using it all this time, but now, he knew there was no way he could defeat the man at his current state. Their only chance of winning is ensuring they take out the man before he breaks through to the sovereign plane. Damn, you finally called for help. I've been waiting for so. Clouse was speaking when he paused and turned to look at the man. What the fuck, man? What did you do? Clouse was stunned when he saw the man about to break through. They were usually the ones who broke through when fighting against their enemies. Now this man was breaking through, and from his condition, it was obvious that he had been badly beaten by Reynolds before this. He comprehended something when he saw me merge with my elemental warrior. Reynolds said, "Fuck. You're giving the bad guys ideas now? Really?" Clouse was shocked at what he was seeing. I didn't know he could do something like that. Reynolds complained. He too was at a loss for words at the fact that the man was able to do something like this. Will you two stop quarreling and help me stop him from advancing? Ares couldn't believe the duo were still arguing at such a time. Who says weren't not helping? Clouse asked. The entire area had turned into a snow-covered valley without the trees. Clouse's use of the ice element seemed to slow down the speed at which the man's aura was improving. Without sufficient elemental essence, there was no way the man could break through, and Clouse was freezing the elemental essence precisely. He might be arguing with Reynolds, but he got to work the moment he saw how bad the situation was. There was no harm in yelling at Reynolds, so why not? Ares was once again dumbfounded by Clouse. The fact that Clouse thought to do something like this showed just how quick-witted he is. The man was also shocked at what Clouse thought of. You brought help. Looks like I'll have a lot of good things to work with this time. The man laughed. He looked at Ares. Aren't you the jewel of the Phoenix faction? What are you doing here? Without waiting for Ares to reply, he said, It doesn't matter, I'll go into hiding after killing you kids. You guys are really a good batch. I made the right choice to wait a little longer. Does he talk so much? Clouse turned to Reynolds. Yeah, it's nice you're here, you guys can get to know each other. Reynolds nodded. Clouse snorted before taking a look at Alice. An ice needle formed and shot at one of the puppets. The puppet didn't even have time to react before it was frozen solid. Alice was already aware of Clouse's appearance when the temperature suddenly dropped. She sensed the change in the man's aura and knew that this wasn't the time to try to evolve her cultivation technique. They will be in serious trouble if the man breaks through to the sovereign plane. Clouse, Reynolds, and Ares didn't stand idly any longer. They charged at the man after Clouse made things easier for Alice. As much as he wanted her to join in on the fight, he didn't want her to get close for now. It was too dangerous for anyone below a grade 7 peak venerable. Even Ares, who was a grade 7 peak venerable, might also be in danger if they were careless. Don't let him break through. You think you can stop me? Chapter 1409. Boom. Bang. Fuck. He's already as strong as Grey. Clouse cursed when his ice dome was shattered by an attack from the man. Grey was the only one who could destroy this, and the fact that the man could break it now meant that he was already touching the threshold of the elemental venerable plane. Anything more than this and he would be unstoppable. They wouldn't be able to deal with him even with all the people they have with them. Come on, we have to try. We fought Grey to a draw the last time. Reynolds said. Are you stupid? We were sparring, no matter how powerful our attacks were, we all still held back in the end. Clouse felt like knocking Reynolds senseless, but when he thought about it, Reynolds was already senseless. Doing that would make life hell for him. Oh. Reynolds didn't argue with that cause, he knew it was the truth. If they were in a life and death battle, they wouldn't worry about harming the man, but when fighting with Grey, they all held back, Grey especially. Grey had the higher attack power, and given the fact that he also had the space element, there were a few times he would have been able to open them up, but he held back. Clouse didn't say anything and hurriedly created an ice wall to block the attack. This time, he used the ice technique he learned while they were getting the ice sea lie. When the man attacked, the ice wall retaliated. This gave them the chance to also counter, forcing the man to take a step back. The man was strong, but he wasn't invincible. With a good plan, they will be able to defeat the man. Clouse was the one who had to block the attacks of the man, while Reynolds and Ares were the main attackers. The trio were smart, and even though this was their first time fighting one opponent together, they were able to cooperate flawlessly. Reynolds and Ares had frightening attack power that even in his current state, the man knew not to take their attacks lightly. Reynolds was stronger than Ares, but Ares' attack packed a different type of power that made the man worried. The man tried to take out Reynolds, but he was blocked by Clouse ice attacks that forced him back. Damn it! Frustration slowly started to creep in. Yes, he was stronger, but there was nothing he could do with Clouse present. Clouse ice was too strong. No matter how powerful his attacks were, they could only break them, but the entire impact of the attack is almost fully absorbed by the ice wall before they break, which makes it impossible for them to cause any harm to Reynolds and Ares. Since you want to die so much, I'll follow your wishes. The man was vexed and decided to turn his focus to Clouse. Clouse looked at the man with a smile. An old guy that can't beat 3 youths. I can never take someone like you seriously. You? You what? Clouse asked with a mocking tone. I understand why your kid died. She probably wanted to escape from you. Reynolds had told him about what happened and knew the man was trying to resurrect his dead daughter. What's the best way to make the man lose his senses if not with her? This might be a low blow, but as long as they were able to take the man down, then he was okay. The man's eyes turned red when he heard Clouse's statement. This was the first time in his life that he felt such pain from words spoken by others. He has been abused and talked down on, but he had never felt this much pain in his chest from just words. It was like a large sword was used to stab his heart as Clouse made that statement. Take that back. The man's red veiny eyes showed his anger. Bud, you outdid yourself this time. Reynolds couldn't help but applaud him. He had been trying to get the man to go berserk all this while, but it didn't take long for Clouse to do it. What can I say? I'm naturally talented. Clouse gave a smug smile. Ares, on the other hand, was left speechless. This is also a battle tactic? She was dumbfounded. Although a berserk version of the man looked tougher to deal with, in truth, he is easier to deal with in his current state. He would barely care about his safety as the only thing in his head would be to kill Clouse. This will mean he might even neglect the existence of the others and focus his attention on Clouse. I said take that back. The man roared and dark clouds covered the area. Don't think you're the only one who can make the clouds change. Clouse didn't bother with him and turned to Reynolds. Bud, light it up. Reynolds chuckled, with pleasure. Reynolds' figure shot straight into the dark clouds which had covered the area, and a large lightning web stretched across the dark cloud. Clouse attacked the man while Reynolds was doing this. He used his heavy water to grab hold of the man's legs. The man tried to break free, but he noticed the abnormality of the water. Ah! He roared and exploded out with a powerful darkness dome that shattered the water. The dome didn't stop as it continued to increase, destroying anything it came in contact with. Clouse looked at it and felt chills in his spine. Damn, that's strong. Bud, aren't you done yet? He looked at the sky while retreating. Just as Reynolds was about to speak, a figure covered in lightning shot into the cloud as well, and the duo created a large flash of light that shattered the dark clouds. Good, now destroy that. Clouse pointed at the dark dome that was advancing forward. The townspeople! Ares exclaimed. The dome was getting close to where people lived in the town. If they were caught in this, they would definitely die. Chapter 14:10. Bud, help them. Clouse said to Reynolds. He turned to Alice. You two. You two are the fastest here. Alice and Reynolds didn't speak and disappeared from where they were located. A lightning flash went through every house in the town and out. The duo were taking each family out of their houses and taking them to a safe place, ensuring they wouldn't be harmed by the darkness dome that was moving. Clouse looked at the man. He frowned and said, we should take him down. The quicker we do that, the better it is for us. He's too dangerous. Ares had no problems with that. She also wanted to take the man down. From how the man was able to create such a powerful technique just from watching Reynolds merge and detach from his elemental venerable, it showed that he was an outstanding genius. Clouse used his ice ability to attack the dome while it was moving. He noticed that it had some effect from the man's domain, and also used his own in his attack. Ares also attacked, ensuring the dome was destroyed. If the dome were to continue spreading, it would be dangerous for them as well. The duo's attack was able to create an opening in the dome which halted its movement. The man raised his head to look at the duo. "You two think you're something, right?" he asked. He watched them and said, "This is how things are going to work from now. You'll escape, so I don't kill you within the next few minutes. If not, you'll regret your decision." Clouse looked at the man and knew the man's strength was increasing. "Even with my ice domain, he will continue improving. I need to make sure he's defeated." Clouse realized that his domain will only be able to delay the man and not stop him from getting to the sovereign plane. The only thing they can do is stop him from breaking through. And that's by killing him. "Let's kill him," Clouse said to Ares and Reynolds. The dome stopped moving and it gave Alice and Reynolds the chance to come back. Although Alice joining isn't enough to stop him, Reynolds was present there, and with his strength, they will be able to stop the man from breaking through. This was one of the differences when they fought against Grey. Even though they all held back, Grey wasn't using his full strength since Alice wasn't on the same level as Clouse and Reynolds. The man would not think twice and will definitely try to kill Alice. It was just as Clouse feared. From the second Alice joined the battle, the man turned his attention to trying to kill her. He didn't even hide his intentions. Alice also had the ice ability, which made his breakthrough even slower. Thanks to Clouse's domain, Alice's ice domain saw a boost in strength, and the man noticed the speed reduction of his breakthrough. His focus turned to Alice, but with Clouse present, it was wishful thinking if the man thought he would be able to kill Alice. Clouse blocked each and every attack that came Alice's way while also making sure Reynolds and Ares had the chance to attack him. The man was held back by Clouse while being bombarded by both Ares and Reynolds. These kids are smart. The man might be going berserk, but he still had a sense of reasoning. As things stand, he knew the numbers of his opponents meant that he had almost no chances of winning as it is. If that's the case, then there's no point fighting. The man wanted to kill Clouse, but he also wanted to survive. Reynolds and Alice were able to call for help when things started to go wrong. The man is afraid that they've already called for help and were just trying to stall before help arrives. In truth, the group had indeed called for help. When Reynolds and Alice were in the cloud, they contacted Grey. Even though he was still caught up with learning about the array formation, this was very important. Clouse is aware of this and wants to make sure they stall until Grey comes. With the man's current ability, other than Grey, only those in the sovereign plane could stop him. The man attacked, and when the group blocked the attack, the man turned to escape. "Don't let him leave." Clouse rushed after the man. Reynolds was the fastest, so he caught up with the man. The man turned and looked at Reynolds. He felt a strong hatred for Reynolds because he was the one who caused such damage to his body. Although Clouse's ice domain could be said to be the reason for his delayed breakthrough, the main obstacle was the fact that Clouse seriously wounded him and even his core had cracks. Unless those cracks were healed, he wouldn't be able to break through. He was on the verge of fixing those cracks when Clouse came and slowed it down with his ice. Now he had a few seconds with Reynolds. He wanted to kill him with his overwhelming strength before the others came in to help. Reynolds didn't think about fighting with the man. He knew he was no longer his match. All he wanted to do was ensure the others came over. While he was about to exchange moves with the man, Alice arrived. The man changed his focus to Alice and struck out. Alice expected this and dodged to the side, while also attacking with the lightning element. The man blocked the attack and moved closer to her. "Don't forget about me." Reynolds attacked with lightning arrows. The man created a darkness dome and used it to block the arrows. He was about to get close to Alice when he sensed a powerful attack coming his way. A large lightning spear broke through the dome and was heading for his head. He was forced to turn and block the attack. But it was at this moment that he felt a bone-chilling cold close to him. Even before the attack got to him, he sensed his body started to grow cold. That bloody water elementalist! The man was caught between taking Clouse or Reynolds' attack. Each was dangerous, but the danger level he was reading from Clouse's attack was off the roof. If he dared to take it, then he should forget about ever breaking through. He wouldn't even be able to escape with his life. The man turned and spread out both hands. He focused more energy on his right hand, which he sent a darkness beam out of, striking the ice needle that was coming his way. His left hand unleashed a darkness orb that struck the lightning spear. Both attacks didn't stop, they only slowed down. While the man used the opportunity to move up, hoping to dodge the attacks. To his dismay, a large fire snake was coming at him with shocking speed from above. He opened his mouth and sucked in a large breath. The fire snake was swallowed and the man looked at Alice. He opened his mouth and spat out the snake. He hurriedly flew into the air, narrowly dodging both Clouse and Reynolds' attack. The only issue with narrowly dodging Clouse's attack was that his right foot, from the down, was frozen solid. All the ice needle did was graze it, and it was still able to cause such a degree of damage. The man felt his heart almost jump out of his throat. Clouse and the others were using their numbers to overpower him, and he knew he couldn't beat them like this. Fucking brats! I'll kill you all when I break through. The man focused on escaping. That was all that was important at the moment. Where are you going? Are you such a bad father that you don't even want to try to bring your daughter back? Clouse started talking as he chased after the man. I knew all that talk about wanting to bring back your daughter was a lie. All you wanted was to grow stronger. You just needed an excuse to become a crazed necromancer. Clouse's words pierced the man's heart, but he didn't dare to slow down. He could feel a cold creeping closer to him. The cold felt like the hands of death, and he knew if it caught up with him, he would most definitely die. Reynolds and Alice soon caught up once again and forced him to slow down. Ah! The man was getting frustrated with his constant failed attempt to escape. He was once again caught in a pincer attack and was forced to take some damage to escape. The battle continued in this manner. The man's strength was growing stronger, but he was still not able to overwhelm the group of four. As he was escaping, he noticed something odd. It was as if he was being forced towards a certain direction. Ooh? Could I be wrong? Chapter 14:11. Boom! Bam! Why are you brats so persistent? Did I kill anyone you're acquainted with? The man asked after forcing both Reynolds and Alice back, but was stopped from escaping by Clouse and Ares. You're a bad guy. We've made it our business to kill bad guys. Clouse replied. Which one of you hasn't done anything bad? The man asked. Me. Clouse raised his arm. You've never forcefully taken a treasure from those weaker than you? The man asked. The treasure was mine, I was only taking what was mine. Clouse replied matter-of-factly. He smiled innocently and asked, Is taking what's yours a bad thing now? The man was stunned when he heard this. Even Ares couldn't help but take another look at Clouse. Clouse was shameless to the core. Putting it in that manner meant that he obviously took things from those weaker than he is, but it was only because it was his to begin with. What stupid logic is that? The man yelled. Speaking with Clouse was something he shouldn't have been doing. Clouse doesn't seem to have a care in the world about anything, and he's slowly finding out. What? They were mine. I gave them and they refused to give it back. I have every right to beat them up for holding on to something that isn't theirs. Clouse said calmly. You're sick in the head. The man gave up on communicating with Clouse and attacked. Clouse laughed proudly and blocked the attack. He wasn't scared of the man, and if the man thought he would back off, then he was joking. Clouse's ice wall cracked after being hit, and fell apart, but he had enough time to dodge the attack thanks to his ice wall slowing it down. You can't even hit me. Your daughter must be disappointed in you. Clouse mocked after dodging the attack. The man gritted his teeth and tried to escape. The second he faced a particular direction, Alice, Reynolds, and Clouse jumped forward and attacked aggressively. I knew it. They don't want me to head in that direction. The man's heart turned cold. He looked behind him and felt his body shake involuntarily. Someone dangerous is coming. They're aware of this. Looks like they were the ones who called the person. The man felt his heart skip a beat, and then without worrying about whether he would sustain any injuries, he charged straight into the trio, taking them head on. He had already cut off his pain receptors. there was no point in being afraid of the pain he would go through. The expression of the trio changed and they attacked with increased strength. What's holding him? Clouse looked behind the man. They've been flying towards that direction for some time now and should have already shortened the distance. Although it seems far, for peak venerables such as themselves, it's something they could cover within a few minutes. The man saw their eyes and knew he was right. He didn't hold back and attacked with full force. The trio tried their best but were sent flying by the man's attack. Clouse was able to pierce the man's right arm with his needle, but to his shock, the man cut off his own arm to stop the freezing. Reynolds and Alice's attacks were also taken by the man, but he was able to force his way through the trio. Ares was behind, and seeing the man, she unleashed a powerful attack she had been preparing while the trio tried to stop him. Boom! The man blocked the attack and forced her back, making sure they wouldn't be able to get close to him. The man was powerful, and after throwing caution to the wind, he was even more dangerous. Reynolds and Alice were injured, bleeding from the side of their mouth. Clouse wasn't any better, but they could still fight. Ares had it worse as one of her arms was broken. Unlike the trio who had to cushion the impact of the man's attack together, she was blown away by a full-force attack from the man. The man was desperate and didn't try to block much of her attack, which meant he had enough time to attack without her being able to block against it. The man left the place, rushing away from the area. Fuck it! Go after him! Clouse and the others chased after the man. Ares stood up and followed behind them. With her injury, she knew her strength would decline during the battle, but she didn't want to stand back. This man had killed some of her fellow faction members, a few of them were people she was acquainted with. Knowing that they died because of this man's selfish interest, she wanted to ensure that he was taken down. Clouse and the others soon caught up with him once again. But this time, the man was able to hastily deal with them. The group's strength was slowly reducing, but so was the man's strength. He wasn't at his peak strength, even though he was still on the verge of breaking through, there was no way he could use his full strength. Part of his right foot was frozen, his right arm was cut off. He had to focus some energy into healing those places, so even when he wants to use his full strength, there's no way he can do it. The group were chasing him as if their lives depended on it, which irritated him. He was a figure about to break through to the sovereign plane, yet he was being chased by a bunch of venerables. And these venerables were kids. Also, there was one who couldn't keep his mouth shut. If the man had the chance, he would kill Clouse. He has already made his decision, as long as he survives this, he will kill Clouse. He might let the others go, but Clouse was a no-no. He will chase him to the end of the world if possible. Clouse said things that shouldn't be said and he wanted to make sure he paid for his foul mouth. Everyone could see the hatred the man has towards Clouse in his eyes. Whenever he looks at Clouse, it is evident that he wants him dead. Clouse could also feel this as well, but he didn't care what the man felt like. All he wanted to do was to stop the man from escaping. They had to kill him. The man was trying to escape, while the group chased after him. The fight went on in this manner. When the group catches up with him, the man would strike. Even though they were being injured, they were still making sure the man was getting slower. Fuck! Why are you people so adamant? The man couldn't believe his eyes. The group was already seriously injured, yet they were still coming back. They didn't even worry about their injuries as they came back. Such valor wasn't something he expected. Are they afraid of death? The man asked himself. The reason he's running so fervently was because he didn't want to die, especially now that he's about to break through. Clouse and the others seemed to have thrown their lives away with how they were chasing after him. Boom! Bam! Bang! The fight dragged on and it was starting to show its toll on the body of the group, as well as the man. This time, they paused and exchanged glances. They were all exhausted, and Clouse and his group were blooded. The man was in no better shape. Parts of his body were frozen and some were missing. The man wasn't able to cause as much as the group caused him due to their numbers advantage. We'll make sure you regret your decision to mess with us, Clouse said with a raggedy voice. What do you mean? I was on my own and you people barged into my business. The man couldn't keep up with Clouse's reasoning. I don't care, you messed with the wrong set of people. Even if you're strong, we'll pester you. Clouse waved him off and added, I know you're about to break through, even with all we've done. As long as you're given the chance, you'll break through. I will never allow that. We'll have to see who has more zeal to survive this brutal game. Clouse added. What do you mean? You're obviously trying to stall so someone strong will come and end me. The man was having a mental breakdown. That doesn't change anything. If we outlive you, then you've failed once again as a father. Clouse said, also, you can submit your research as a means of making up for the evil you've done so far. What do you mean? The man asked. We might bring back your daughter. I'm friends with some gnomes, they'll be able to work with it more than you. Clouse said. You know some gnomes? The man asked. Of course. Clouse exclaimed. Stop bullshitting, you piece of shit. Chapter 14:12. You're just a kid who knows nothing. You might be smart, but I know what you should or should not be able to achieve. Becoming friends with the gnomes is one of the things you cannot achieve. The man didn't believe a word coming out of Clouse's mouth. Do you know the people I can connect you to? Just kill yourself and you'd be shocked. Clouse said with a straight face. Reynolds and the others took a glance at Clouse. The fact that he could say that with a straight face as if it was something natural baffled them. How does his brain work? Who would even think of saying such things? Aries was beyond flabbergasted by Clouse's use of words already. She had heard him say things she could never even dream of, yet he keeps saying more. What is worse was the fact that he doesn't even have to think hard before saying such sarcastic words. It has been a few hours, yet it has been like she had been traveling with Clouse for years now. She couldn't help but wonder how exciting it is to travel with this group. They were clearly all talented, yet they each had other personalities that made them different. She genuinely thought Gray was the only different one given his curiosity towards arrays, but Clouse was just as different as anyone else with his thought process and words. Reynolds was a deadly fighter, while Alice enjoyed battles, especially ones where she's the underdog. The thrill of defeating someone stronger than yourself has always been magnificent. This is something she has also felt, but it was very dangerous and shouldn't be advised to be done repeatedly. But over the course of the few hours, she has seen Alice do this repeatedly. Even during the trial and the challenges in the arena, she also fought with people stronger than her. How did they all end up together? This was the strongest thing. Meeting one unique person like them was rare, but the fact that 4 oddballs could get together and actually become friends was just amazing. The man was breathing heavily, not attacking any longer. Tell me, who's coming? He asked after a short silence. Who says someone's coming? Clouse asked. I'm not dumb. The man looked in the direction Clouse has been occasionally staring at. Why did you say that while looking in another direction? Are you afraid to look me in the eyes? Clouse berated the man. The man wanted to pluck out Clouse's tongue. He was obviously indicating at the place Clouse had been staring at, but Clouse turned it against him and started berating him. He didn't think he had ever been this angry in his life. In fact, if someone told him he'd ever get this angry, he would never believe it. Clouse looked at the man, unbothered by his look, and said, It's normal to be afraid of me. I mean, I too would be afraid to stare in the eyes of greatness. The man was about to explode from anger, but then he breathed out a sigh. He looked at Reynolds and asked, You don't look too good. I'm surprised you've been able to hold on this long. Once you're out of the picture, no one will be able to stop me from escaping. He added. The man's words made everyone turn their attention to Reynolds, and Clouse and Alice's expressions dropped instantly. Some parts of Reynolds' face had started to turn black. What did you do? Clouse asked. This time, his voice was plain. No sign of anger, no sarcasm, nothing. I attacked him before you guys came over. The man chuckled when he heard Clouse's voice and explained, In some minutes, he'll find it difficult to breathe. Unfortunately, you guys can't save him. No healing tonic or method can. The man laughed. He then gave them a sarcastic look. Of course, I can stop it. And if you're truly friends with the gnomes, as you said, then they should be able to help him. However, he'd most likely be dead before then. The man took pleasure at the expression of Clouse. He had been tormented by this fellow for so long, and now that he had the advantage, there was no way he was not going to cause him pain. If not for his condition and the fact that it seems like help was coming over to kill him, he would have ensured that he killed Clouse himself. But he didn't have the luxury of time. The main figure holding him down has been dealt with, his chances of escaping before help arrives was higher now. Kid, tell me your name. I'd like to know your name so I can hunt you down in the future. The man asked. But to his surprise, Clouse didn't have the worried look on his face anymore. Rather, he was relaxed. If you had said there was no way to save him, I would have been depressed, but you saying he can be saved by a gnome or another necromancer makes it easier for me. Clouse said with a cold smile, my name is Clouse Eildian, and don't worry, you'll be seeing me soon. Sooner than you can wish for. Clouse didn't say anything more, he turned to Reynolds and chuckled, Bud, keep that ugly armor away. I'll be freezing you until he comes. He'll know what to do, he always knows what to do. Reynolds didn't argue, he was already overexerting himself trying to keep himself conscious to fight. But seeing Clouse in this state and saying these words, he knew that there was no point in trying to keep the pretense. Clouse nodded and sealed Reynolds with his ice. The man and Ares were both speechless. But the man didn't stay to watch, leaving as soon as Clouse did this. Alice wanted to give chase, but Clouse turned to her and said, let him go, he's close by. He'll bring him back to us. Alice nodded and didn't go after the man. Ares looked at them, confused. Both Clouse and Alice didn't show any fear after the man said there was a way to heal Reynolds, rather, they were calm. Clouse even said someone was close and would bring the man back to them. A minute after the man escaped, a tear appeared in the sky and Gray stepped out of it. He saw his friends, and the frozen Reynolds. He didn't speak with the others, just exchanging glances with Clouse before disappearing once again. Ares wanted to stop him, but before she could say a word, Gray was gone. You guys think he can deal with him? Aren't you worried he might end up dead? She asked the other two. If he can't handle him, then he'll escape. Here's the reason we've been stalling that guy, and with what I know about him, this guy will be easy to deal with in his current condition. Clouse wasn't worried, he took a glance at the frozen Reynolds and cursed. Stupid fool, you couldn't even speak out. I would have slowed it down while keeping you conscious. When you're healed, get ready to go back to death's door, 'cause I'll be sending you back. Moron. Clouse was cursing at Reynolds who couldn't hear his words. Alice didn't bother as she stared at them. At first, she was scared, but the second the man said Reynolds could be healed, she threw away her fear. They had Gray, a freakish genius who has even found a way to deal with not only necromancers but gnomes as well. As long as a gnome or necromancer can help Reynolds, then Gray is going to be able to help him. Ares looked at the two friends, stunned beyond words. But then again, she decided to keep shut. Clouse wasn't a fool, he had seen how strong the man was. If he didn't believe in Gray, then it meant that he was sending him to his death. Gray appeared in the sky in a forest, and after keeping his eyes shut for a while a cold smile appeared on his face. Clouse, you smart fellow. Clouse didn't leave him chasing after an unknown opponent, in fact, Clouse gave him a perfect way to track down his opponent. While they've been fighting all this while, Clouse was making sure he loaded the man with excess heavy water. The man didn't notice this due to the condition of the battle. One thing about heavy water is that whoever knows how to use it can track it for hundreds of kilometers. This is something he found out some time back and told Gray of while on their journey. He never expected that an opportunity to use it would come so soon. Gray's eyes were cold as he rushed after the man. He wanted to capture the man and bring him back to where Reynolds was located. The reason he didn't walk over was because he had already seen Clouse's eyes and they were hopeful. Chapter 14:13. Gray didn't give up in his chase as he went after the trail. A few minutes later, he looked towards an empty stone building. The building wasn't large, but it was quite secluded in the woods. Well hidden. A shame for him made sure he wouldn't be able to escape. Gray chuckled and went towards the building. As soon as he got close, he sensed an unstable aura. He was about to enter the place when he sensed an attack. Oh, an array. He wasn't bothered with the array as he waved his hand which dealt with it easily. The array appeared and broke apart. Gray noticed movements in the house as the man walked out of the place. "You're the one who harmed my friend?" Gray took a good look at the man. The man was staring at the young man standing in front of him, a little stunned. The fact that Gray was able to track him here showed how outstanding he is. However, he didn't sense the aura of a sovereign, rather, he could tell that he was at the peak of the venerable plane. "You're the one that's coming?" The man asked. He suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, I should have stayed and killed that punk if I knew it was a kid that's coming." The man then looked at Gray, licking his lips maliciously. "Looks like I'll kill you first and turn you into a puppet. That stupid kid has halted my breakthrough. I need new supplements to help me achieve what I need." Oh, no wonder. Clouse has always been very wise. Gray understood the reason behind the use of such amount of heavy water. It was not only to track him down, if not he wouldn't have used this much, rather, it was to make it impossible for the man to break through to the sovereign plane. The fact that Clouse could think ahead even in their current state showed his incredible thought process. Gray looked at the man and said, "My friend, the ice guy, he wants me to bring you to him. Apparently, you angered him. I've only seen him this angry on one occasion, and the outcome wasn't nice." The man looked at Gray. "Even in this situation, I can take you on. I'll kill you and then kill them. You see, he's not the only one who's angry. I too am very angry, but I'm quite civil," Gray said with a cold smile. The man saw Gray's smile and he couldn't help but wonder what's wrong with the kids he encountered today. It was like they were all psychopaths. First it was Alice and Reynolds, and then Clouse who irritated him to no end, and now there's Gray. Unlike the others, he's getting a different feeling from Gray. It was the feeling of someone capable of achieving anything. The man's aura burst out and its domineering nature spread out. Even though the man hasn't broken through to the sovereign plane, he could be regarded as a pseudo-sovereign, an entity that almost got to the sovereign plane but failed due to some issues. There are some people who actually become too strong in the venerable plane and directly become pseudo-sovereigns, but they are rare. Most pseudo-sovereigns always tend to break through to the sovereign plane, only a handful find it impossible to achieve. "You think I'll be afraid because you're a fake sovereign?" Gray asked mockingly. The man looked at Gray. "Kid, I'll be a sovereign soon, and once I've attained that, I'll kill you and your friends. None of you will make it out alive. Even your family members will not be spared. If I take you to my family, you'd end up being a servant." Gray's words angered the man. The man exploded out and attacked. Gray was a multi-elementalist who had every element possible. There was no way he was on the same level as Clouse and the others the man was fighting. An earth wall came from the ground to block the attack. Bang! The man's attack hit the wall, but it only showed some cracks, it didn't fall apart. The man was taken aback when he saw this, and just as he was about to attack, he felt a sense of danger and turned to see Gray's fist coming towards his chest. The man knew there was no way to dodge the attack from such close distance. He used a black orb to strike Gray's fist, hoping to force Gray back. To his shock, this didn't deter Gray's fist, but the first moved faster and struck him cleanly on the chest. Gray looked at his fist and shook his head. "A shame I couldn't hit him full blow." The man was able to significantly reduce the impact of the attack thanks to the darkness orb he used to attack Gray at the last minute. The man slammed into Gray's earth wall, breaking it apart and continuing his crash. He crashed into some trees, felling them in the process. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at his state. "It hasn't even been minutes since I used that tonic. What's wrong with all these kids?" The man was stunned. He used a powerful healing tonic he acquired some years back. The tonic was able to make his healing faster and help him regrow the missing parts of his body. But now Gray's first attack has broken the ribs he just fixed. He couldn't believe all this happened from just one attack. When he thought about the fact that he didn't take the full powered attack but part of it, he shivered at the thought of what could happen to him when one of Gray's attacks hit. A space elementalist, no wonder he caught up with me so soon. The man had a worried expression on his face. Now he understood why the others were waiting for Gray. Although it has been just one attack, Gray has shown him that he wasn't like the others and was very deadly. The fact that he was a space elementalist made him even more dangerous. Being able to move wherever he wants against an opponent as slow as the man meant that he had the advantage in this fight. Of course, this doesn't mean the man can't fight with Gray, it just means that he would take a good beating, but there's hope for him to win as long as he fought with his brain. The man walked out of the place, watching Gray, who stood on the same spot, waiting for him. Cocky, I must say you have every reason to be. The man praised while spitting off the bit of blood that was still in his mouth, but one thing you should know is that disobeying your elders will never end kindly for you. You're strong, I'll give you that, but if you think you can kill me, then I'm sorry to say that you're dreaming. Gray tilted his head sideways, and after getting to an angle, he paused, gave a smile, and a black long slash appeared close to the man. Fuck! The man cursed unconsciously. The danger level of this attack was off the roof. And given how sudden the attack was, he didn't have time to react. He did his best to dodge the attack, but his left arm was hit and was cut off. Damn it! I just fixed one and now this. The man was irate, but this wasn't the time to feel that way. Gray was exceeding his expectations, and if this continued, then he would surely die at Gray's hands. He didn't want to die, especially now. Gray, like a machine, rushed after the man, dishing out one attack after another. The man blocked as if his life depended on it. Well, it did depend on it. Gray was a mixed form of Alice, Reynolds, and Clouse in one body. He had Clouse defense, both Alice and Reynolds' speed, and then Reynolds' explosiveness. Since he was a single entity, it meant he could work in better coordination compared to the others, and he also didn't have to worry about blocking attacks for anyone else. This is one of the reasons multi-elementalists are feared. However, not all of them are as well-rounded as Gray is. Gray has trained his elements very highly and also attained for domains. Doing that was unbelievable. Only a multi-elementalist like Gray could put a pseudo-sovereign in such a state. Other multi-elementalists, even if they were equipped with the elements Gray is using for this battle, they still wouldn't be able to achieve this feat. The man focused on defending. He was already injured from the previous battle. He hadn't completely healed up from that battle, but he had been injured once again. This was a depressing thing to experience. Gray wasn't in a hurry. He could tell the man wasn't in a good state, and taking him out would only take some time. Chapter 14:14. Boom! Bang! Damn it! Bang! Ah! What are you made of? An aggravated cry accompanied with pain sounded in the forest. The stone house had been destroyed, and this part of the forest had been almost wiped clean of trees from the impact of the battle between Gray and the man. Gray was currently using his armor. Not just that, but he activated his earth domain and made it thanks to a technique he acquired after consuming the tortoise's blood essence, which made his defense almost impenetrable. The man had managed to land a few attacks on Gray's body, but they all bounced off, which angered the man. It was like he was fighting against a figure that can't be harmed. What was the point of fighting against such a person? It was absolutely pointless. Escaping was out of the question. He knew he wasn't as fast as Gray, so there was no point even attempting that. Gray was relentless in his attacks, not giving the man any chance to even catch his breath. The man had tried to engage him in a conversation a few times since the start of the battle, but Gray hadn't obliged with his intentions, which he found very frustrating. That friend of yours will die soon, I can feel it. Why don't you take him somewhere he can get healed? The man tried to convince Gray. Gray didn't respond, using his blue flames to send a flaming wheel at the man. The man blocked the attack, but couldn't keep his footing and staggered back. Fine. I'll heal him. The man didn't want to take the risk of fighting a life-and-death battle with Gray. One of his hands has been cut off and so had some ribs been broken, but he could work them out later on. If the battle continued, he honestly did not know what the outcome would be, but he was sure that his chances were pretty low. He's a veteran and knows when there's a chance and when there isn't. I'll take care of him, you don't have to bother about him. Worry about your life. Gray finally responded, but it wasn't a reply the man was hoping to get. Fine, since that's how you want it, I'll accompany you. After killing you, I'll hunt every single person you know. The man said with a cold expression, and a little figure appeared before him. I've dedicated my life's work into her body. She contains so much energy, with it, I'll be able to instantly break through to the sovereign plane and end you. The man laughed evilly. As much as he wanted to bring his daughter back to life, his life is the most important in the end. At the moment, there was no way to save his life. If he fought with Gray in this state, he would undoubtedly be defeated and killed. He raised his hand towards the little figure, and just when he was about to grab her, the figure didn't react the way he wanted. He looked at it and the little figure wasn't as little as it used to be. Rather, a cold-looking young man was standing in front of him, a punch heading his way. Gray switched places with the puppet the man brought out. He tried to cut the connection the man had with it and realized it was actually very different from the other puppets he had encountered. He could break the connection, but it wouldn't be instantaneous, so he did the next best thing. He didn't know what the man wanted to do, but luckily, the man spilled the beans. The man reacted quickly, and created a thick darkness dome that he used to block the attack. He was covered in the dome, but he was sent flying while still in the dome. Gray didn't stand to watch. He rushed to where the little girl was, and when he saw that she was dead but turned into a puppet, he felt irritated at the man. He wanted to kill the man when he saw this. He sensed the girl's body and noticed what the man said: there truly is a vast amount of pure energy in her body. Gray kept the puppet in his spatial storage, while warning Void not to touch it. He wanted to study how the man was able to achieve this feat. "Where did you put her?" The man's enraged roar came out from the darkness dome that had cracks all around. The man wasn't like his previous state, rather, he looked to have entered a frenzied state. "Looks like this girl is important to you," Gray commented. "That's my daughter, hand her over." The man attacked while speaking. The man suddenly grew faster and even his aura changed slightly. Gray looked at the man and frowned. At this rate he will break through. Even with Clouse heavy water, it could only slow down the breakthrough, not stop it completely. The man is in an enraged state and his senses are heightened. This was normal for elementalists, especially those close to a breakthrough. A small change in emotions or even environment can arouse them and hasten the breakthrough. Good thing Clouse used a lot. Gray heaved a sigh. If the man truly broke through, then he would escape without looking back. No matter how strong the man would become, there was no way he could travel thousands of meters in one step. But Gray could do that in his current state and he would leave in a flash. But due to Clouse using a lot of heavy water, even with the change in emotion, there was no way he would be able to break through soon. Gray attacked the man, but the man blocked it. He was in a stronger state compared to before and he attacked. This time, he was the relentless attacker. However, against an opponent like Gray, that was the worst thing to do. After 2 attacks, the man didn't attack in that manner and switched up very quickly. The man was still taking the lead, but he didn't try to force his way against Gray anymore. Rather, he started attacking ingeniously. Gray started to show signs of some struggle keeping up with the man. He was faster, but the man managed to break through his defense 2 times and each of the man's attacks were dangerous. If not for his strong physique, he wouldn't be standing. The man was dumbfounded at the fact that Gray was still standing. He knew that he had only hit him twice, but each of those attacks was enough to take the life of a regular peak venerable. Even if Gray was not a regular venerable, he should still show the signs of the attack, but Gray still had the same demeanor and movement from the start. It was as if he hadn't been hit by any attack. Gray continued fighting and the man soon made use of an array which surprised Gray, but then he recalled about the array he shattered when he arrived. A battle of arrays had always intrigued Gray. He didn't stop the man, rather, he also created a quick array. He didn't spend too much time and his array was ready when the man's attack was heading his way. His array blocked the attack coming his way, making sure it couldn't touch him. The man's eyes were filled with shock when he saw Gray using an array as well. "What are you made of?" the man asked once again. At the moment he purely believed that Gray was given birth to, rather, he was created by someone. There is no way a human should have such abilities at such a young age. Gray didn't reply to the man as he continued to use his array to attack the man. The man blocked the attack and tried to get closer to Gray. With the help of another array, his speed increased significantly and he was as fast as Reynolds. Gray used his space element to create a distance between them once again and continued his battle. He didn't want to allow the man to get close to him. The man's current strength meant that a close battle would be dangerous for him. If he was hit by another of the man's attacks, he wouldn't be able to hold up and might cave in. Once that happens, the man would be able to kill him. The man noticed that Gray didn't want him close to him and realized his attacks were working, it's just that they weren't enough to take Gray down yet. This thought amazed him. Anyone else would have been down after being hit with them, but Gray was still fighting such a high-intensity battle. A remarkable specimen. I'll keep his corpse intact. Such a puppet will take me to the top. And since his daughter was with Gray, he had to make sure Gray releases her before he dies. Chapter 14:15. Bam! Gray's figure slammed into the ground, bouncing off it. Gray didn't let his body hit the ground again. He quickly regained himself and flew into the air. Damn it! This guy is getting stronger. Gray could not only sense the man getting stronger, but he could feel it, literally. The man has been able to break through his defense once again and even managed to break a rib with his attack. Gray's defenses were terrific, yet the man was able to get through them. The man saw Gray standing once again and felt a surge of anger build up. Gray was too strong. He thought he would be able to take him down after his sudden increase in strength, but it seems that's not going to be the case. Gray still being able to stand up that fast shows that he's still ready for a fight. Kid, have you seen my puppets? They will bring pride to your body. I will bring pride to your corpse. Just give me back my daughter and kill yourself, you won't feel any pain. The man said. How stupid do you think I am? Gray asked with a straight face. He chuckled and said, you might have the advantage for now, but do you think I haven't been preparing for this? The man was taken aback, but the sight of a multicolored orb brought him back to reality. He could feel a chill run down his spine. Not just that, but there was a certain unique energy he could feel from this that somewhat inspired him. The man acted quickly and dodged the attack. Although impacted by the after effect of the attack, he was able to dodge it. You kids keep motivating me. The man yelled and 3 figures appeared. They were all puppets in the sage plane. However, something strange started to happen. These puppets started to merge. Fuck! Even Gray couldn't keep calm when he saw this. If Clouse were here, he would have scolded him for giving the bad guy ideas just like Reynolds. Gray acted quickly, and another orb was sent toward these puppets. This time, the orb was different. He infused more space elemental essence into it to make it more of a spatial attack, but dangerous nonetheless. The reason for this is that the spatial tear the space element of the attack will create will be amplified by the other elements, and this will in turn make the turbulence even more dangerous. The man saw the attack and without thinking, he retreated from the area. As he was retreating, the orb exploded and the puppets were torn to shreds before his eyes. Even the shreds vanished from the surface of the world. The man clicked his tongue and took another look at Gray. You have so much in your arsenal. If you had met me some hours before this, then I would have not been able to even put up a fight with you. I could barely fight with the lightning guy, much less you. That's even more dangerous. The man said. He didn't mince his words. Gray truly was a terrific individual. He was powerful and knew how to use his powers. He didn't hold back while fighting and was also very strategic. The man was about to move but was hit by an attack that he didn't see come from Gray. He raised his head and saw 2 inscriptions in the sky. An inscriber? You truly are a remarkable specimen. I'll enjoy working on you. The man said with a vicious smile. Don't worry, I also have plans for you. But my friend will be the one to execute them. Gray said and attacked. The man didn't fret and continued fighting with Gray. The battle had gotten to its peak, and the man could tell that in a few minutes, he would be able to break through. Now, he wasn't afraid that Gray would stop him. Rather, he wanted to keep Gray alive until after he broke through. Gray saw the man's eyes, and could somewhat tell what was going through it. Void, extract whatever is in that girl. She's a little girl. She's dead. You're aware of that, right? Oh, I'm working on it now. Wow. Such an amazing thing. If I eat this, I'll break through. You break through either way, don't you dare eat it. Gray was arguing with Void, who wanted to eat the energy while also fighting with the man. The man was stronger, but Gray's speed and inscriptions evened the odds. Now, he changed the use of his Earth domain. Rather than using it for defense, he used it as part of his offense. The change in gravity put the man off, giving him a chance to attack. But the man was so strong that even though he was getting hit repeatedly, he was still able to stand and fight. The man was tenacious. This could be seen from his battle with Clouse and the others. Even after losing an arm and leg, he was still ready to fight with them. This was all due to him cutting off his pain receptors. Gray could sense that the man didn't seem to feel any pain and couldn't help but wonder why. At the start of the battle, the man would occasionally scream from pain, but all of a sudden, he stopped. It was as if he was a different person. "How come you're this way?" he asked. "No pain? Easy, let me kill you," the man said with a smile. "I'm sorry, but I'll pass." Gray didn't bother and continued attacking the man. He didn't care if the man could feel pain or not, it had nothing to do with him. While the battle was going on, the two inscriptions, which were attacking the man, had already stopped, and something new was taking shape. The inscriptions were merging. Just like Gray's fusion orb, he was using his fusion inscriptions. With them merging, he would be able to unleash a great attack. The reason he was slightly hesitant is that he didn't know if the man will be able to survive the attack. Clouse would kill him if he took the corpse of the man back, or if he couldn't come back with a corpse. The man didn't sense the inscriptions merging, he was fighting with vigor. As the battle went on, he could feel himself growing stronger. The feeling was intoxicating, and he placed all his focus on learning more about Gray as they fought. This was the best way to understand Gray's strength. Boom! Bang! The battle continued, and a change suddenly appeared in the sky. The change made the man halt his battle, and he forced Gray to retreat. "Ha ha ha! It's finally time. I'll become a sovereign and end all this." The man laughed in delight. He looked at Gray and said, "Kid, it's your honor to watch me become a sovereign. Watch as the world gathers all the energy and help me break through and become a sovereign." Gray looked at the man. Breaking through to the sovereign plane doesn't cause too much commotion, only those around a few kilometers away can sense the exact position of the person breaking through. Not just that, but other sovereigns can sense the appearance of a new sovereign within a few thousand kilometers around them. But they can't pinpoint the location. Gray looked into the sky, and then at the man. He gritted his teeth and created two more inscriptions. He could barely control the two-element fusion inscription, but he wanted to add to more. He wanted to attack the man before he broke through. With the surplus energy present here, he didn't have to worry about not being able to have enough essence to sustain the inscriptions. The man laughed as he looked at Gray's face. The emergence of the other two inscriptions alerted the man, and he noticed what was happening. "Ha ha ha, a futile effort. To show my benevolence, I'll allow you to do whatever you want. Besides, it'll only take a few seconds before I break through." Gray gritted his teeth, and the other two inscriptions started to merge with the already merged two. Halfway through, the expression of the man changed drastically. He couldn't sense the aura from them due to the change in the sky, but now that he sensed them due to the instability after Gray added more, he was alarmed. Whatever Gray was doing was too dangerous. Without even thinking, he tried to retreat, but it was too late. Gray couldn't control the inscriptions, and they exploded. Boom! The explosion was so massive that it covered over a 5-kilometer radius. The sky, which had energy gathered from the man who was about to break through, was destroyed. Not even a bit of energy was left after the explosion happened. The man who tried to escape was caught toward the edge of the explosion and was struck down, but that was not what scared him. What scared him was that he couldn't feel anything from the universe, rather, his aura started to decline. He broke the universe? This was the only question in his head as he crashed to the ground. Chapter 14:16. Bang! The man crashed into the ground, dazed from what he just witnessed. Gray was on the other side of the explosion. He was also impacted by it and felt a tinge of burning sensation as the heat from the explosion blew past his skin. The result of the explosion was beyond Gray's imagination. He knew it would be strong, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. "He broke through?" he murmured, but then he looked at the sky and shook his head. "No, that's not how this usually works. The energy should have been transferred into his body, but now the energy has dispersed." Gray thought hard, and he came to the same conclusion as the man. He has forcibly stopped the man from breaking through to the sovereign plane by destroying the energy that gathered in the sky. But that shouldn't be possible, right? Gray was left speechless by his deduction. If he's accurate, doesn't that mean others could stop people from breaking through to the sovereign plane at the last minute? Just the thought of it alone scared him. If the world were to find out about this, then everyone would be more secretive when they want to break through and have trusted people to guard them from any potential attacks on the energy. Gray was baffled at the scene. He had never heard of the energy being dispersed before. Is it that no one ever attempted to do this? He wondered as he took to the sky, patiently awaiting for when the explosion would die down. Without the explosion dying down, he could already sense the energy that was destroyed. He literally blew a hole in the sky, causing a large spatial tear. This is something incredulous on its own. Dispersing the energy a venerable wants to use to get to the sovereign plane was even more unbelievable. Gray could sense the presence of the man. He marked him after all and could tell that he wasn't far away. Just like Gray, he was also impacted by the attack. But unlike Gray, he wasn't fast enough to get to a place with minimal damage, so he was injured from it. Gray didn't wait for too long as the explosion died down within a minute or so, and he went straight to where the man was located. When he got there, he saw a figure that seemed lifeless. The man was alive, clearly still alive, but his eyes were listless. It was obvious that he still couldn't accept the fact that Gray stopped his breakthrough in such a manner. It was too shocking to accept. Gray shook his head when he saw this man. There's no point with me causing you any more harm. Clouse would know what to do with you. You're of no threat to anyone like this. The initial plan was to destroy the man's cultivation base, but right now, he could sense that the man's cultivation stage dropped from being a pseudo-sovereign to being an 8th stage elemental venerable. Gray didn't know the backlash from not being able to break through a major plane would be this alarming. I really need to be extra careful henceforth. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if he attempts to break through, and while in the process of breaking through, he fails. Clouse would not let him hear the end of it. Not just that, but there were also his enemies who would capitalize on this any chance they get. Gray knew not just the gnomes were his enemies, there were also some figures who he had offended in one way or the other who were looking to take him out. There's also the necromancers. He didn't dwell on this issue. It was something for the future. It wasn't like he had any plans of failing to break through in the future, so there was no point in thinking about it. If something like that were to happen, he'll go hide behind his father. That's the use of having a strong background, and a powerful father too. Gray looked at his clothes and realized they had been destroyed from the battle. With a quick movement, he changed and picked up the man who didn't even try to resist. He took the man who seemed to be lifeless with him as he left the site, leaving a wreckage behind. On Gray's friend's end. What's taking him so long? That silly thing is still moving. Clouse studied Reynolds intensely and said, He will return soon. You know that man is powerful. Alice said, What do you mean? We left that guy at death's door before handing him over to Gray. If I were to catch him in that state at my peak, I would have killed him already. Clouse complained. He looked into the sky and said, Gray's always so slow. You're not even as powerful as he is, yet you're acting all high and mighty. Alice rolled her eyes, but there was worry in her face. Just like Clouse, she was worried for Reynolds' safety. Ares looked at Clouse, dumbstruck. Clouse was just on another level. Just as Clouse was about to continue speaking ill of Gray, a fissure tore in the sky and Gray's figure slipped through it elegantly. On his shoulder was the man who wasn't moving. You killed him? Alice asked. Gray tossed the man to the ground and chuckled sinisterly. No, I destroyed his hope of breaking through. Oh, I see. He's in the 8th stage now. Alice nodded after studying the man. It wasn't hard to get the current cultivation stage of the man. He wasn't trying to hide it anyway. The man could barely even see them. His eyes were focused on the sky, and he finally opened his mouth. How is it possible to destroy the sky? He looked at Gray and said, The universe is unshakable. How can you destroy the energy? That's impossible. As the man was speaking, everyone could see that he was on the verge of going mad. He saw something that left him in a state that shaked him up. Ares looked at Gray, and then at the man. She couldn't help but wonder what Gray did that left the man in such a state. Halting the man's breakthrough shouldn't make him go mad, unless he did it in a manner that shouldn't be possible. He destroyed the energy? Ares wondered, and then she recalled the process of breaking through to the sovereign plane. During the process, the world would gather a special energy and fill up the body of the venerable that is breaking through. That can be destroyed? She blurted out with a shocked expression. Who knew? Gray shrugged, not too bothered about it. He looked at Reynolds, and then at the man. Fix him. What are you? The man asked, are you the descendant of a god? Only gods can achieve what you just did. Tell me. I'm ready to be your slave. The descendant of a god would definitely know a lot of secrets. If Gray were to take him in, he would be able to bring back his daughter. Are you brain dead? Clouse spoke up when he heard the man's demands. We want to kill you and you're begging to become his slave? Do you think we'd take an evil person like you in? Clouse asked. Actually, it's not a bad idea. Although he's a necromancer, and I detest necromancers, I do have someone there that provides me with some information. It's been a while since I contacted him. I wonder if he knows my identity now. Gray said with a thoughtful expression. The man did something that intrigued him, which was merging the puppets. As much as he hates necromancers, this man is clearly a genius. Having such a servant isn't a bad thing, but it's not generally a good thing either. With how smart the man is, no matter what he does to him, there's a good chance he will be able to destroy it. So even placing an array in his brain or heart wouldn't really be of much help. Gray, are you crazy? He tried to kill Ray. Clouse felt like smacking Gray's head. I know, but what's the harm of having one of the enemy's guys? We get more information and other benefits. There's just the fear of him leaking a few things. Gray shrugged. He looked at the man seriously, contemplating if it was worth the risk. The man would be a good addition to those he has taken in. He just needs to make sure the man's in check and everything would be good. Heal my friend, we'll talk after. Gray pointed to Reynolds, and just as the man was about to move, also, I'm no descendant of a god. The man froze when he heard this, clearly hesitating. Your choice. Gray walked to the side after saying this. He was a little tired from the fight, and a few ribs were broken which needs fixing. Chapter 14:17. You're just going to leave Ray's life in his hands? Alice walked up to Gray when she saw him walking away. There are 2 peak venerables there. If they can't even stop him before he does anything to Reynolds, then they're useless. Gray said calmly, then he looked at Alice with a smile and said, besides, do you think I'd be that careless with Ray's life? The technique he used is very delicate. If I'm not careful, I might kill Ray while trying to help him. I'm not sure the gnomes will even be able to create something like this. He added. A look of realization appeared on Alice's face. Now she understood why Gray asked the man to heal Reynolds first. He was afraid of harming Reynolds and could tell that this technique isn't as simple as he thought. He could solve it, but he would need a lot of time, and from the movement of the dark patches on Reynolds' body, they clearly didn't have that much time. He couldn't take the risk of trying out what he could when there's a chance he might be mistaken and then harm Reynolds in the process. This is one of the main reasons he decided to listen to the man. Of course, there's also the part where the man is a genius. Having someone like this isn't too bad. Controlling him might be an issue, but he has his ways of tracking the man if needs be. All he needs to do is ensure that there's something he can implant in the man's core, and he's about to think of it. The man seems to be an expert in arrays, so doing that wouldn't be good. Ah! I got it! Gray suddenly exclaimed. Alice looked at Gray, wondering what's wrong with him this time. I have a way to control him. Gray chuckled devilishly. Sometimes I wonder who's more evil, you or Clouse. Alice shook her head. Clouse is stupid, you can't compare him to myself. Gray laughed. What's your plan in controlling him then? Alice asked. He has to agree to be my servant first. I'll take him to my father when we're going back. Gray didn't say and looked at the man who seemed lost in thought. To be honest, Gray was a little worried since they didn't have all the time. Just when he was about to lose it, he saw the man make a move. The man opened his remaining arm and the dark patches on Reynolds' body started to move. Even while Reynolds was still frozen, they could see the dark patches receding. Good, he has made his choice. Gray's eyes closed to a slit. His plan of controlling the man was actually simple, implanting 2 fusion orbs in the core of the man. He would use an array to keep them stable. The second the man or any array master dares to even touch it, without Gray's presence there, the fusion orbs will explode. Also, if Gray were to die, the fusion orb would explode too. For someone like the man who had a good grasp of arrays, this was the best way to get him under control. Even if the man tries to break it, as long as even a tiny bit of the fusion orb absorbs outside energy, it would explode. The orbs being in the body of the man wouldn't impair the man's cultivation, so it was quite safe. Mind telling me how you intend to control him now? Alice heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the patches on Reynolds' body slowly fading off. Simple. Gray went on to explain how the fusion orb would work. When Alice heard that if Gray dies, so does the man, she was flabbergasted at her friend's mind. Don't give me that look. I'm only sparing his life cause I feel he has some use to me. If I'm no longer alive, what's he living for? Gray shrugged when he saw Alice's look. Oh, he has information on a spy in the Phoenix faction that gives him information and sends young talents his way for his research purposes and making them his corpse puppets. Alice recalled the man's words and said, That's originally the Phoenix faction's business. Gray didn't seem to mind. Ares heard him speak about this, so we have to take out the necromancer in there. Alice said. Oh, I'll ask him. He should be able to tell us the identity of these people. We'll kill them before leaving. Gray said. What about him? Alice pointed at the man. He'll continue staying here, just without his diabolical things. When we're heading back from our tour of the continent, I'll come pick him up. Gray said. You already have all this figured out. Alice praised. Of course, I think thoroughly before making decisions like this. Gray replied with a smug smile. He's done. Gray said after seeing the man collapse on the ground, exhausted. The process wasn't an easy one. You're lucky you removed this shitty thing from his body. Clouse said coldly. He didn't like the man since he tried to kill Reynolds, well, not just Reynolds, but himself as well. Why should he have a good impression of someone like that? But then thinking about it, the man wasn't wrong with some of his words. After all, this was a world where the strong rule and the weak can only be stepped on. The only reason they could force the man to heal Reynolds was because Gray was powerful and the man was weak. Clouse thawed the ice on Reynolds' body, staring at his friend whose face had previously gone pale regain some color. It didn't take long before Reynolds regained consciousness. He looked around, and seeing the man, he instantly went into attack mode. Take off that ugly armor, you clown. He's not an enemy, at least right now he isn't. Clouse calmed Reynolds down when he saw him about to attack the man. Reynolds, although just regaining consciousness, didn't argue and removed his armor. He looked around and saw Alice and Gray talking on the side. Oh, he's here already. No wonder. He said calmly, and then a look of shock appeared on his face when he sensed the man's cultivation stage. What happened to him? Clouse looked at the figure Reynolds was pointing at and motioned with his head at Gray. Apparently he blew up the sky. Blew up the sky? Reynolds was confused. If my speculation is right, Gray forcefully stopped him from breaking through even at the last minute, hence the backlash. Clouse said with a hand on his chin. That shouldn't be possible unless he killed him, but he didn't kill him, so how was it possible? Ares interjected in the conversation. He blew up the energy that the world gathered for me. The man said in a low voice. I've heard you say it, but how's that possible? The energy isn't tangible to anyone else except the person it's meant for. How did he blow it up? Ares asked, her expression showing that she wanted to find out what Gray possibly did to achieve such a feat. The man was about to speak when Gray walked over. It's nothing serious. I just blew it up, like he said. What's the point of asking so much? Gray's eyes had a nonchalant gaze, but Ares could tell it wasn't that simple. Knowing that she was somewhat overstepping her boundaries, she shook her head and said, It's nothing, I was just curious, that's all. All right. Since we're done here, I'll be leaving with him. Gray said that, nodded to his friends, telling them he was still busy with the array, and left with the man. Clouse and Reynolds stretched their bodies and then took a glance at Ares. Anywhere else we can go? You heard what he said, he's still busy with the array. I have to ask that man some questions. Ares said. She didn't have the time to ask about the person passing on the information from her faction. This was a matter of utmost importance to the faction. Don't worry, I've spoken to him. We'll make sure you get the information of the person before we leave. We're not fans of necromancers either. Alice smiled at Ares. Ares, hearing Alice speak, knew Grey would not hinder her from finding out this information. All right, let's continue then. There are a few places we can go that wouldn't be as dangerous as this, and will be within our level. Ares replied. This was within our level, there were just a few mishaps. Alice consoled her when she saw her expression. Ares nodded and then walked forward, taking them in the direction of the place they could go to spend time before Grey finished with his array deduction with the Phoenix faction leader. The group followed behind her. They were all fired up after their last battle, Alice especially. She could feel the birth of something new in her. Chapter 14:18. You decided to follow me, I presume? Grey asked the man with his hands behind his back as the duo stood on top of a cliff. The man hung his head low and nodded. Yes, you might not be of a god's descent, but you are still unique, nevertheless. I see. You are following me purely for your selfish desires. Grey turned to look at the face of the man. Yes. I won't hide it, I didn't decide to follow you because of the fear of death. I had already given up when you created a hole in the universe, but then my curiosity kicked in and I want to know more about the individual who could do something like this. How better to know if not following? The man didn't hide his intentions, he was genuinely curious about Grey and what other abilities he possessed. This was a genius who could quickly learn a few things just from looking at them. Seeing Grey, it was like a box of surprises waiting to be opened to him. He wanted to spend time with Grey so he could see to what extent he could learn. The attack Grey used to destroy the sky intrigued him too. Selfish, good, very good. Grey nodded, he paused and said, I can't leave you out of a way to control you, so even if you want to follow me, your life and death will be in my hands. The man didn't argue, I'm aware of this. I'll be dead if you didn't agree for me to follow you, so do as you may. Grey was pleased with the man, he didn't stress him, which was something he expected, but to his surprise, the man was already aware of what was coming and had embraced it with open arms. Grey didn't delay and created a fusion orb, while also making a fusion inscription, before sealing them with his array. He made sure to leave them in an unstable state, this way, the second the array formation was touched by outside force other than him, it would explode. You see this, the moment I die, so do you. Grey didn't hide that part of the information. The man didn't argue, what do you want me to do as my first task? First off, I would like to get the name of the person who is working with you from the Phoenix faction, and some information about any potential necromancer's camp lying around. I have some hatred for gnomes and necromancers, and want to wipe them off the surface of this world. Maybe not all the gnomes, but necromancers have to go. Grey said calmly. I see, there are 2 hideouts in this region. You probably wouldn't be able to do anything to one of them since they have a sovereign, but the other one is within your abilities. There are 6 peak venerables and 1 pseudo-sovereign, you and your friends will be able to deal with him. The man said, then he looked at Grey and said, also, as for the person in the Phoenix faction, he's pretty high ranked, but he's still in the venerable plane, so it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with him. When you're ready I'll fix a meeting with him. Grey was impressed at the man's words and nodded, you can return to whatever you're doing. Stop killing people, I don't like it when innocents die. You can kill those who are enemies and do whatever you want with them. But those who are not shall not be tolerated. One wrong move and it'll be the end of you. Yes, young master. The man bowed. I don't really like formalities, you can call me Grey. Grey waved his hand. Grey. The man fell silent when he heard the name, it sounded familiar to him. His eyes suddenly widened and he asked, you're Grey Dawson? Oh, I'm that famous? Grey raised a brow. He knew all the necromancers knew of him, but he wanted to play it cool. Even the entire gnome race knew of him, why wouldn't the necromancers? Almost every top family and faction in the Aurora continent has heard of the name Grey Dawson due to the kill order placed on his head. There are a few people who were hoping to cash in on his head with the gnomes. I get why you're such a wonder now. The man commented. Grey laughed and looked away, I'll be leaving now. Just keep doing you, without killing innocent people and youths from top factions. I don't want any dirt on my name. As you can see, it's quite prestigious." The man didn't say anything and watched on as Gray disappeared from view. "Such a strange boy. How can I contact him?" The man muttered, but to his surprise, a small plaque appeared on his hands, and he heard Gray's voice from the void. "I'll be reaching you through this. If you have anything good for me, you can tell me. Other than business, don't randomly reach out. I'm a very busy person." The man held the plaque, and it was a communication device he had never seen before. He sensed it and was intrigued. "There's a mark on this. He can use this to track me whenever he wants to. Is there a way I can override this to also get his location?" The man started fiddling with the array on the plaque, and a smile appeared on his face. "It's a one-way away. Such a smart figure. There's no way I can track him, but he can track me as long as I have this item." The man kept it in his spatial ring, and then a dull look appeared on his face. All his puppets had been destroyed, and even the one of his daughter was taken forcibly by Gray. If he had known he was fighting with the famous Gray, he would never have dared to bring out the puppet of his daughter. It was like showing a thief the location of one's wealth, especially when you can't protect it. He sighed. Forget it, forget it. There's no way he's getting that back from Gray. At most he'll still continue his research, but not kill innocents. Luckily, there are quite a good number of bad guys in the world of elementalists. All he has to do is find one, and he'll be able to continue his research. He looked around. "I need to heal up. I'm out of good items for healing. Guess I'll have to take my time." The man left to search for a good hiding spot where he could safely recuperate from his injuries. He could tell his injuries were quite severe, but since he can't feel the pain after cutting his pain receptors, he didn't mind. Since he was still alive, he could heal himself. 2 more days went by. Gray was still in the Phoenix faction, deciphering the array formation with the faction leader while his friends were still out. The array was too complex, and even with all the time spent, they've still not broken much of the array. At this rate, Gray knew the only way he could get this was by staying indoors with the faction leader for at least a year, maybe even 2 or 5. He didn't have that time, and with no other choice, he gave up. There's no point in trying to decipher it right now. It wasn't like he needed to use it right away. The Phoenix faction leader was tempted to keep him in the faction so they could decipher the array formation. He has been trying for so long, and a little kid coming helped him out with his insightfulness. He didn't want to stop it, but he knew he couldn't keep Gray in the faction. "It has been wonderful working with you on the array," the faction leader said with a smile. "The honor is mine." Gray bowed to show his respect. He was about to leave when he recalled something and turned to the faction leader. "Oh, I have some information that one of your top faction members, still in the Venerable Plane, is working with the necromancers." He hadn't told the faction leader of the reason he left earlier, only telling him now that he wants to leave. "The rat has finally exposed himself, I see. Do you know him?" the faction leader asked. Clearly, he was aware of a rat in the faction, he just didn't know who. "I'll need a week. Until then, I'll go hang out with my friends," Gray replied. He then added, "Once he has been caught, Ares will bring him to you." The faction leader nodded. He knew of Gray being someone the gnomes loathed, which means the same goes for necromancers. As long as Gray was willing to help take out this rat, he didn't have any problems with it. Gray nodded and left. He was also contemplating if he should divulge the location of the necromancer's hideout with the sovereign in it to the faction leader. Chapter 14:19. Gray left the Phoenix faction and went to search for Clouse and the rest. Being able to locate them made it very easy, and after a few hours of constant flying and teleportation over long distances, he was able to locate the group of 4 on their way to a cave. "You guys have been busy," he said when he sensed the aura of all 4. They seemed to have been having battles upon battles since he left them. It was very evident in their aura, as there was a sharp killing intent looming around them. Anyone with sharp senses will be able to sense it from some distance away. "Not as busy as you, oh young Master Gray." Clouse bowed theatrically. Gray knew what he was implying and chuckled. "It's not as easy as you see it. Either way, I have a good place for us." Seeing Gray's eyes, they knew that Gray had plans of taking them somewhere dangerous, well, dangerous enough for them to survive, at least. Where might that be? Alice asked. A necromancer's camp. Gray gave a soft smile. Those guys are too easy for you to deal with. Why do you want us? Clouse said. This is a chance to kill some necromancers. Gray shrugged, seeing Clouse's reluctance. He looked at the others, you guys in awe. I'm in. Clouse was the first to raise his hand. The others nodded as well. They didn't have any good impression of necromancers and wouldn't mind killing all of them. Before that, we have some barbarians we want to deal with. They've been hunting people from a neighboring town and eating them. Alice said. Did you say eat? Gray asked for confirmation. The group nodded. Gray shivered at the thought of barbarians hunting and eating people. He didn't really see them as another race, he just saw them as overgrown humans. But from the looks of things, it looks like he was wrong. All right then. Let's go, I have nothing to do for now. He opted to follow them. The group had no problem with having Gray with them. If anything, it would ensure their safety. With Gray's presence, their chances of survival and facing harm has reduced significantly. Well, there were few things below the sovereign plane that could harm them. However, if they were outnumbered, they would be in serious trouble. With Gray in their group, they would be able to escape with relative ease. Gray's space element makes him a great figure for escaping. Gray didn't know what the others had in mind as they all walked towards the reported location of the barbarians. Gray asked and found out only a few barbarians eat humans right now. According to what Ares knew, during older times, most barbarians tend to enjoy human flesh, but then humans rose to the peak of the world. Having the strongest individuals in the world meant that they had the highest authority. For the safety of their race, most barbarians stopped eating humans and resorted to eating the meat of magical beasts, just like most humans. Only a handful of tribes among the barbarians feast on humans, the others would kill when provoked, but they try to avoid conflict with humans as much as possible. Some hours later, they got to the location of the barbarians, and they saw large cages hanging in the air, and humans could be seen in them. Each cage contained at least 10 people, and a maximum of 20 people. There were over 15 cages, and each was occupied except one. Well, these guys have been eating well. Clouse gave a sarcastic comment when he saw the pile of bones that was on the side of the tribe. The tribe wasn't large, around 300 square meters. Like any tribe, it contained kids, women, and old people. The strong men were stationed close to the gates, and some of them were scouting the place to ensure they were safe. Gray stared at the people that were hanging in the sky, shaking his head. He didn't feel any emotions from the view since he also kills magical beasts and doesn't feel they were any different from humans other than being from another race. Unfortunately, he was human and had to fight against anything that threatens the human race. As much as it sounded hypocritical, it was life, and there was no way to change it. If he were to come from the barbarian race, he would have also hated humans and wanted to kill them since they're threatening his race. There are quite a few venerables present. Gray said to the group. Have an exact number? Clouse asked. Probably over 50. But only 10 of them are in the late stages and above. However, there's another aura I'm sensing, more powerful than a peak venerable, but not in the sovereign plane. Gray replied. A pseudo-sovereign? The others asked. Gray nodded. I'll take care of whoever the person is. Clouse said hurriedly. You're only at the peak, how can you defeat him? Gray asked. You're also at the peak, why can you defeat him and I can't? Clouse retorted. Probably, because I'm stronger than you are? Gray raised a brow. Fair point, you take him, I'll deal with those at the peak. Clouse didn't even try to argue with Gray and just moved on. Even though he said he wanted to take care of the pseudo-sovereign, he didn't mean it in any way. There was no way he would fight a pseudo-sovereign. The last time he fought someone like that, he almost died, even with the help of Alice, Reynolds, and Ares. Gray looked at the others and said, we should deal with those scouting. This is a tribe that will never stop this act unless eradicated. None will be left alive? Alice asked. Unfortunately not. They already have these act planted in them. No matter how you try to change it, they will eventually revert back to the same old ways at the slightest chance. You know this, you just don't want to kill the kids. Clouse explained. Alice dropped her head. Aries had the same reaction as Alice to Clouse' words. They knew he was correct, but the thought of having to kill even the defenseless children didn't sit right with them. Sometimes, we have to sacrifice parts of us for the greater good of humans. That's what it means to be stronger. Reynolds said. Since when did you start giving motivational words? Clouse laughed when he heard Reynolds' words. What do you mean? Reynolds frowned. He looked at Gray and said, so you two can say these things, but I can't. Technically, yes. Clouse nodded with a serious expression. You two are crazy. Reynolds gritted his teeth at the fact that Clouse and Gray were making fun of him. Gray and Clouse on the other hand were laughing, holding themselves back not to laugh too loud and draw attention to them. After they were done laughing, Gray said, we should get to work. Spread out, kill any barbarian you find. We'll wipe out the tribe when we're done with that. Aries nodded and went out. Alice looked at the children in the tribe a little longer and left. If she were killing men and women capable of fighting, then she could do that, but against unarmed children like these, she didn't like it. Clouse and Reynolds didn't have any reluctance as they went their separate ways. Gray looked at the place, the children playing, and then turned his gaze to those in the cages in the air. Those were humans, yet they were trapped in such a state. A shame. I don't really like such acts, but it's something I can't stop. He shook his head and vanished from view. He could sense a few barbarians close by, but his friends were going after those people, so he turned his attention to farther places. Unlike the others who were starting from here, he was going to kill from the other side. Gray was fast, the scouts weren't in the venerable plane yet. There was no way a sage plane elementalist could sense Gray's presence. With a short movement, the figure of the person disappears from view. Gray was killing them within a second. None of them could stand a chance against him. Not just him, Clouse and Reynolds were on a rampage as well, killing whoever they saw. In no time, they've wiped out all the scouts and rendezvous at the same place. All dead on your end? Clouse asked. Gray nodded. What about you guys? Ice sculptures all around. They will shatter in a few minutes. Clouse replied. Alice and Aries nodded when they saw the gazes of the guys. All right, since that's the case. Let's go save some people. Clouse stood up, taking the lead. No plan? Aries asked. What's the point? Only those in the late stages and at the peak are our concern. The others will not be able to withstand the aftershock of the battle. Clouse shrugged, standing at the front gates of the tribe. Chapter 14:20. The barbarians standing at the gate were alarmed when they suddenly saw a young human standing in front of them with a smug smile on his face. Before they could say a word, Clouse opened his arm and they were frozen solid. Clouse looked at the two figures with a smile and said, so easy. Come on, let's go on a rampage. He let out a burst of laughter and rushed into the tribe, unleashing his domain at everything. He wasn't soft-hearted like Alice and Aries, and since his method was the least harmful to the defenseless children, he opted to use his ice domain, freezing anyone below the venerable plane. Those in the sage plane couldn't fight against the cold and only managed to withstand it for a few seconds before freezing. Clouse walked through the tribe, unhindered. Before anyone stepped up, Clouse had frozen almost half of the tribe. Most of them being the children. Such vile human, you will pay for this evil act. A scream of anger came from the middle of the tribe, accompanied with an overbearing aura that shot towards Clouse. When Clouse sensed it, he couldn't help but feel his heartbeat increase, not from fear but from excitement. He wanted to test just how powerful such a figure could be. Bud, leave him to me for a few seconds, please. He begged Gray, who had appeared in the sky above him. Gray looked down at Clouse's eyes, and when he saw the excitement, he couldn't help but sigh. With no other choice, he turned his attention to the rest of the people that were rushing out. You better not regret this. He left with that statement. It's only for a few seconds, I'm not that stupid to want to fight with him for long. Clouse laughed and his body was covered with ice armor. Alice and the others had arrived. Seeing Clouse work, they were dumbfounded at his ruthlessness. The fact that he had killed so many people before they came was shocking to say the least. Aries rushed towards one of the few peak venerables present. Alice and Reynolds did the same, leaving the rest for Gray, who still hadn't made a move. Gray looked at the place and quickly came to a conclusion. It was best to continue Clouse's actions. He could see that those at the other side of the tribe were attempting to leave the tribe. This was not something he wanted. At least all those present here must be eliminated. He didn't care if there were others from the tribe outside, he just had to make sure those here were killed. Gray switched places with one of the multiple venerables before unleashing a powerful attack that sent them flying. He not only did that, but he used the process to mark them too. He wanted to make sure all of them got killed. After doing this, he made use of his water domain, using his ice ability to freeze those who were fleeing. Clouse was slow since he didn't have any other elements. Gray, on the other hand, was very efficient. With his space element, he was able to move quickly, stopping those who were trying to escape while also simultaneously dealing with the venerables. Within the space of a few seconds, Gray had not only killed almost everyone that was escaping, he had also killed 6 mid-stages venerables and 7 early-stages venerables. In the sky, Clouse and the man met eye to eye. "How come you're smaller than the others?" Clouse asked when he saw the barbarian that was a pseudo-sovereign. The barbarian looked at Clouse, and then at Gray, who was massacring his people, and his eyes turned red. Without replying Clouse, he rushed toward Gray. Clouse, knowing this might happen, didn't stand by. He attacked, forcing the man to stop in his tracks. "I am this tribe's leader. Anyone who dares to offend us will be killed." "I'll kill you, then kill that stupid kid," the barbarian said coldly. His small human-like body started to expand, and before long, he was well over 3.5 meters. He was even larger than the other barbarians. The aura coming off the barbarian tribe's leader was immense, intimidating Clouse. Clouse naturally didn't have any intentions of backing down. He looked at the man with fire in his cold eyes and said, "I've always wanted to fight someone like you. Let's go." Clouse didn't hold back and attacked with a large ice hammer. The barbarian tribe leader didn't dodge the attack, rather, he threw a fist at it, and in front of Clouse's shocked eyes, the ice hammer shattered with just a single blow. "Shit!" Clouse exclaimed when he saw this. Without hesitation, he retreated, not daring to get close to the barbarian tribe leader, but he was met with another surprise. The barbarian tribe leader was a lightning elementalist. With a lightning-covered body, he moved faster than even Reynolds, appearing before Clouse, sending out an attack. "Fuck! Gray! Come fight him! I want nothing to do with this bastard!" Clouse yelled as he created a thick ice wall to block the barbarian tribe leader's attack before running away. If the barbarian tribe leader used the elements to fight, then he would have been able to at least put up a fight against him, but against someone who was using his physical strength and was also very fast, it was a death wish from him if he tried to fight against him, and he knew this. Gray was in the process of killing some of those escaping when he heard Clouse yell. "You can't even hold him back for a minute?" he asked. "I'll be dead, fuck." Clouse ran away after another of his ice walls was shattered with a punch. "I'll be dead before then." Gray saw the tribe leader and understood Clouse's plight. A lightning-based barbarian is very dangerous. "Give me some time, I'll be there within a few seconds." "Fuck! Don't you hear? I'll be dead before then." Chapter 14:21. "Gray, if I die I'm taking you with me," Clouse yelled as he ran away from the barbarian tribe leader's attacks. Gray finally finished up the last of those trying to escape before switching places with Clouse. "Deal with those guys." "Gladly," Clouse replied with joy. With these venerables, he still had a good chance of survival, but against the tribe leader, his chances of survival were very minimal. Gray didn't try to exchange blows with the barbarian. He knew he was not on the same level as the barbarian and would only suffer pains if he dared to fight with his physique. "You!" The barbarian looked at Gray with red eyes. Gray literally wiped out his tribe right before his eyes. As the tribe leader and the protector of the tribe, he had failed them all. This was a disgrace, and even if they managed to get through this hurdle, this event would haunt him for the rest of his life. Gray could see the hatred in the eyes of the barbarian leader and said calmly, "It's life. You harm my race, I come after you. Given you people eat humans, we'll have to make sure you guys are uprooted. Leaving the young ones alive is too dangerous." The barbarian tribe leader heard Gray's words and knew is too dangerous. The barbarian tribe leader heard Grey's words and knew Grey was right, but these were his people, there is no way he would take this lying down. The barbarian tribe leader looked at Grey and said, "I'll kill you and use your blood as the sacrifice for their deaths." Grey shrugged, not bothered with what the barbarian tribe leader said. He would stand on his side of the world, and the tribe leader was on his side of the world. The barbarian tribe leader moved close to Grey, but unlike Clouse, Grey was fast, even faster than the pseudo-sovereign plain barbarian tribe leader. The tribe leader punched, but missed his attack. He tried to attack once again, but Grey dodged it again. He attacked with a fireball, but the barbarian tribe leader was able to block it with his lightning element before attacking Grey aggressively. Being a space elementalist at the peak of the venerable plane, no matter how powerful the barbarian leader was, there was no way he would be able to hit Grey as long as Grey focused fully only on dodging. The barbarian tribe leader tried to stop Grey, but Grey didn't have any problems with playing with the man. He didn't give him any chance as he dodged the attacks while attacking. He didn't focus on attacking, just holding back the tribe leader. The tribe leader soon got tired of attacking Grey and turned his focus to Clouse. Without hesitation, he rushed after Clouse, who was having a difficult time dealing with those people in the venerable plane. They were just too many and difficult to deal with. Luckily, he had a very tough defense that even with such a large group, he was able to block their attacks. When he sensed the tribe leader coming his way, he yelled, "Grey! Are you forgetting your job?" Grey appeared in front of the tribe leader and was faced with a powerful attack coming towards his face. He reacted accordingly, dodging the attack before unleashing a punch of his own. The tribe leader, seeing Grey throw a punch his way, didn't try to dodge, rather, he welcomed it, hoping to grab Grey's hand when the punch landed. However, his expression changed the second the punch landed on his stomach. He felt a stinging pain and his figure shot back with shocking speed. The power behind Grey's punch was something he didn't prepare himself for. What was worse was that Grey didn't try to hold back, attacking with everything he had. The barbarian tribe leader coughed out blood as his figure was sent flying. Grey's punch was almost lethal. Luckily, the barbarian made sure he didn't allow Grey to punch any place that would be deadly to him. Grey flew after the barbarian leader, hoping to take advantage of the situation. The barbarian tribe leader didn't allow Grey's first punch to let Grey take advantage of it. He hurriedly blocked Grey's next blow, before trying to grab Grey. The tribe leader was fast and Grey knew that dodging this was impossible, however, he didn't have anything to worry about. The tribe leader's arm got to Grey's head, and it went right through Grey's figure. Grey was there, but at the same time, he wasn't there. The space element was too mysterious, and so were its abilities. The eyes of the tribe leader opened in shock, but that was not the end. After his arm went through Grey's figure, Grey attacked. A fusion orb was unleashed on the chest of the tribe leader. The tribe leader found it difficult accepting what just happened, but the force from the fusion orb said otherwise as his figure was thrown straight to the ground. Bang! The sound of the tribe leader slamming into the ground drew the attention of all the barbarians present. They couldn't believe their leader was beaten by Grey. Those fighting with Reynolds, Alice, and Ares were in a tough spot, but they were still able to stand up. Their tribe leader, on the other hand, had been sent flying into the ground in a shocking turn of events. Most of them placed their hopes on the tribe leader, yet he was the first to be sent to the ground. "You little brat! I'll kill you and all the other humans." The enraged voice of the tribe leader came from the dust cloud, and so did his lightning-covered body as he shot at Grey. Grey was just as fast, flashing through the sky, taking out one of the mid-stage venerables in the process. The tribe leader felt insulted by this act and sent a bolt of lightning at Grey. For the first time since the fight, the tribe leader didn't resort to physical attacks, rather, he attacked from afar. Chapter 14:22. Grey blocked the switched places with one of the barbarians. The barbarian he switched places with didn't expect the tribe leader's attack and was struck by the attack. This barbarian was only in the early stages of the venerable plane. There was no way he could withstand the attack of a pseudo-sovereign. The barbarian was killed by the attack. When the barbarian tribe leader saw what Grey did, he was incensed. Grey used his own attack to kill one of his people. This was even more hateful than what Grey did while he was chasing him. His hatred toward Grey had grown stronger than what he has ever felt. He wanted Grey dead at all costs. "My brethrens, we must kill them. Forget the price we have to pay," they must die," the barbarian tribe leader exclaimed. He didn't go after Grey anymore, rather he stood on the same place in the sky as he looked at his fallen tribesmen. The other barbarians gave a war cry, and they retreated from battle. Reynolds and Ares were able to stop their opponents from retreating. They were stronger than their opponents, so there was no way they would allow them to escape that easily. Reynolds managed to seriously wound his opponent when she tried to join the other barbarians. Ares' opponent was lucky to have dodged the attack, if not, she would have been in the same situation as the person Reynolds was fighting. With the barbarian's current state, there was no way she could last another minute while fighting with Reynolds, who was vastly superior to her now. But she didn't fear. With a strong conviction, she attacked Reynolds, making sure he isn't able to stop the others. She has watched as their numbers dwindled under the attacks of Clouse and Grey. This was something she couldn't bear to see. Even if she could only hold one person back, it would give the others time to complete the formation. The other barbarian started a chant, and Grey, who was watching from the side, felt his heart sink. "Stop them!" He rushed towards the direction of the barbarians, but he was stopped by the tribe leader. He wanted to switch places with one of the barbarians, but he noticed it was impossible. The space there was solidified, there was no way to break through it. "Fuck! Clouse!" he yelled while being held back by the tribe leader. Clouse knew what he had to do, but 3 late-stage venerables were fighting with him, disregarding their lives. Yes, Clouse would have an easier time killing them, but it would be impossible for him to recklessly break through and then stop the barbarians who were gathered. Clouse felt a frustration and exploded out with a powerful chilling snowstorm, hoping to freeze anything in his path. The snowstorm was amplified by his domain, making it even more dangerous. He wanted to freeze everything before him and stop the other barbarians. The 3 barbarians saw the snowstorm coming their way, but they gritted their teeth and jumped into it, charging head-on towards Clouse. 2 of them used themselves as shields to ensure the safety of one of them, who was forced through the snowstorm all the way to where Clouse was standing. When Clouse saw the barbarian stepping out of the snowstorm at such a close range, his pupils constricted, but then an evil smile appeared on his face. A futile sacrifice. A thin sword appeared on his hand, giving off an even greater chilling aura than his snowstorm. The barbarian saw this and his gaze changed. He realized they've been played by Clouse. Clouse thought ahead and was prepared if they did something like this. Clouse swung the sword at the barbarian, but the barbarian didn't back down. He was an earth elementalist. Covering his hands with a brownish glow, he grabbed the thin blades of Clouse's sword. The second his hand touched the sword, he started to freeze from his hand. However, the determination in his eyes didn't dimmer, rather, it became brighter. Something Clouse never expected happened. The barbarian started to turn into a statue, but not an ice statue like Clouse expectations, rather, an earth statue, with Clouse blade firmly in his grasp. Clouse realized what the man wanted to do, but it was already too late. The man had a firm grip on his sword and he didn't have the physical strength to drag it away from him. A smile formed on the man's face when he saw this. His objective had been achieved. Now all he had to do was leave everything else to his fellow tribesmen. Clouse snorted coldly. "You think I'll let you die with a smile?" An ice spear appeared in the sky and Clouse stabbed it into the chest of the barbarian, whose chest hadn't turned into an earth statue yet. The face of the barbarian showed pain, but his smile was still there. The barbarian knew this effort of his would only stop Clouse for a short time, but that was all that was needed. Alice and the others were in the same situation, only Reynolds had it easy. When he saw the situation, he didn't delay and detached his elemental warrior from his body, sending it at the gathered barbarians. The barbarian before him wasn't strong enough to threaten him, even though he was 2 stages below him. With his current strength he could kill him with time. But that was not the main point. The issue now is that they had to stop those people from completing whatever they wanted to do, and his elemental warrior was strong enough to put a stop to it. Clouse, seeing Reynolds send his elemental warrior over, heaved a sigh of relief, but his expression changed when he realized something. The barbarians suddenly stopped their chants, and their body was covered with a glowing light. "Why don't we ever have it easy?" he complained. He couldn't help but turn to Grey. The mission they've been doing all this while had been within their capabilities, just like Ares said, but with Grey's appearance, this mission suddenly became so complicated. Chapter 14:23. Clouse looked at the tribe leader Grey was entangled with and couldn't help but cuss out. With no other choice, he resorted to his ice needle. The tribe leader was focused on fighting with Gray, so the chances of him being able to sense and even dodge the attack would be very slim. Clouse attacked without hesitation. At least they should deal with the tribe leader, who was the strongest person present. To Clouse's shock, the tribe leader moved at the last second, dodging the needle by a hair's breadth. "You think you can attack me?" The tribe leader snorted. Clouse and Gray chuckled. Gray smiled and asked, "Who said he was trying to reach you?" The tribe leader's expression changed when he saw the ice needle, which was supposed to disappear, appear in front of the barbarians that had already stopped chanting. "No!" The tribe leader rushed there, hoping to stop the needle from hitting the barbarians. However, he noticed something off. Gray had a wide smile on his face, while Clouse was laughing. The tribe leader was forcefully pulled into space, and then his figure was replaced by Gray, who had a fusion orb on his hand. The tribe leader, however, felt a cold sensation from his back. When he looked behind him, he was shocked that his back had been frozen. He studied his body and found an ice needle resting between his spine. Gray unleashed the fusion orb on the barbarians that seemed to be on the phase of merging together. "Damn you filthy humans!" The tribe leader yelled angrily, and without hesitation, he flew towards the barbarians that had been attacked by Gray's fusion orb. He still didn't know how he was hit by an ice needle when he clearly dodged the first one and wasn't even hit by the other one. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to think about it. His focus was making sure his last surviving tribesman efforts didn't go to waste due to Gray's attack. Gray didn't stop him. Rather, he threw 2 more fusion orbs into the explosion and went over to Clouse. Quick thinking, bud, this guy was a hassle, and there was no way to switch places with any of those guys. Gray grabbed the sword that was still held by the barbarian who had turned into an earth statue, and the barbarian's hand broke apart. Clouse took back his sword when he saw Gray studying it. "Of course, you know I'm always thoughtful. I guessed you couldn't switch places. If not, you wouldn't have asked for my help." Gray didn't mind Clouse's act of taking the sword away. He looked at the explosion and asked, "Do you think that would be enough?" "For those guys, yes, but you already know how powerful that guy is. He'll survive." Clouse replied. "Even with your ice needle?" Gray raised a brow. He knew the quality of Clouse's ice and was very confident it would be able to slow the man down, even causing serious damage to him. "Most likely." Clouse nailed 5. "He's a barbarian. That should be the only reason he will be able to survive this without any serious injuries." Gray waited for the explosion to die down. Alice and Reynolds were able to kill off their opponents. Reynolds' elemental warrior wasn't able to do much to the barbarians after they started their chants, so he withdrew it, and with its help, he killed off the barbarian he was fighting with. Ares and also defeated her opponent with some distractions from Gray, harming the barbarian tribe leader thanks to Clouse's ice needle. Everything happened all thanks to Clouse and Gray's impeccable understanding of one another. Gray knew Clouse was aware the tribe leader would be able to sense the attack, so he used it in a way Gray could get in front of it, then teleport it to another location, and then switch places with the tribe leader while also sending it back to that place. The ice needle continued its usual movement and hit the tribe leader after Gray switched places with him without his knowledge. The entire situation relied heavily on the duo's trust of one another. If Clouse didn't trust Gray's quick-wittedness, he would never have attacked. But since he was confident in his friend's ability and thought process, he didn't hesitate and attacked. This trust led to their minor victory. Of course, their victory wasn't certain yet since they don't know the outcome of Gray's fusion or barrage. "Hey, why don't we just send more attacks there?" Reynolds suggested. Seeing their faces, he added, "just to be sure." The others were about to do as he said when they saw a figure shooting out of the place. It was the tribe leader, but he was almost double his previous size. Bodies started to drop from the sky, and when the others looked at the bodies, their expressions changed drastically. The bodies were shriveled. One should know that a normal barbarian is well over 2.5 meters, yet they've shriveled and shrunk to a size of below 1.5 meters. The aura of the tribe leader spiked, but it still didn't go above the pseudo-sovereign plane. It was only stronger. But that wasn't the main issue. The issue was that there were 2 more dangerous auras that were close to the tribe leader's previous state. The 2 auras were at the peak of the venerable plane, but very close to becoming pseudo-sovereigns. "We're fucked." Clouse couldn't believe his eyes. Well, if you think about it properly, this is a better situation compared to what would have happened originally. Grey looked at their current opponents and couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if they didn't attack them at that time. With the numbers present, they would have been able to produce at least 4 more peak venerables who are close to a pseudo-sovereign. At that time, they would have been in danger. But in this case, he wasn't too scared, he still had Void he could call on. Void had been sleeping a lot lately and he guessed he would enter rank 8 very soon. Chapter 14:24. Grey looked at the tribe leader who was giving off an aura that threatened him. This guy's tough. Void and I will handle him, you guys take care of these guys. Grey said to them, I'll tell the bunny to help you guys out. Will it come in person or just its helpers? Clouse asked. It's a little busy, and you should know it doesn't like fighting. It got a peak rank 7 magical beast lately, I'll convince it to tell it to help you guys out. Grey chuckled and left the place. The tribe leader followed him into the sky, knowing Grey was his opponent. Boy, I'll kill you. I wasn't confident about this before, but now, I'm certain you'll die by these hands. The tribe leader raised his right hand as he finished his speech. Well, today's not that day, and you're not the one, unfortunately for you. Grey didn't worry about the tribe leader. Void, I need your help. This guy is too strong for me to handle. Sovereign? Close. You know I'm not a sovereign yet, right? Yes, but I can't fight him on my own. All right, you'll be the main force, I'll keep him distracted. Void said. After saying that, Void appeared on his shoulder. The tribe leader was taken aback when he saw the appearance of the small strange black cat on Grey's shoulder. You have a peak rank 7 magical beast? He scoffed and said, no wonder you're so confident. He's not much, doesn't really like drama. We should get this over with. Grey shrugged. Yes, we should. I still have some scores to settle with you and all the humans within this area. The tribe leader replied. I don't think you have to worry about that. Grey moved out. Without hesitation, he attacked, sending out a dimensional slash at the tribe leader. The tribe leader snorted at Grey's confidence in himself. This was the first human he was seeing brimming with such confidence. He waved his hand and a lightning bolt struck the dimensional slash, destroying the attack. Grey knew his attack was not on the same level as the tribe leader, but he was shocked at the fact that the tribe leader dealt with his attack with such ease. The tribe leader stretched his body and Grey could hear his joints crack. The joints hadn't finished sounding out when Grey suddenly felt a sense of danger behind him. Grey turned, only to see the fist of the tribe leader heading towards his face. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw it. The speed of the tribe leader was above what he expected. Void reacted quickly, using the space element to force the tribe leader back a few meters away from them. The tribe leader had gotten to the state where using the space element to manipulate him was almost impossible for both Grey and Void. Void had a better control over the space element, which made this possible. Grey used the opportunity to retreat from the place, leaving a large flaming fist that slammed into the body of the tribe leader. The tribe leader wasn't able to dodge the attack since he was still in motion, and collided with it. However, he was in a state where an attack of this level from Grey couldn't cause any harm to him. The tribe leader flashed through the flaming fist, destroying it in the process. After destroying it, he attacked Grey once again, not giving him the chance to have time to think. He already saw how dangerous Grey was when the opportunity presented itself. He didn't want him to have such an opportunity anymore. Grey felt the pressure from the start of the battle, stunned at the persistence of the tribe leader. At this point, he was certain if they wanted to retreat, the tribe leader would not let them leave. This was how enraged he was with them. To be fair, the group of 5 came to their tribe and killed every living thing. The tribe leader can't blame them for this since the barbarians were the ones who hunted humans. The tribe leader attacked Grey ferociously, unleashing attack after attack. Grey focused on dodging, he didn't even dare to block any of the attacks up close. He tried to use his gravitational force field, but against the barbarian tribe leader, it wasn't effective. Barbarians have a closer relationship to the earth element, and even those like the tribe leader who don't have the earth element have a great understanding of how the earth element works. Grey's gravitational force field was useless, his earth walls and other defenses couldn't withstand one punch from the tribe leader. The only way he stood a chance against the tribe leader was if they fought with just their elements. The tribe leader, however, didn't seem keen on giving him such an opportunity. Void's involvement in a battle is the main reason Grey was still in this fight. Grey was fast, but compared to the current state of the tribe leader, he wasn't capable of outrunning him. The tribe leader had a stronger defense as well as attack power. The only positive is that both him and Void possess the space element and the tribe leader doesn't. This gave them a small chance at escaping from the tribe leader's attacks, which were all life-threatening. "Why is he so strong?" Void asked. "You can tell what stage he's in. Figure it out." Grey didn't have the time to explain. He was currently running for his life with the tribe leader hot on his tail. The thought of going all out flashed through his head on a few occasions, but he didn't want to act recklessly. If he were to use all his elements and still isn't able to take down the barbarian, it would spell danger for him. News of his ability spreading wasn't something he wanted, at least not yet. Boom! Bam! Bang! Their battle shook the sky and the clouds were gradually disappearing from a 2-kilometer radius due to the impact of the duo's fight. Chapter 14:25. Boom! Grey's figure shot through the sky, but Void stopped the tribe leader from getting close to him, making sure it was impossible for him to get close to Grey, who was still midair. The tribe leader tried to punch Void, but given his small size and also his speed, it was almost impossible for the tribe leader to strike him since he was prepared for whatever attack that was coming his way. Grey balanced himself midair and took a look at Void and the tribe leader ahead, before rushing back into the fight. Void was fast and can use this to his advantage, making sure the tribe leader didn't have the chance to strike him. Grey's armor had some cracks from the tribe leader's attacks. The tribe leader didn't flinch under the constant attacks of the duo. He continued fighting with intensity. He was certain he would be able to defeat them. On Clouse's end, Clouse and Alice teamed up against one of the Peak Venerables while Reynolds and Ares fought the other one. Clouse had a good attack power and was also the best when it came to defending, so the best person who could protect Alice there other than Grey was Clouse. The man they fought against didn't give them any chance as he attacked without end. Clouse didn't show any signs of fear or worry. He blocked each of the man's attacks while also counter-attacking. Alice attacked, but the man was able to almost ignore her attacks since it wasn't enough to cause him any significant injuries in this state. If she were attacking a normal Peak Venerable, the person wouldn't dare to ignore her attacks, but against barbarians who had tremendous defensive abilities, and also in this state, they could neglect the fact that she was even present. The only reason she was attacking was to help reduce the pressure on Clouse. Clouse was not on the same level as the barbarian, so he needed her. If he tried to fight against him on his own, he wouldn't be able to win. "All I need to do is hold on for a few minutes and this state of yours will be over with. At that time you'll only be a defenseless pig begging me to kill him," Clouse said. The expression of the barbarian changed when he heard this. He didn't expect Clouse to say something like this. Clouse, seeing it, figured this technique would not last for long. This meant that his assumption was right and all he needed to do was to defend while waiting for the aura of the barbarian to start its decline. He became relaxed and fixed all his attention on blocking. He didn't even try to expend any energy in attacking. Not just that, but he also told Alice to stand behind him, telling her what he had in mind. Alice didn't argue with him and did as she was told. The barbarian saw their reactions and knew that he had made a mistake. With a powerful roar, a brownish glow appeared on his body. "I'll kill you, filthy creatures." The barbarian's speed increased and he was able to get past one of Clouse's defenses, but Alice reacted first, attacking the barbarian as he came close. The barbarian forced his way through Alice's attack, but he was still slowed down. This gave Clouse the opportunity he needed to bring out his domain. The area around them was covered with snow. This time, he didn't make it simple. The snowstorm was so strong that it impeded the view of the barbarian. It didn't only impede the barbarian's vision, it also stopped him from using his spiritual senses to track them down. Alice looked at Clouse and praised, "Your domain is so special." She had tried to get through it, but she couldn't sense anything more than 5 meters away from her location. Clouse nodded and said, "I read about this in my faction. It's a useful technique when you're fighting against an opponent that's stronger than you are. Unlike others here, my vision is not impacted, so I can attack whenever I want to." Clouse looked at Alice and said, "I'll need your help. You're faster than I am, but I have a better attack that will affect." Clouse paused mid-sentence when he sensed a strong wide-range attack. "This is not going to be easy," he murmured. The barbarian, knowing he would be in danger if his vision was impaired, quickly blasted a large attack, creating a space of at least 25 meters. Even though it was not large, it was enough for him to sense whoever comes out of the snowstorm around him. Clouse tried to force the snowstorm to cover up the destroyed parts, but he realized he couldn't. This was done thanks to the domain of the barbarian. The barbarian used his earth domain to create a space for himself in the snowstorm. Clouse sensed the space in the snowstorm and said, "We'll have to change our plans. He now has some space to himself, we'll have to work with that." But it increases the risk factor of it. Reynolds and Ares were the ones who had it easier amongst everyone. Reynolds was a top-tier peak venerable, adding Ares made the team even stronger. Since their opponent was a single individual at the peak of the venerable plane, it was within their capabilities. The barbarian didn't have the chance to have any advantage in the battle as the duo were able to keep him in check. Reynolds' speed and attack power was frightening. Ares beside Reynolds made their team deadly for this barbarian. The barbarian was quickly subdued by the duo, and his aura was starting to show signs of decline. When the duo sensed this, they were elated. They will be able to kill the man in no time at this pace. Once they've defeated their opponent, the others wouldn't have to go through the stress of having to fight their strong opponents in fear. Chapter 14:26. Grey and Void were the one fighting with the strongest person present, and since they were both the strongest from their group, it was normal for them to fight the strongest person from the other side. The tribe leader didn't hold back as he fought with Grey and Void, but he started to show anxiety when he sensed the decline in the aura of the barbarian Reynolds and Ares were fighting against. If that barbarian dies, it will affect the battle. They have the advantage now, and due to the way their technique works, as long as one of the individuals who was shared power with dies, the strength of the others will start to decline, returning to their normal state. "Help me take them down." The barbarian who was fighting Reynolds and Ares begged the tribe leader for help. Grey had not been able to observe the situation on the other battlefield, but seeing that Reynolds and Ares were on the verge of taking down their opponent, he was ecstatic. As long as Reynolds and Ares succeeded, then the outcome of the battle would be decided. He didn't know if that guy's death would affect the other barbarians, but it would significantly reduce the pressure on his group, giving them the victory. The tribe leader flew in the direction of the barbarian Reynolds and Ares were fighting, but there was no way Grey and Void would let him go there without stopping him. The duo appeared in front of the tribe leader and attacked with the space element simultaneously. The space element is a dangerous element when used in attacking, and the tribe leader was aware of this. He paused, not daring to take the attack head-on. A lightning spear struck the attack of the duo, but their combined attack swallowed the lightning spear. Even though the attack swallowed up the lightning spear, the size of the spatial attack reduced in size. The tribe leader was forced to retreat, not daring to let the attack touch him. If that attack hit him, he knew it would be dangerous. Reynolds and Ares saw what was happening on Grey's end and quickened their attacks. They became more ferocious. It was clear the tribe leader didn't want this barbarian to die, and they wanted to ensure he was killed so the pressure on the group would be significantly reduced. Clouse and Alice were having it hard. Clouse was on the verge of going crazy from how hard it was to hit the barbarian. Even with the help of his snowstorm which kept the barbarian in a confined space, they still weren't able to cause any harm to him. The barbarian made sure it was impossible for him to get hit by an attack. After creating a large space with the help of his domain, he had complete awareness of anything that enters within that small space and is able to react accordingly. Clouse and Alice had tried multiple options, but none of them was able to hit the barbarian. The reason for his anger was that he couldn't keep the snowstorm domain active infinitely, which meant it would fade off very soon and the barbarian would be able to see and attack them however it liked. Clouse wasn't prepared for something like this, and neither was Alice. The previous times they've tried exchanging blows with the barbarian, they were on edge due to his speed and his attack power. If he had just those two it would have been manageable, but having such an amazing defense coupled with his attack and speed, the barbarian was one they didn't want to face. On Grey's end, the tribe leader was agitated and started to attack the duo, but they held him back no matter what. The tribe leader even tried to attack Reynolds, but Grey made sure to block the attack before it got close to Reynolds. Void attacked the tribe leader during this period, stopping him from any other plans he wanted to do. Frustration started to show on the face of the tribe leader. Team up with Escalation. The tribe leader yelled and his aura dropped by a small margin. Grey and Void sensed it, even though it was almost unnoticeable. The duo had very sharp senses and were able to notice the difference. Grey turned to look in the direction of the barbarian. Reynolds and Ares were fighting and noticed his aura increased. "Don't let him escape," he said to Reynolds and Ares. "You don't have to tell me." Reynolds charged after the barbarian who was on the verge of escaping, stopping him from going into the snowstorm. Ares attacked with her fire element, and the aura of the barbarian, which just saw an increase, started to decline after being struck by a lightning bolt. Reynolds aimed to kill. The barbarian knew he couldn't dodge the attack, so he went for the best thing, taking very minimal damage from it however way possible. The barbarian roared in annoyance and tried to force them back, but his declining aura meant that there was no way he could get the better of the duo. Ares was just as ferocious as Reynolds as they attacked. Before long, the aura of the barbarian dropped lower than how it was before the help of the tribe leader, and this time, he was losing an arm. "Chieftain! Help me!" the barbarian yelled out. The tribe leader looked at the barbarian and his eyes turned red from rage. His aura spread out and Grey was forced to retreat, taking Void with him. The tribe leader was in a state whereby the only way they could defeat him was by wearing him out. Recklessly attacking him in such a violent state was not something they wanted to risk. The tribe leader was in a state he might ignore taking any damages just to ensure he killed them, and they didn't want to get in such a struggle with him. The tribe leader bolted straight toward the man, but Grey and Void gave chase. Chapter 14:27. Grey and Void attacked the tribe leader simultaneously, stopping him from making any advances. The tribe leader turned to block the attack, then using the impact of the attack to increase his speed. The speed of the tribe leader almost tripled, and in no time, he was standing beside the barbarian that was on the verge of being defeated by Reynolds and Ares. He attacked the duo, forcing them to retreat. Ares was slightly rocked by the tribe leader's attack, while Reynolds acted quickly, dodging the dangerous attack the tribe leader unleashed on them. After getting hold of the barbarian, the tribe leader transferred some energy to him before saying, "Leave this place, I'll stop them." Grey and Void arrived and attacked, not giving the barbarian nor the tribe leader any chance to escape from this place. The tribe leader blocked the attack with one arm while pushing the barbarian away with his other hand. "Ray!" Grey yelled and signaled him for attack. Reynolds nodded and without hesitation, he attacked, but to the shock of everyone present, his attack wasn't aimed at the tribe leader or the barbarian, but it was aimed at Grey. "What are you doing?" Ares screamed in surprise. Everything happened so fast, and before her question left her mouth, Reynolds' lightning spear struck Grey. But something happened, something neither Ares nor the tribe leader expected. The figure they saw there wasn't that of Grey, but it looked quite identical to a barbarian's. "What's happening?" The tribe leader and Ares had a shocked look. Then it rang in their heads. Grey could switch places with whoever he wished to, as long as the person isn't able to resist the pull. They then turned their attention to where the barbarian was previously standing, and a smiling Grey appeared before them. "You beast, I'll end your lives." The tribe leader acted very fast, making sure the barbarian wouldn't be killed. The consequences of that barbarian's death were too high. He didn't dare to make such a careless mistake. Before the tribe leader got to where the barbarian was standing, Void, who was close by, attacked. The barbarian was still in a state of shock as he didn't know how he was brought there or when this lightning spear struck him. The tribe leader was fast, but so was Void's attack. As soon as the tribe leader grabbed the barbarian, Void's attack struck. The tribe leader was able to draw the barbarian away, but one of the barbarian's arms was cut off by Void's attack. The barbarian screamed in pain when he felt this attack. Reynolds' attack was sudden, which made him a little confused. Void's attack, however, was very deadly. Even though he almost dodged it with the help of the tribe leader, he was still seriously injured by it. Grey came over and attacked. Since the tribe leader was bent on protecting this barbarian's life, then it was the opportunity they needed to take him down. He struck with a punch, cleanly hitting the back of the tribe leader. His attack wasn't simple. The miasma he had stored in his body was released into the body of the tribe leader. The tribe leader found it difficult to dodge Grey's attacks. Reynolds and Ares were attacking, trying to wrest the barbarian from the tribe leader's grasp. This distracted the tribe leader, giving Grey the opportunity he used. The tribe leader had blood slowly dripping by the side of his mouth, but he didn't scream, he kept shut and turned to escape. He knew with 4 of them attacking at the same time, this battle was over. He could still handle Grey and Void, but with 2 people supporting the duo, they had the freedom to do whatever they wanted to do to him without him being much of a threat. The tribe leader knew when it was time to give up, and this was it. Grey didn't care about anything else and gave chase. Reynolds followed behind Grey, while Ares went over to assist Clouse and Alice. After so long. Fuck! Clouse exclaimed and started fighting with renewed vigor. If Alice was just as powerful as Ares, they would have killed their opponent by now, but Alice wasn't, which placed so much pressure on him. The barbarian they were fighting saw the tribe leader escaping with his counterpart and also decided to escape. Unfortunately, there was no way Clouse was going to let him go away. This was the same person who had caused him so much anger, of course he would want to kill him. The barbarian saw them give chase, but he didn't care, what was important was getting out of this place. The fact that Grey could make the tribe leader run away meant that he was very strong. If Grey were to come back after failing to find the tribe leader, he would unload his anger on the barbarian that is present, which was him. The barbarian didn't want to lose his life, at least not when the tribe leader also chose to escape. Clouse gave chase, laughing maniacally with pleasure. He was the one who was under pressure a few minutes ago. Now that things had changed for his good, he wanted to enjoy it. Do you think after bullying me I'll let you leave, alive? Clouse attacked with ice arrows as he gave chase. The barbarian was an earth elementalist and wasn't the fastest. Clouse was able to catch up to him while he was defending against one of Clouse's attacks. Alice appeared and attacked with his fire and ice domain. Ares came and did the same. The barbarian wasn't able to keep up with all their attacks and chose to defend alone. He was an earth elementalist and had great defensive abilities. All he had to do was to settle down and he should be able to create an opportunity to escape. He wanted to trick Clouse into believing that he would leave this state soon, but now he didn't have such luxury. Chapter 14:28. The barbarian was still holding on when he sensed his aura declining at a rapid pace. Oh no! The barbarian's heart sank when this happened. This meant that one of the trio alive was dead. He didn't think it was the tribe leader but the other barbarian who had been injured by Reynolds and Ares. Grey had the assistance of Void and Reynolds. There was no way the tribe leader would be able to escape with the barbarian in tow. After Grey and his group killed off the barbarian, the link between the trio shattered and the gathered energy that boosted their strengths leaked out. This was why the tribe leader didn't want the barbarian to die in the first place. Clouse and Ares sensed change in the aura of the barbarian, so did Alice. The barbarian was shockingly only in the 7th stage of the elemental venerable plane. The moment his aura reduced to this state, his defense wasn't capable of holding its own against Alice's attacks, much less Ares of Clouse. Damn! This is no fun. I'll leave him to you, Alice. Clouse gave up and stopped attacking. There was no point in him attacking, he would kill the barbarian within a few attacks. He thought he would be able to beat the barbarian while he was still in that strong state, but from the looks of it, there was no need to waste his energy. Alice didn't mind Clouse no longer attacking, she struck out and the barbarian's previously powerful defensive wall wasn't able to hold up against Alice's attack, shattering after just one attack. The barbarian was sent flying by the impact of the attack. Alice flew after him, but so did Clouse and Ares. You never can tell if he's pretending or not, but to be ready than to be too late. Clouse said when he saw Alice's strange gaze. Clouse might not want to waste his energy on the barbarian, but he also wouldn't make a mistake like this. If the barbarian is pretending that his aura had returned to this state, then Alice would be in danger if they went too far. Alice understood why he did this and decided to let it go. She focused on the barbarian and within 2 minutes, she ended the life of the barbarian. Some minutes after they were done, Grey and his group returned. It was evident they were also able to kill their opponent since the tribe leader's corpse was with Grey. What do you intend to do with it? Reynolds asked as they were returning. I'll give it to that guy. You said he could make puppets that retain their original strength, correct? Grey asked. Yes, don't tell me you're going to make an army for him. This is the same as being a necromancer, the only thing is that you're not the one doing the evil. Reynolds said, giving Gray a weird look. I'll decide on what to do when I go back to him. Maybe having someone like that isn't too bad. Gray said. He looked at Reynolds and asked, do you think doing that is evil? Necromancy is evil. Reynolds replied. Do you know how I managed to remove the mark on my body? Gray raised a brow. With gnomes? Reynolds answered a little skeptical. Actually, I extract their life force and use it to wipe off the mark. Was that an evil act too? Gray asked. It's different. In what ways? Reynolds paused, not answering his question. Gray saw his silence and said, as long as he didn't steal the corpse, or kill someone innocent to get it, I'm fine. I used to have this mentality too when I first came in contact with necromancers, but as time went on, I realized they just use it as a means to make ends meet. It doesn't matter, necromancy is shunned on. Rightly so, but what if it's our only chance at defeating the gnomes? Gray asked. I did an in-depth study of necromancy before I was able to figure out how to cut their links with their puppets. And I did even deeper research when I was searching for ways to remove that stupid mark. Don't write off things like these just because they don't meet the moral standards. Sometimes we have to use unconventional methods to win. Gray added. He saw Clouse and the others and nudged Reynolds, don't think about this too much. Reynolds nodded and went over to Clouse and the others. Was he hard to deal with? Alice was the one who dealt with him. He lost his boost after you guys left. I see. The tribe leader also lost it when we killed that guy. Gray finally understood how the formation worked. It was quite strange that all three lives were linked. The second one of them was killed, they weren't able to do anything and lost their improved strength. Where did you send the cage? Ares asked. Before the start of the battle, Gray teleported the humans in the cages away to keep them safe. Since they were done with the battle, it was time to release them. Gray teleported them to the place where the cages were. The humans were still there, incapable of using their elements. When they saw Gray and the others appear, they all begged them to free them. We didn't save you people, you only entered new management. Of course, we won't eat you like those guys did, but we might do worse than whatever they had in store for you. Clouse said with an evil grin. When he saw the scared expression on the faces of the people, he laughed and said, I'm just joking, you guys are free to go. The barbarians are all dead, they won't be able to harm you anymore. The people heaved a sigh of relief, all excited that they were alive and well. Gray and the others looked at Clouse, wondering why he enjoyed messing around with people. Chapter 1429. The group released the humans from the cages and inspected them at the behest of Ares. After ensuring their well-being, they let them leave, giving them directions back to their town. The people were grateful, but there was little they could offer to people of Gray and his friends' level. The group weren't too interested in getting anything from them anyway, so they left the place after this. What now? Clouse asked. We should get the guy that's hiding in the Phoenix faction. Gray replied. What about the necromancer's hideout? Ares gave Gray a questioning look. We'll sort it out on our way out of here. We've spent too much time here. Gray answered her truthfully. He wanted them to continue their journey as soon as possible. He was the reason they've been doing all these missions. It would be bad if any of them were to get seriously injured while working on a mission for a faction they have almost no affiliation with. Oh, right. Ares nodded. She forgot the group were on a journey. To be honest, she had gotten used to Clouse, Reynolds, and Alice helping her out with these missions that she actually forgot she has been spending only a few days with them. Given the situations they've gone through, she felt like they've spent years together. These battles has been exhilarating, to a certain extent, she didn't want this to end. This was the first time in her life she had lived on the edge, and it was a thrilling experience to say the least. Alice smiled when she saw Ari's expression. She knew what it meant, she didn't want them to leave. Actually, this is how she always feels whenever the group is going separate ways. There was no way she would be able to get this excitement if she traveled with others or even alone. Unlike most, Clouse and Gray were very daring, and as long as they had a chance of winning, they would jump into an army of thousands without looking back. This was the type of life she had grown with since leaving the Lunar Academy, and not having to be in such a scenario felt like hell. From the short time she spent with Ares, she could tell she was one who liked fighting just like her. However, there was no way for her to engage in such daring acts on her own, nor would she want to endanger the lives of her fellow faction members for her personal pleasure. Clouse didn't speak much. He turned to Gray. "So we're going over to meet that guy?" Gray nodded. He knew Clouse was referring to the man. "I don't even know his name." Gray chuckled when he recalled he didn't bother to ask of the man's name, and the man was too intrigued with Gray that he didn't even bother to tell him what his name was. The group took to the air and rushed in the direction of the town the man resided. Some hours later. "Who would have thought this place was like this?" Clouse commented when he saw the busy streets of the town. The town was completely different from what they saw the first time they came here. This town, which was almost like a graveyard the last time they came, was bustling with activity. Yeah, you can see just how much harm one person can cause to a place. Gray looked into the town, his gaze resting on an unassuming cabin. That's where he's located. I've told him of our presence. He will contact the person now. According to him, the person usually responds within a few hours. Gray explained, then said, "Let's hope he comes fast." The others didn't say anything and all disguised themselves, before slowly disappearing into the busy town. The group soon mixed with the crowd, all with a distinct appearance, different from what they looked like. The person coming is from the Phoenix faction and should have the position of an elder, at the very least. If said person appears, the person will most definitely recognize the faces of Gray and his friends, Ares included. Gray and his friends were pretty popular during the trial, so it was normal that he would recognize them. Ares is the golden youngster of the faction. Her status is equal to the elders present in the faction. Only those above the late stages of the sovereign plane have a better ranking than her. The person will definitely recognize her once they arrive. Time went by and before long, it was dark. Even during the dark, the city was still so lively, a complete contrast to what it looked like the first time the group came here. The damaged parts of the town had been fixed and every one of the townspeople knew of the extermination of the villainous evil man that lived in the town. Very few people knew how the man looked like, so it was quite safe for the man to stay in the town while hiding. Late in the night, when the town wasn't as busy as it used to be, a vague shadow could be seen moving through the sky. The shadow didn't seem complete, it was as if it was made of fog. This shadow went straight to the original place the man used to stay. When it noticed that the place had been destroyed, it paused mid-air and turned around. Just as it was about to leave, a figure appeared behind it. "You don't have to be alarmed, those people were tricky, but I dealt with them," the man said before stepping into the light. When the shadow saw the man, it paused and a raspy voice came from within the cloaked shadow. "Who would dare to attack you?" "Some rogue bounty hunters who felt they could take me down," the man replied before ushering the shadow to his new place. The shadow paused when he saw the building. He looked at the man suspiciously but followed behind him. If the man was captured, he would have been killed by now. "What's the urgent news? Why did you call me out?" Chapter 14:30. The bounty hunters said they were sent here by Ares, your faction leader's student. The man said. He looked at the shadow and said, "Do you by any chance know how she got wind of my strength? All my puppets are gone." The shadow was shocked when he heard this. He knew Ares was not in the faction, but he didn't know where she went. Gray's presence in the faction had taken most of his time. All he heard was that Ares left with Gray's friends. Could she have sent his friends here? The shadow thought. Ares has been out of the faction for some time now. I don't know her whereabouts. But no one has accepted that mission, which means it's still active. The shadow didn't voice out his concerns, only telling the man what he knew. "What about the people? Did you kill them?" the shadow asked. "No. I handled the matter, but I couldn't kill them. They're too powerful. But they're seriously injured. I don't think they will be coming out anytime soon," the man replied. "A shame." The shadow shook its head before looking at the man. "What about my goods? Are they safe?" "I don't use your puppets, they're still in the safe." The man snorted. The shadow heaved a sigh of relief. He had expended a lot of energy to get those people to come out and be killed by this man. They usually share the people in half. He had sent a good amount of people over to the man, and the man had killed all of them. He picked his puppets and preserved the others for the shadow. The shadow hadn't been able to take some of the recent batches, so he had quite a good number of people present. So what now? The shadow asked. I need to know if she will still come after me or not. Those people are alive and know that they would need a little more help and they can kill me. If they send a pseudo-sovereign my way, I'm doomed. The man said. Why didn't you leave this place then? The shadow asked. The best hiding place is in plain sight. Who would believe that instead of me leaving this place after it was compromised, I still chose to stay here? The man shrugged. The shadow thought about it and nodded. Indeed, everyone would think the man was no longer present here, especially given how boisterous the town has been recently. It was easy to assume that the man had been gotten rid of. I'll take my goods and then head back to make inquiries about Ari's whereabouts. The shadow said. He paused and said, if the people are the ones who left the faction with her, then they are trouble. There's an even stronger one still in the faction. The eyes of the man widened. I better leave then. I need to find a better hiding place. Do well to make sure I'm able to travel through without any hitch. The shadow nodded and turned around. He seemed to have seen something and paused. Since when did you have a cat? A cat? The man asked with a questioning look. There's a small cat there. It's not yours? The shadow pointed at the small black cat that was resting by the side. It must be a random cat from one of the townspeople. There's no need to worry about it. The man waved it off. In the town. Gray and the others saw the shadow when it was moving around. Clouse was about to step out when Gray stopped him. That's not his real body. What do you mean it's not his real body? Clouse was taken aback. He's very cautious. He's afraid of being captured. Luckily, there's no way he will be able to control that thing without being close. Gray said. He called for Void and Void appeared on his shoulder. Head over and tell him to stall this guy. I'll use him to track the original body. Void appeared lazily on his shoulder, looked around and disappeared. All right, let's get to work. Gray sat down and closed his eyes. He quickly picked out the link from the shadow and started to track it. He was very careful so as not to alert the original body of the shadow. The others watched Gray, waiting for him to move. Gray opened his eyes after 3 minutes or so. There are 3 tracks. The facial expressions of everyone changed. What does this mean? Alice asked. Either there are 3 people, or this guy purposely spread out the link just to be safe. Gray explained. I'll give you guys the location to the other 2 links. I'll go after the last one. Gray took their location plaques from them and after a few seconds, they saw another glowing light dot. You're such a freak. Clouse was left speechless when he saw how quickly Gray dealt with this situation. The fact that he was able to easily place the exact location on the tracking device so easily was astounding. Ares looked at the items in the hands of the people present, shocked. All right, let's go, we don't have all day. Gray was the first to leave, heading in another direction. The others split into groups of 2 just like when they went to fight barbarians and rushed toward the light dot. The group left the town, all heading toward different places outside the town. The shadow looked at Void, not moving his eyes away from him. I know this cat. The shadow murmured. What? The man didn't hear the shadow's words and questioned. I know this cat. It belongs to Gray Dawson. The shadow panicked. This cat belongs to Gray Dawson? The man pointed at Void. You mean the Gray Dawson the gnomes want dead? Yes. They're close. We need to leave, now. The shadow hurried. What about me? You're leaving me here to die. Think of your own way to survive. I can't die because of you. Chapter 1431. In the forest outside the town. Gray followed the trail deep into the forest. Before leaving, he didn't want any complications with locating the real body, so he sent Void to the man's house to make sure he delayed them, giving him the time he needed to track the main body. As he entered the forest, he followed the trail all the way to a large tree that had a hole in it. Just as he was about to reach the tree, he saw a figure rushing out of the tree hurriedly. The figure wore a cloak as he left the tree in a haste. Gray didn't waste any time and disappeared, appearing in front of the man. What's the rush? I just got here and you're leaving already? Gray's voice stopped the man, as well as his towering figure that was standing before the man. The man wasn't the largest, around 5'4", but Gray was 5'11", and his broad shoulders made him look exceptionally big when compared to the lanky body of the man. Even the cloak couldn't hide the real body of the man. Boy, who are you? And what do you mean by that? The man asked with a calm voice. Strange. You don't know me and why I am here. Gray raised a brow. He knew the man was pretending since he already tracked the link to him. This was definitely the person he was searching for. Oh, there are two more of you? Gray asked with a surprised expression before the man could answer his first question. Two more of me? What are you even saying, kid? The man asked, dumbfounded by Gray's questions. Stop pretending, I know what you are, I'm just curious as to how you were able to link up with 3 others to create that shadow. I don't think he has ever seen your face, has he? Gray asked. What the hell are you even talking about, kid? The cloaked man asked. He looked at Gray and said, look, if you have nothing good to say, then I have to leave. There are things I need to attend to, and you're basically spouting nonsense, wasting my time in the process. Please, get out of my way. You're really good at acting. Gray couldn't help but praise the man's acting. The fact that the man was acting like he doesn't even know what Gray was talking about was amusing to Gray. The man looked at Gray and said, kid, if this is all you have to say, then I'm sorry, I do not have the luxury of entertaining you. There are important businesses I have to attend and you're blocking my path. Gray sighed. He took a step and grabbed the man on his neck, raising him into the air. I'll ask you some questions, and you will give me the answers I need. The man was only in the 9th stage of the elemental venerable plane, against someone like Gray who was already close to the peak of the venerable plane with his physical body and was already at the peak with his cultivation level. There was no way the man could defend against him. Gray's arm was wrapped around the neck of the man, but the man didn't flinch. He said coldly, kid, I know you're strong, but this is bullying. I'll let you know that I'm an elder from my faction, and your actions will meet deadly repercussions if you don't let me go. An elder, even more reason for me to kill you. You're working with a necromancer, killing all those young talents from your faction just to grow stronger. Did you think you wouldn't be caught in the end? Gray tightened his grip and the man started to find it hard to breathe. His face was going red from it. I do not know what you're talking about. Your accusations are preposterous. The man fled up. Don't worry, when I'm done with you, you'll understand what I'm getting at. Gray loosened his grip on the man's throat and just as he was about to send elemental essence into the man's body, incapacitating him, the man reacted quickly, squashing a talisman that appeared on his hand, disappearing into the void. Ha ha, against a space elementalist, you think you can escape? Gray laughed and tore right into the void, closely following behind the man's trail. On another path of the forest, Clouse and Alice found the other link at the same time as Gray. This one hadn't tried escaping, rather, the person was still seated in the tree, thinking. When Clouse and Alice arrived, Clouse wasn't like Gray who wanted to have a civil conversation with the person first. He straight up froze the tree, trapping the figure inside. Alice was stunned by Clouse's method. He didn't ask any questions and straight up kept the figure locked up inside the tree. There was no way the figure could get out of that place unless said person was at least at the peak of the venerable plane. What? Clouse looked at Alice when he saw her reaction. Nothing. Alice replied with a chuckle. Clouse nodded and turned to look in another direction, the direction Reynolds and Ares went. Reynolds and Ares caught up with their link when the figure was about to escape. Seeing Reynolds and Ares, the figure froze, before walking off in a calm manner. All 3 figures were covered in cloaks and without them speaking, there was no way they could tell what their identities were. Stop! Ares said with a cold voice. The figure stopped and turned to look at Ares. How can I help you, little girl? It was the voice of a lady, but it was unlike anything Ares had ever heard. What are you doing here? Ares asked. What are you doing here? The lady asked, emphasizing on the you. I asked the question first, and if you want to leave this place, you must answer the question. Ares said. Chapter 1432. The atmosphere became tense between the trio. The lady didn't immediately reply to Ari's question, nor did she react to what Ari said. She stood on the same spot and looked into the sky. "Why do you want to know what business I have here?" the lady asked. Aries looked at the lady and said, "'Cause you're linked to something I want to get to the bottom of." "Oh, I'm connected to what brought you into the woods at such an hour? I wonder what that might be." The lady chuckled, but didn't seem tense. "It involves you working with a necromancer." Aries didn't hide what brought her there. "Do you even know me to lay such accusations on me?" the lady asked with an amused tone. "I don't care who you are, but since you're involved with necromancers, you deserve nothing but death," Aries said. "What's with all this? Just incapacitate her and get it over with," Reynolds said when he saw the time they were wasting with their long conversation. The lady looked at Reynolds. "I like you, you're quick to act, unlike some people who want to ask questions. But I do not know what you're talking about, neither have I ever worked with a necromancer. So you have the wrong person. If you'll allow me, I have some things to attend to and can't stay and chat." The lady turned and was about to leave, but Reynolds appeared before her and said, "You're not going anywhere, not under my watch." The lady chuckled and scoffed, "What are you going to do to me, boy?" Reynolds threw a hand forward, but before he could grab the woman, she vanished with her puff. "She's close. This is why you don't talk to the evil people." Reynolds moved out. Luckily, Gray's way of tracking the lady was still there and he could spot which direction she headed. Aries didn't speak and followed the lightning-covered Reynolds as he went after the lady. Of all three people found, only Clouse' opponent didn't have the time to escape simply because, unlike the others, he didn't have a conversation with them. He directly froze the place the person is located, trapping the person inside. Only someone on the level of Gray and Void could use the space element to escape from Clouse' ice cage. Anyone else below that level will have to forcefully break the ice before escaping. On another part of the woods, deeper this time, a fissure tore in the air and a figure came out of it. It was none other than the man Gray went after. "That kid, to think they're onto us. I told them the emergency message was suspicious. Damn it. We've been exposed. I need to leave the faction." The man muttered and he brought out another talisman. Just as he was about to use it, he noticed that another figure grabbed his hand. It was so fast that before he could react, the figure was firmly holding onto the talisman. "You think you can escape from me using a spatial talisman? I'm a space elementalist, also very adept with it." Gray smirked. The man was surprised at how quickly Gray caught up to him. He knew Gray was a space elementalist. He had seen Gray during the trial and also when he was challenged, but he never thought he would be this fast with his space element. "Kid, I don't want any trouble with you. Why are you bothering an old person like me?" the man asked. Gray had assaulted him. Now he chased him here too. He was worried. "Stop with the act. I'm not going to give you that opportunity again. Your cultivation will be sealed by me and I'll take you back to your precious faction." Gray was said. He paused and said, "Or better still, why don't I just kill you and end all this? It'll be more efficient. There's no point in taking you back to the faction since you'll be killed too." The man froze when he heard Gray's statement. "What do you mean by kill me? Did I do anything wrong? Do you have any evidence that I committed an offense worth me getting killed over?" "I don't need evidence to kill you. I'm stronger than you, that's all I need." Gray's reply was deemed arrogant in the eyes of the man. "Arrogance will be the end of kids like you. You might be strong, but you will never live long enough to see yourself succeed," the man said coldly. "Well, you'll be dead before then. So I don't think you need to worry about me being alive or dead." Gray's arm had a fireball on it as he was prepared to strike. "You'll regret this decision, boy." The man's voice changed, before deeper than what it used to be. His little figure expanded and his aura spiked to the peak of the venerable plane. "Since you want to die, I'll entertain you," the man said, and he struck first, using a fire elemental attack. Gray blocked the attack before countering. The man used the darkness element to block Gray's attack, comfortably blocking it. "You're mine," the man said and attacked once again. Gray was calm and composed, taking each of the man's attacks while making sure to block off all paths of escape. 2 inscriptions lit up the sky as he used them to attack. The man was forced to take attacks from 3 different angles, which was a little difficult, but being a veteran combatant, he was able to keep up with Gray's attack method, biding his time, waiting for the opportunity to strike Gray down. But as time went on, he realized the opportunity he was waiting for might not come, and Gray was slowly penetrating through his defense. The man gritted his teeth. "Kid, what's your problem with me? You're a necromancer, and I don't like you." Gray replied. "Fine, then deal with them." The man was tired and brought out his puppets. Only after he brought them out did he realize he made the biggest mistake of his life. Chapter 1433. Gray quickly found the link connecting the man to the puppets. Unlike the man he took under him, this guy's necromancy was normal and he was able to cut the link between them and the puppets. The second he cut off the link, the man wasn't able to move and Gray walked over to him, placed his palm on the man's stomach, then his facial expression changed drastically. "This is not the main body." He frowned and sealed the energy stored inside the body before him. This body that he thought was real isn't actually the main body he was searching for. It must be one of the other 2. Gray thought, but then he thought about the puppets this guy was able to control and how when he cut off the link the guy froze. He's alive, but not alive. A realization came to Gray. This was beyond what he thought was possible. This man's brain had been corrupted by someone else, and the culprit was the one who was pulling all the strings. This is bigger than what we even thought. A necromancer able to use people who are still alive. This is bad, this is really bad. Gray was worried. If such a necromancer was set on the loose, then it was the end of the world as they know. Imagine what this person will be capable of doing? The fact that they could control whoever they wanted at will and others will not notice the difference between a normal person and a puppet was shocking. There was an energy core in the body of the man, but it wasn't the same as the normal cores elementalists had. This was the only way Gray was able to sense the abnormalities. He sealed the energy core in the body of the man, before turning the man into an ice statue. The man was still alive, but unable to make any moves whatsoever. Gray contacted Void. "Track that shadow down. It's very suspicious." In the town. The shadow had already disappeared from the man's place, but it hadn't left the town, rather, it hid in one of the abandoned houses. Void had noticed the abnormality about it and went after it while staying hidden. When he heard Gray's words, he told him he was already following the shadow. In the abandoned building, the shadow turned into a middle-aged man. How did they know? "This is bad, I need to escape." The man muttered softly to himself. He looked around and said in a soft voice, after getting the goods, "I worked so hard for them." Yes, most definitely." The shadow spoke once again, but the voice was deeper. Void watched the shadow talk to itself, yet it felt like it was speaking to someone else. Void didn't do anything, only watching from the side. In the woods outside the town, Gray appeared beside Clouse and Alice. "You acted quickly," he commented when he saw that the man was sealed in ice. "Were you expecting a battle?" "I didn't even try to talk to whoever is there, I just froze them. There's no point going through the hassle when all I need is to apprehend the person." Clouse shrugged. Gray nodded and went close to the ice cage. He motioned for Clouse to reduce it so he could get close to the figure. Clouse's ice cage had the ability to counter, just like the ice when they found Alice's sea lie, and he wasn't in the mood to get attacked by ice. Clouse obliged and did as told. Gray followed the same process as when he caught the man on his end, and just like what he thought, this person also wasn't the main body. This person was also being controlled by someone else. Gray walked over to Clouse and Alice and told them about his new findings. What? Both Clouse and Alice couldn't believe their ears. If someone like this existed, then it was trouble for the entire continent. There is no telling where that person has infiltrated and what power the person currently possesses. We need to make sure the one Ray is following isn't the main body. Also, I have a suspicion about the shadow we saw earlier. Gray answered. But you said it wasn't the main body. Alice said. An illusion it made me believe. Gray didn't deny he was the one who sent them on the hunt for these people after saying the shadow was being controlled by someone else. Initially, they felt the person used 3 links to ensure that if whoever notices this tries to track him down, it would be very difficult. The fact that there were actually 3 people was amazing to achieve. Now that these 3 people are not even the ones behind this, the situation has gotten even more complicated. Clouse and Alice didn't have a problem with getting to the person Reynolds and Aries went after. With Gray present, it only took a minute or so before they caught up with them. When they arrived, the lady was fighting against both Reynolds and Aries, with the help of her puppets. The moment Gray arrived, he didn't even speak and directly cut off the lady's link to the puppets, before sealing her energy core. This was the first time Aries was seeing someone handle necromancers in such an easy way, and she was bamboozled by it. These guys aren't the problem is someone probably stronger than what we thought. Gray explained the situation to them, and Aries couldn't believe what she was hearing. How could someone be able to control other people that are still alive? It was impossible. The only way they felt a living person could be controlled was forcibly, and this is what they felt this situation was. As much as I don't want to believe this myself, it's the truth, and whoever is behind this is still out there, with the knowledge that these 3 have been captured. Gray woke them to the reality of their situation. Chapter 1434. What do we do now? Aries asked, knowing the severity of the situation. Take a look at them, if you recognize them from your faction. Gray removed the cloak of each of the trio. When Aries saw their faces, a gasp of shock left her mouth. I know them. They are from one of the average families connected to the Phoenix faction. They've been members of the Phoenix faction for hundreds of years, and each generation has elders in the faction. Aries answered. Then we know this might have something to do with that family. Gray said. He paused and asked, is there anyone else within the same generation as these guys? Aries thought for a while before answering, yes, there's a man. He's different from the rest of them, always alone. He rarely has dealings with our faction. There were rumors that he's unstable, mentally, but all the times he has come into crowded places, he always acts normal, which debunked the rumors. There's a good chance he's the one behind this. Let's all hope he is the one. If not, I won't be able to assist with it since it will become a matter of your faction. Gray said after some moments of silence. There was only so much he could do. Being able to find out something like this was already exceptional, there's nothing else he needed to bother himself with. This was a serious matter, and if not handled properly, it might cause the destruction of the Aurora continent. A necromancer with such an ability should not be allowed to have any form of contact with gnomes, if not, humans would be finished. This is something everyone present is aware of and wouldn't want to happen. However, if the opponent is already at the sovereign plane, there is nothing Gray can do. Fighting such an opponent in his current state is nothing more than a suicide attempt. He's on the same level as these guys. But I feel he's stronger than them. Aries replied. She too was deeply worried. Just how many people from her faction were under control of this person? I know where he is, let's head back to the town. The group went back to the town. It didn't take more than a minute or 2 before they got back to the town. It was just as peaceful as it was when they left. They didn't cause any commotion, so there was nothing that alarmed the townspeople. Gray followed Void's directions and soon arrived at where the shadow was said to be hiding. Void appeared on Gray's shoulder. It's there. Gray nodded to Void's words and walked into the building. He didn't hide his aura, nor did he hide the 3 people he had captured. When the shadow saw Gray walk into the building with those 3 floating behind him, the shadow was surprised. I always knew you were a threat that should have been dealt with. The man said. Don't flatter me. Gray said with a smile, before asking, how were you able to achieve something so incredible? Gray couldn't deny the fact that although it was insidious to control people, it was nevertheless incredible. Being able to make others do your will without killing them and keeping them at their complete strength was an amazing thing to achieve. You want to learn it? I can teach you if you want. The man replied. I want to understand something. Are you the real person or are you still under control by someone else? Gray asked. Another voice replied, what does that have to do with you? You little cunt. Well, that settles that. You're under control, I see. Gray came to the conclusion of the man being under control. Ha ha, you think I'm under control? But I'm not, this is me. The voice said, and then the man's voice reverted back to the way it previously was, and this is also me. Gray was stunned when he heard the two voices saying "this is me." For some reason, as impossible as it may seem, he believed the voices. It was almost like the voices were two separate people stuck in one body. "I think we need to have a long conversation. Let's get out of here, shall we?" Gray asked. The man looked at Gray and then at the people behind him. "Bring those friends of yours. I don't mind turning them into something really nice. They might be of use for your practice." Gray laughed. "Don't worry, I'm a fast learner. I won't need them. Besides, I have you." The man laughed and his figure disappeared into a smoke. Gray could sense where he went and disappeared, going after him. Before he left, he said to the others, "Don't worry about me. Make sure these guys don't die. I'll see what I can do." When Gray's voice sounded outside, Clouse was the first to rush into the place. "Fuck it! I told you guys he never thinks before acting. He's too confident in his abilities and it will put him in a lot of trouble someday." Clouse was annoyed at the fact that they were left behind by Gray. "You know he always heads into dangerous situations alone to ensure our safety." Alice tried to defend Gray leaving them behind. "Who is going to ensure his safety?" Clouse asked, annoyed. "Don't forget Void is with him. Even though he acts lazily, he's still a very strong companion to have." Alice replied. "I hate that he always does this. Every single time. It was the same when we were in the trial land and that dragon woke up." Clouse said. "We're not as strong as him, there's no point beating ourselves over it. Become stronger and he'll take you with him." Reynolds finally spoke up. Clouse snorted coldly. "Not everyone is as freakish as he is. The only way I can be stronger is if I'm a plane above him. Do you think if you're only 2 stages above him you can beat him?" Reynolds gave a wry smile. As much as they want to help Gray, he truly is too freakish. Chapter 14:35. Outside the town. Gray and the man stood opposite each other, staring at each other. "What do you want?" the man asked Gray. "You're a dangerous person, but we can work together." Gray replied. "You want to work with me?" the man asked. "You have such a great ability, it'll be a shame not to use it to our advantage, don't you think?" Gray asked. "You managed to coerce that guy into joining you too, didn't you?" the man asked. "He's of use, I couldn't end his life when he can be of use." Gray replied, "The same can be said of you. You two are of use and shouldn't be killed unless there's no other choice. You're very political for a young boy." The man said. "When you have an enemy like the gnomes, you will want to use anything to your advantage. In this case, I stumbled upon someone like you. Of course there's no way I will want to kill you if you're of use to me." Gray didn't deny the man's words. As he grew, he understood not all enemies should be killed. Of course, making enemies into allies was a dangerous risk, one that could even cause his death, but it was also rewarding if well executed. He knew the benefits when his father sent him to that meeting to cause havoc. He not only disobeyed his father, but he made a decision on behalf of the Dawson family which gave them some moments of peace and also allies which were greatly needed. As he grew, he understood not all enemies should be killed. Of course, making enemies into allies was a dangerous risk, one that could even cause his death, but it was also rewarding if well executed. He knew the benefits when his father sent him to that meeting to cause havoc. He not only disobeyed his father, but he made a decision on behalf of the Dawson family which gave them some moments of peace and also allies which were greatly needed. As strong as the Dawson family and Lucas Dawson, they were only one family. If over 5 families were to gang up on them, they would be in danger and would most likely meet their end under the hands of these people. The best thing to do was to divide the strength of the enemies and draw some people over to their side. With these people, they will be able to fight against their enemies. The man looked at the Gray. "You're wise, but you're a fool to believe that I'll work with you. You're Gray Dawson, a figure wanted by the gnomes. Someone with an even greater potential than the freakish Lucas Dawson, who happens to be your father." The man laughed. He added, "I'll make good use of your body after beating you. Do you think I'll come here if I don't have the confidence in being able to convince you?" Gray asked the man. "I don't care, all I need is you. Once I have you, I'll finally get to the sovereign plane and then the world shall tremble at the mention of my name." The man said. A voice came soon after and added, at the mention of our name. The man reverted back to the original voice and said, yes, our name. Our name shall shake the continent. I want to get something straight, you believe you're two? Gray raised a brow, thinking the man had gone crazy. We are two people in a single body. The man replied. We were supposed to be born as twins, but our mother was attacked by a necromancer who went as far as experimenting on her. The man explained, and the voice came back, our father was able to track our mother and save us in the nick of time, but the damage had already been done, irreversible. Oh, that's an odd story. Gray placed his hand on his chin, shocked by the story. He looked at the man and asked, is that what made you a necromancer? I'm in no mood to speak about my past. I want to end your life and make you my puppet. If we can get to the peak of the sovereign plane and get to become half-gods, we will be able to finally break this evil thing done to us. The man replied. Oh, there's a way to separate you two? Gray asked. Yes, and we will succeed with your help. Well, not really your help, but you understand what we mean. The man said. Gray nodded, I understand what you mean, but that's not going to happen. Gray looked at the man and said, however, this is what is going to happen. I'll help you guys as a reward for assisting me. Mind you, I'm very generous to those working for me. Why would I need your generosity when I can take whatever you can offer for myself? The man asked. Gray shrugged and didn't say anything else, preparing for a fight. There was no way he would be able to get the man to work for him without the man being subdued. At the moment, he had a plan, and it involved going back to the secret realm where he could easily find gnomes he could place under the control of this man. The man didn't want to cooperate, but he was sure the man would cooperate in the end. The man prepared to fight, and just as he was about to bring out his puppets, the realization hit him, he couldn't use his puppet against Gray. He saw what happened with his siblings, doing that was just a death wish. He gritted his teeth and charged at Gray. He was at the peak of the venerable plane, there was no way he couldn't fight against Gray who was also at the peak of the venerable plane. He knew Gray was stronger than most young geniuses, but he didn't believe someone as powerful as he is will lose to Gray. Ha ha, you've already seen you can't win, haven't you? Gray laughed when he saw the man running desperately in his direction. He saw how the man's confident facial expression turned to one of desperation. Don't waste your time on this and just give up. Gray said. The man didn't listen to his words as he attacked him. Gray blocked the attack, but was forced to take a step back. The man was stronger than he imagined. Don't underestimate me. Chapter 1436. The man attacked Gray after forcing him back with the first attack. Gray was taken aback with the strength the man was portraying. This wasn't the strength someone at the peak of the venerable plane should possess. Gray blocked the attack with more force this time and countered, but to his surprise, the man was covered in both lightning and wind and reacted quickly, dodging his attack. The man already had the darkness element, and when he attacked, he used the fire element. Now, he is using two more elements which indicated that he had 4 elements. You have 4 elements. Gray was surprised. What, you're the only one allowed to have 4 elements? The man asked. Gray shook his head, I'm just surprised you have 4. And why are you so strong? You'll find you when you're defeated. The man attacked with his lightning element, striking Gray with a lightning arrow. Gray was equally as fast as the man, if not even faster. There was no way the man's attack was going to hit him. He dodged and appeared close to the man, about to attack. The man, seemingly prepared for this, attacked the second Gray's figure appeared. Gray blocked the attack, but he felt his figure forced back by the impact of the attack. Gray didn't stay back and attacked, but the man dodged the attack, before turning to run. Gray went after him, but the man was very slippery, escaping from Gray's whenever he got close to him. The man was a genius when it came to escaping from someone stronger than himself. Not just that, but while running, he used the puppets in the early stages of the venerable plane as a means of distraction, exploding them as he left them on the path while he ran away. Gray found it very frustrating and made use of his water domain. A snowstorm started and the man was caught in the middle of it. The man used his lightning domain, making the snowstorm light up with a beautiful color. Gray wasn't interested in the man's lightning domain. He closed up to the man and made use of his earth domain. The sudden change in gravity threw the man off his feet. Before he could regain his footing, Gray was already standing in front of him, attacking viciously. The man blocked the attack, but he was sent flying by the after effect of the attack. This attack wasn't a regular one, but it was a fusion orb of 3 elements. Gray didn't want to kill the man, so he naturally wouldn't use an attack that might take the life of the man. The man slammed into the ground heavily, before rushing out from the ground like a flash of lightning. Gray, covered in red lightning, caught up to the man and attacked once again. This time, he used his space element to drag the man towards him, and he struck him with a bolt of lightning. The man was once again sent flying by Gray. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but didn't give up. He knew he would be able to keep up with Gray. All he needed was an opportunity to strike. As the battle went on, he started to realize the opportunity he was waiting for might never come. Gray was a calculative fighter, not giving his opponent any opportunity to take advantage of. He was someone who used to fighting in this position and knew just what the man was waiting for. There was no way he would give the man such an opportunity. The man was starting to lose up, and then Gray's inscriptions lit up the sky, giving Gray the chance to attack from 3 different angles. And just like the man Gray fought with in the start, this man couldn't keep up and slowly started to get injured by Gray. His movement started to slow down, and Gray was able to apprehend him. Gray didn't delay and rushed over, sealing the man's cultivation. Gray heaved a sigh of relief and said, "You know, this would have been over if you had just let me seal you from the start." "You think I'll let myself be taken without a fight?" the man asked. Gray shook his head. "What's the outcome of your fight? Getting beat up and still getting caught." The man snorted coldly. "Do you think this is over?" Gray's eyes suddenly widened when he sensed energy in the body of the man. "What's happening?" A great sense of crisis came to him, and without hesitation, he vanished from the spot. A large explosion rang out on the place Gray was standing on. Under the ground, multiple puppets could be seen planted in the ground. The man turned them into mines waiting to explode. He baited Gray into coming close before detonating them. In the sky, Gray looked at the explosion in shock. What he couldn't understand was how the man was able to use his essence. He sealed the man's essence, and he shouldn't be able to do anything, yet he was still able to achieve this. It should be impossible. He closed his eyes and sensed the direction the man ran to. He marked the man when fighting with him in case an accident like this happened. Who would have thought that he would need to track the man in the end? Without wasting time, he went after the man. The man had run deep into the woods, frightened at the thought of almost being captured by someone. He was still trying to do something when he heard a voice behind him. "You think you can run away from me? What are you?" The man almost fainted when he heard Gray's voice. "How did you escape?" Gray asked. "Why will I tell you my secret? Even if you refuse to tell me, I'll know either way." Gray wasn't pressured. He walked closer to the man and attacked. The man was only able to defend with his fire and darkness element, before being sent flying. Odd. Chapter 1437. "Stop! Stop! I surrender!" The man screamed after receiving a heavy punch from Gray, which crushed his left shoulder. Gray looked at the man, a little wary. He had tried sealing the man before, and the man managed to escape from his sealing. He didn't know how the man was able to still use his elements, but he noticed the man was able to only use his darkness and fire element. Even when he was getting beat up, he still didn't use the lightning and wind element. This discovery startled Gray, since he already expected the man to have 4 elements. But seeing him use only 2 elements only showed that something was wrong. He only stopped using it after I sealed him. Could there be something else that's wrong with him? Gray looked at him, not rushing to get close to the man. He could beat the man, whichever way he is, except he manages to break through to the sovereign plane, but that doesn't look likely at the moment. So he wasn't too worried about that. Nevertheless, he was worried about the sneak attack the man used the last time. The explosion of the puppet was very dangerous. From Gray's senses, he felt it was a peak venerable puppet. The force behind such power was shocking, so Gray didn't want to experience that threat again, and this time, the man might be able to actually hit him, since he missed the first time due to Gray's quick reflexes. Gray wanted to attack again, but the man begged, falling to his knees, "Please, I'm no longer in the mood to fight. You're too strong." The man couldn't use his puppets and was naturally at a disadvantage against someone as powerful as Gray. If the man was fighting against any other peak venerable, he would have been able to beat the brakes out of them with the help of his puppets, but Gray was different, he was unique, which made him special. Being the natural counter to necromancers and gnomes meant that they were useless against him. Any of them without good strength will be taken down with relative ease. Gray looked at the man in his defeated state. "I'll only believe when you tell me how you broke free from my seal." The man dropped his head and said, "I told you we're twins, correct?" Gray nodded. "You sealed my brother's core, mine is hidden behind his. Only myself, and now you are aware of this information." The man replied, his voice down. "Wait, you mean you have two cores?" Gray was shocked. The man nodded and said, "It didn't come out early, and only came after we got to 20. So we started working on it. Most people don't know I have two more elements. The ones that do are already dead." "I see. That's a great trump card to have. Who would have thought two people would be living in the same body simultaneously?" Gray shook his head, he genuinely couldn't believe what he was hearing. To be honest, although he felt he was listening to two different people when the voices changed, he still felt maybe it was all thanks to the man's mental issues. He never thought they were actually two people with separate cores and elements. This was mind-blowing. "You guys are an anomaly. I don't think there has ever been a case like this," Gray said. He walked closer to the man and asked with a calm expression, "Are you really willing to work for me? Mind you, I'll need your complete obedience, and also you should only do things in line with what I want." He added before the man could reply. "Yes, I don't mind you implanting whatever in my body." The man replied. "Well, you're too dangerous, so I'll not only put something on both your cores, but your brain as well." Gray said. He thought of something and asked, "Do you have two brains too?" The man nodded. "Oh, I see," Gray said, and his gaze moved down the man's body, and the man nodded. "That must be tough. I have to tell Clouse. I wonder how he would react." Gray muttered to himself, but the man heard his words clearly. The man didn't know who this Clouse was, but from Gray's expression, he didn't think he was a good person. Why else would Gray be interested in telling this person about his crotch? "Well, I'll be sealing your cores now. However, we have a serious problem. Someone has to take the fall for you." Gray said. He looked at the man and asked, "Is there any hope for your siblings?" "Yes, as long as I remove the control, they will revert back to normal with no memory whatsoever of what happened during the time they were under control," the man replied. "Actually, they've been in control of themselves most of the time. I only take control of them when I need them," he added. "So that means they will lose memory of everything?" Gray frowned. He needed this man, but someone had to be punished in the faction for these atrocities. Ares might not speak too much on the man who was staying at the town, but she wouldn't want Gray to take this man under him after everything he has done. The man thought for a while before saying, "There's someone else in the faction, a necromancer." "Oh, there's another one in the faction?" Gray's interest was piqued. "Yes, he's more dormant, barely comes out. He's also an elder at the peak of the venerable plane," the man explained. Necromancers tend to target those people stuck at the peak of the venerable plane and unable to break through to the sovereign plane. The reason for this is that these people were desperate and needed to break through at all costs, especially those close to the end of their lifespan. "All right, he'll do. You can return to being the person you used to be. Your siblings are under control and should be fine from facing any issues," Gray concluded. Chapter 1438. "How do we get him?" Gray asked the man. "I can bring him out, but it'll take a while," the man replied. "All right." Gray walked over to the man and, for precautionary measures, placed the fusion orb alongside an array on both his brains and cores. He didn't want to take any chances with someone as powerful as the man. This was a person who created a method of controlling someone without them even being able to remember what happened during that period of time. The chances that he can easily bypass just the fusion orb was really high. When Gray got close to the man, there were signs of hesitation from him, but he didn't argue and let Gray do what he wanted. If I take you back, Ares will want you dead. I'm going back to tell her the culprit will arrive shortly, Gray said. Gray didn't think he would meet two special people in such a short time, and unlike the previous people that had followed him, he was the one who recruited these ones. To a certain extent, it could be said that he was slowly building an army of freaks to fight against the gnomes and the rest of his enemies. Being able to control someone and know what is happening wherever they are is amazing. Get him to come meet us somewhere close, I'll be hiding around to take him out, Gray said and vanished. He didn't take the man with him. Back in the town, Clouse and the others were still in the building. The man they fought here was also there with them. Why is he taking so long? Reynolds asked. He'll be fine, the man said. Clouse glared at the man. It was clear he still didn't have a good impression of the man. Even though the man helped them apprehend whoever was causing all this, it was not enough for him to forgive him for what he did to Reynolds. If he didn't act quickly by freezing him, and had Gray delayed, then Reynolds might have been dead. He isn't sure there's anything the man could do that will make him forgive him for that. The man saw Clouse gaze, but didn't think much of it. He wasn't too interested in Clouse and the others. If not for Gray, he wouldn't even be here in the first place. They were about to speak when Gray suddenly appeared. Where is he? Ares asked hurriedly. Don't worry, the main culprit will be coming soon. Gray smiled before turning to Clouse. Seeing his expression, he knew he was upset. He's not a difficult person to deal with. You know necromancers are useless against me. Gray chuckled and walked over to where the trio were kept. What about these guys? Reynolds pointed at them. They don't know what's happening. According to what I know, they won't even have a memory of what they're doing while being controlled, Gray said. So you're saying? Ares questioned. They are good, Gray answered. They have no memory of ever being necromancers, nor do they even recall coming here. How can such a technique exist? Even the man was stunned by this discovery. He didn't think there was a way something like this would happen. Only after hearing it from Gray's mouth did he realize that it was true. Difficult, but as you can see, it's possible thanks to a crazy mind, Gray answered. We should leave. I'll take you to the person doing all this in a few hours. He turned to Ares and said. Clouse looked at Gray coldly, but didn't say anything. He was still pissed that Gray left them behind while chasing a dangerous opponent. You're too confident in your ability, it'll put you in trouble someday, he commented when he saw Gray's nonchalance. Don't worry, I'm not dumb. I'll make sure to be very careful whenever I do things like this next time, Gray said in a defeated manner. He knew arguing with Clouse was pointless, and besides, he knew Clouse was right too. Clouse didn't say anything. He snorted and went outside with Alice and the others. Gray was left inside the place with the man. Did you kill him? The man asked. No, let's say he picked the same option as you did, Gray replied. Why are you gathering us? The man asked. I'm in a situation I can't handle alone. I just need some help, Gray replied with a shrug. Gray and the man spoke for a while before leaving and meeting up with his friends. This was the first time he was having a good conversation with the man, and he learned his name in the process. The man was called Lewis. Who's the culprit? Ares asked when Gray stepped out. Another elder from your faction, Gray replied. Seeing the skepticism in the face of Ares, he said, this one knows what he's doing. And the person you went after? Ares asked. Not troublesome, he's cool, Gray replied. Meaning? He's only a pawn. There's no point killing him. But he's the one the link is connected to. It's not that serious. Don't worry. Why are you covering for him? He's of use to me. He will not cause any more problems here. When Ares heard this, she didn't speak anymore. Make sure he doesn't cause any problems here. Don't worry. Gray smiled. He recalled something and said, oh, and he'll be leaving this place soon, so you don't have to worry about him. There are others you should be concerned about though. Ares didn't like the fact that Gray was seemingly recruiting these evil people, but she didn't hassle over it since there was no point in doing that. They all left for the location Gray said the culprit would be, and after some minutes of water, Clouse asked, "Where are they?" "Don't be in a haste, they'll be here soon." Just as Gray finished his statement, two figures appeared. What's the meaning of this? Chapter 1439. Elder, I couldn't succeed with the mission, someone beat me to it. One of the figures replied. The two figures soon came to light, and they were the man Gray spoke with a while back, and the other person was an old man with wrinkles. What do you mean someone beat you to it? The old man asked with a cold expression. Lewis was defeated and all the goods were destroyed. The man replied. Such incompetence. The old man scolded, How did you come about this information? Lewis sent for me and told me about it. While I was here, my siblings were apprehended. Apparently, Lewis was under the person who defeated him and he tried to betray me. The man replied. The old man snorted coldly, he looked around. Who is the person capable of defeating your siblings? The old man asked. The man was about to reply when Gray and his group stepped out. It's us, we are the ones who defeated them. You'll be joining them soon. Gray said. What's the meaning of this? The old man turned to the man. I'm sorry, but I had no choice. The man shrugged and retreated a few steps back, standing behind Gray's group. Elder Julian. Ares cried out. She was familiar with this elder, he was one of the oldest elders in the faction, and even though he is still in the venerable plane, he was highly respected. Only a handful of people could be said to be on the same level in terms of status with the old man in the Phoenix faction. Ares would never believe such a respected elder would be involved in something like this. Little one. Elder Julian dropped his head, he knew Ares. He wasn't familiar with Gray and his friend since he didn't step out during the trial, he had more important things to do at that time. You're a necromancer? Ares asked, still in disbelief. Elder Julian wanted to deny this, but then again, thinking of the fact that they overheard his conversation, he didn't speak. For someone my age, and with my cultivation stage, I have no other choice. I would have been able to break through if I was given a few more years to complete my plan. Elder Julian said. At the cost of the lives of our faction members? Ares asked, these people have families that were waiting for them, but you ended their lives because of your selfish desires. I'm sorry, I truly am, but there are certain things I had to do. I'm nearing the end of my lifespan, I need to increase my cultivation to ensure that I will have longer years ahead of me. Elder Julian said. You're already so old, what more do you want to experience that you haven't? Clouse asked seriously. Everyone looked at the man, awaiting his reply. The birth of a god. I want to see a god being born from this continent. The elder replied emotionally. There was a vision about a god being born in the near future, I have to be part of the people to experience this. He added. You killed them all because you wanted to see someone become a god after hearing or seeing that vision? Ares asked. The man nodded. Ares' voice shook as she asked, what about the people you caused their death, don't they deserve such a future as well? A little sacrifice for the greater good. What about you seeing the birth of a god is a greater good? Clouse was stunned at the man's shamelessness. If the man had said he was the one who was going to become a god after killing all those people, it would have at least been reasonable, but the man is saying he killed those people just so he could stand a chance to see a god. What was the possibility he wouldn't be killed in a fight before that time? You? Gray attacked, he wasn't in the mood to listen to the man's useless sermon. If he had been saying something worth listening to, he would have at least tried to listen to him. But in this case, there was no point doing so, the man was a psychopath who shouldn't even be listened to. Clouse and Reynolds followed Gray's lead, attacking the man as well. He's close to becoming a pseudo. Ares paused mid-sentence as the trio's attacks were sent flying back to them. He has the ability to repel attacks. He's a space elementalist, but also has the fire and darkness element. She explained. I see. Gray didn't budge, destroying the attack coming his way. He also knew how to use his space element to repel attacks, but he wasn't as proficient with it like the man. The man stood in the sky, untouched by any of the attacks. Little one, you know me so well. You should also know that if I get serious, only those in the sovereign plane can stop me. The old man was calm. He looked at Gray. I know you. You're the one the gnomes want dead. Gray didn't know how the man was able to recognize him even though he hadn't said his name, but he wasn't worried. He would kill the man even if he doesn't know. Attack together, we can end him. Clouse said. There's a limit to the strength of attack he can repel. Gray was composed. He joined Clouse and instead of using his normal blue flames, he used his icy flame domain, enforcing Clouse's attack in the process. The second the domain covered the man, a thin shield appeared around the man. It was clear that it was what he uses to repel attacks coming his way. When the domain hit the film, the domain couldn't pass through and was forced to move around it. The man was covered in the domain, but he was perfectly safe in his space. This is my space, do you think you will be able to break it? The man asked. I'd like to try. Reynolds prepared a lightning spear, focusing all his energy at the tip. The man scoffed as Reynolds sent the spear at him, but his expression soon turned serious. Chapter 1440. The pupils of the old man dilated when he saw the spear coming at him. This wasn't a spear created by just Reynolds. As soon as the spear made contact with Gray's icy flame domain, the tip was reinforced, further strengthened by it. Not just that, but Clouse's initial attack also merged with the tip of the spear. The old man wanted to move, but he knew it was too late. If he tried to shuttle through space, he would be struck with this attack, which is very dangerous for him. The spear hit the film, and just as everyone expected, it wasn't repelled by the old man, rather, it broke into the old man's space, heading straight for his head. Reynolds went for the kill. The man was already prepared and spat out a dark substance from his mouth, which immediately covered the entirety of the spear. The spear started to wear down from the tip. The more the spear advanced, the more the black substance wore it down, dissolving it. In no time, the lightning spear was nowhere to be seen. Impressive, but you will have to do better. The old man wiped the black substance at the side of his mouth. The old man just finished his statement when he felt a chill run down his spine, literally. On his right shoulder, a thin hole could be seen, and it was starting to not only freeze, but the chill was spreading across the man's body in an attempt to turn him into an ice sculpture. Reynolds' attack was just a distraction. The main attack was Clouse's ice needle he had been preparing even before they came out. Clouse could prepare these needles and store them, but they are not as effective when stored, so he didn't like doing that. This ice needle is one of the strongest he has created so far, and he could tell that even if it doesn't stop this old man, it would at least slow him down, giving people like Gray the chance to attack. The old man started to freeze, but Gray didn't stop there. He appeared before the man, his eyes glowing pale blue. The second the old man's eyes made contact with Gray's, he closed it in an instant, knowing what will happen if he stared at them for long. Gray punched the old man's chest, sending him flying. But while the man was sent flying back, Gray stretched out his hand and the old man's body propelled back to his hand. Gray grabbed the man by the neck, staring at him coldly. It all ends here. The man wanted to open his mouth, but Gray grabbed his mouth, making he isn't able to open it. Do you think I'll let you do that? Gray asked. The old man was held tightly by Gray, and his back was still in the process of getting frozen solid. The man focused his energy and fought off the ice in his body, dispelling all of it, but there was no way he could escape from Gray's grasp. The old man moved his hand, trying to use his fire element to attack Gray, but Gray stopped the attack even before it could be formed. However, this was within the expectations of the old man. He didn't panic as a powerful repulsive force came between him and Gray. Gray was forced to take some steps back, but Gray's grip on the man's neck was firm, and he was being forced back. He didn't let go of the man's neck, making sure the man was dragged with him. When the man realized there was no escaping from Gray's clutches, he switched his tactics. This method would only put him in danger. The man tried all means, but Gray didn't let go of the man's neck. His grip only got tighter and fiercer. If the man wanted him to let go, then he had to cut his hand. This was exactly what the man attempted next. Two fire blades appeared and slashed at Gray's hand. Gray didn't dare to let them touch him. He dragged the man into the attack. When the man felt the heat, he knew Gray had drawn him close to the attack and he scoffed inside. He didn't do anything else, exploding with a fiery attack. With him at the center, the flames spread out. Clouse! Clouse was already close before Gray even mentioned his name. His domain appeared, and a large sea of water poured on the man. This wasn't any ordinary water, but it was heavy water. Against the old man's flames, Clouse' heavy water made short work of it, making sure there was no way the man could use the flames to harm Gray. Gray wasn't hurt by the heavy water, but the ice left in the body of the man was riled up once again due to the heavy water, and it started to act up again. The man found it hard to keep both the ice and Gray's grip away. His mouth was closed by Gray, which made it hard for him to speak, and so was his eyes shut, so he can't look into Gray's eyes. He was caught in a dilemma, but he didn't want to give up. He had noticed Gray trying to seal his cultivation on a few occasions, and Gray had failed both times due to his resistance. The old man thought about it, and realizing there was no way for him to see and understand what's happening, he brought out a puppet, just for a short time, so he could understand what was happening. Doing this gave him the chance to see what was happening outside. He studied the location of everyone, and without hesitation, the puppet exploded. Gray was about to use the puppet against the man, but to his shock, the puppet exploded. Gray feared for his friend's safety and let the man go, making sure nothing happens to them. Their safety was very important. Chapter 1441. Boom! The puppet exploded loudly, sending out a powerful shockwave across the plane. Gray had already left the place with his friends, escaping to a place that was safe from the explosion. He didn't care if the man got a chance to escape. He had already marked the man and was sure he would be able to locate him again. However, if his friends were caught in this attack, it would be very dangerous. He didn't forget to take the man who brought the elder to him. This was a very important person that could be used to his advantage later in the future, so he didn't want him dead yet. A few kilometers away, Gray and his friends looked at the large light that was coming from the explosion. Even given the distance, they were still able to feel the power of the explosion. That's not a normal puppet. It was created particularly for this purpose. The man who Gray carried with them said. "Does that mean it wouldn't affect him?" Gray asked. "He's fine from the explosion. He will feel some discomfort, but it isn't really all that important. After all, he managed to get you off his back, for now," the man explained. Gray frowned and looked towards the explosion. He tried to sense the man and his expression turned ugly. He couldn't sense the man close by. "This is bad, he's no longer close," he commented. "Wait, you can sense him from this distance?" The man was flabbergasted by Gray's words. What Gray's saying should be impossible for someone in the venerable plane. A sovereign can achieve that, but for a venerable to be able to sense the position of another venerable from such distance is shocking. Gray nodded, affirming the man's words. Incredible. The man was lost for words. The fact that Gray could achieve this was beyond natural. Gray didn't care about the man's praises, he needed to get the man. "I'm leaving. Don't worry about him," Gray said to the others and disappeared. He was referring to Aries in particular. She had kept her eyes on him all this while, ready to pounce. The meaning behind Gray's words was that the man was out of the equation and shouldn't be attacked. Aries didn't mind Gray's words and nodded. Clouse and the others looked at the man but didn't mind him, since he hadn't tried to kill any of them like Lewis. They didn't have any issues with him. Of course, they didn't like necromancers, but Gray seems to have some use for these people and they didn't want to bother about it. Gray was a smart person and wouldn't do anything that would endanger himself or his friends, so they were confident that the man wouldn't even dare to attack them. The sight of the explosion. Gray came back to see if the man was hiding here. He tried to sense the man and he couldn't sense his presence here. Part of his aura was left here, but he was clearly gone. A teleportation talisman, he muttered. Even though the explosion hadn't died down, he could still sense the presence of the use of the space element. "Void, can we track it?" he asked. Void appeared on his shoulder. "Maybe, but it will not be easy." "There's no harm in trying," Gray said. He thought for a while and said he wouldn't dare to return to the faction. But he won't be far from it. Void and Gray started sensing the space residues in the place, and Void was able to crack open the same portal the man used in leaving. It was very easy as long as one knows what they're doing. While hanging around the bunny, although the bunny was a lazy fighter, it was very good with the space element. Void learned a few things, and this was one of them. To a certain extent, the bunny could be said to be the best space elementalist among them, as it could even travel across realms with ease. These secret realms, created by the powerful God Plane experts, aren't out of reach for the bunny, which was a shocking thing. Gray still doesn't know what kind of bunny it was. All he knew was that it had a knack for getting underlings that it could use to beat others up. The duo entered the spatial tunnel and soon appeared in the middle of a sea, an island to be precise. Gray didn't recall any sea being close by, nor did he see any islands. He turned to look at Void with a questioning look, but before he could ask any questions, he sensed the presence of the old man here. Whoever created this spatial talisman must be an expert. Gray praised. The island was quite large, but he could sense the presence of the old man deep inside. A forest was on the island, which meant that there were also inhabitants. They were cautious as they moved towards where he could sense the man's aura. Before long, they appeared at a place that made them stop. The reason was that the man wasn't the only one present here, there was someone else, and this person was also close to the old man when it came to strength. There were multiple people present, and they were all staring at the old man as they conversed. Should I call for backup? Or should I go in alone? Gray thought as he watched them. In total, there were only 5 people. However, each of them was at the peak of the venerable plane, and Gray knew they would be difficult to handle alone. Void, go back and bring that guy. I'll need him and his siblings. Void vanished after Gray's words. Gray knew it would take a while before Void returned, so he kept his eyes on the people in front of him. These people were all necromancers, and from the looks of it, they all resided in this continent. Chapter 1442. A nice time to kill off a few necromancers. I don't think this is the hideout that Guy told me about. Gray deliberated on it. If this was the hideout Lewis told him about, then there should have been necromancers with weaker cultivation stages, but there are only 5 peak venerables present. Gray couldn't sense the presence of anyone else, which also indicated that these were the only people present here. There are magical beasts in the area, but they were all low-leveled and weren't of any threat to him. A few minutes later, Void returned with the man and his 3 siblings. The 3 were under the control of the man, which was what Gray wanted. I didn't know there's a place like this in the region. The man looked around curiously. This was his first time being here as well. This confirmed Gray's hypothesis. This wasn't the necromancer's hideout he was planning to raid with his friends. Are you familiar with them? Gray asked the man. Just him. The others look familiar, but I can't put my finger around where I know them. The man replied. Okay. The elder isn't in his full strength, you should be able to handle him. I'll kill off one of them with a sneak attack. Do well to kill the person that will appear on this spot. Gray told the man his plan. Since these people didn't know of their presence, he would use it to his advantage and take out 2 of them with a single attack. If 2 of the 5 people present die from the start, it'll give their group the advantage over them. His plan was to switch places with one of the men and attack the person close to that person. At first, he wanted to use a wide-scale attack, but after thinking about the strengths of each of them, he knew a wide-range attack wouldn't be able to kill them all, so instead of doing that, he wanted to focus all his energy on just one person. And he already had his target. A man that had short hair. The person he would switch places with was a lady that was sitting close to the man. The twins' job was to kill the lady he's going to change places with. There's an array here. The twins said. It has been sorted. I've bypassed it. They won't sense it until it's too late. Gray waved it off. The twins were impressed at Gray's efficiency. The fact that he left only a few minutes ago, but he had planned so much and even bypassed such a powerful array, shows that he wasn't a rash individual. All right, let me know when you're ready. The twins replied. Gray prepared himself, thinking of the sequence of attacks to use to ensure the man dies before he can even react. A minute later, he opened his eyes and said, I'm ready. The twins prepared to attack, also controlling their siblings to attack the position Gray was standing on. Attack! Gray said, and his figure blinked and changed to that of a lady. The twins and his siblings didn't waste any time and attacked as soon as Gray's voice faded. The lady who Gray switched places with didn't know what was happening until it was too late. Her eyes were wide open as the attacks of all 4 people rained down on her. Even with her peak venerable cultivation plane, she wasn't able to react to such an unexpected attack from people of this strength. This wasn't the only place an attack was taking place. On the place the lady was seated, Gray suddenly appeared, and his eyes locked on the man's eyes. The man didn't expect the person he was looking to change, nor did he expect to see such spectacular pale blue eyes. The eyes were the last thing he saw before he felt his consciousness start to freeze. Not just that, but he sensed a powerful attack on his body. He wanted to move, but he found out that his body was stuck to the ground. The gravity in the place had changed from what it used to be, and he couldn't adjust to it in time. The attack landed on his body, but that was not the end. More attacks rained on him, and his eyes continued staring at those pale blue eyes before he finally lost consciousness. He was dead under the barrage of attacks. Everything happened within a second that the others still hadn't gotten time to process what just happened. They heard the attacks from the side where the lady appeared, and just as they were turning to look at what was happening, they heard another attack close to them. This was too dangerous. Their attention turned back to the man Gray chose to attack, and they felt dread when they saw a multicolored orb tossed at them. Without hesitation, they all flew into the sky, retreating from the range of the attack. "Ha ha, so easy." Gray's horrifying voice echoed in the explosion before he flew up, confronting them. The old man who ran here was stunned to see Gray standing before him. How did you get here?" he asked, shocked. "I'm a space elementalist. Do you think I can't track you down even with that trick of yours?" Gray asked with a sneer. "Impossible!" the old man exclaimed. "Is Gray Dawson?" one of the other two who survived asked with a cold look. "Yes, he's Gray Dawson. The kid the gnomes want dead," the old man replied. "And you brought him here?" one of them asked, not pleased with Gray's visit. "You don't have to argue, I'll be leaving soon. I just need him dead. You guys didn't offend me." Gray smiled. "Hand him over and I'll leave." The twins and his siblings flew to Gray's side. "Oh, and I have backup," he added with a cheeky smile. The men looked at the old man, but the old man said, "You're still a kid, do you think you can trick us? You would need to reassess your choices when making friends." Gray saw the eyes of the duo standing behind the man and said coolly. Chapter 1443. The old man turned to look at the duo behind him. He could sense their gazes, but he wasn't afraid. He scoffed and said, "As much as they would like to ensure their safety, how will they be sure you will agree to let them leave after apprehending me? The second I'm taken out of the picture, they will be heavily outnumbered. We're already outnumbered as things stand. Losing one more person will only make their death certain, but with me here, there's still hope." Gray didn't reply. He kept his eyes on the body of the duo behind the old man, awaiting what decision they would make. "If we hand him over to you, how are you going to guarantee our safety?" one of them asked. They were accessing their options, and it wasn't looking good. Gray killed someone the moment he arrived. This meant that he was strong enough to kill any one of them. The reason they all felt scared of Gray was mainly due to the fact that Gray had the ability to counter their greatest strengths, their puppets. Yes, Gray was powerful, but if they were able to use their puppets, they wouldn't be worried. Some of them have top-notch puppets that even with the help of the people behind Gray, there was no way they would be able to match them in terms of strength. That's the thing, you won't be able to guarantee it. All you have for it is my words. Gray replied with a smile. "What do you take us for? Idiots?" the other man asked. "Well, if you put it that way." Gray shrugged. He didn't really care if these guys agreed to help him out or not. If he wanted your help, you wouldn't have killed those two. The old man said to the duo to make sure they understood they didn't stand any chance against Gray if they let Gray kill him. "Well, you guys wouldn't really let me come in here and demand for his head now, would you?" Gray asked. "The only way you would listen to me is if those two were gone." "Don't listen? What's the point of all this? Kill them," the man behind Gray said. "You know what, you're right." Gray attacked as soon as he finished his statement, but he was blocked from switching places with any of the trio. One of them was a space elementalist, and he was able to block Gray from using that skill once again. Gray didn't mind and used his fire element to unleash a rain of arrows at them. He also used an old technique, meteor descent. The three men used their respective elements to block Gray's attacks. The twins and his siblings rushed out to fight as well. He had never really liked people to begin with, and since this was one of the few chances he got to kill people to his heart content, then he was going to do it. Gray, like a flash in the sky, picked out one of the men who was relatively stronger than the rest, leaving the others for the twins and his siblings. The man Gray picked had the space, lightning, and darkness element. Being a multi-elementalist meant that he was difficult to handle, and Gray didn't want any of them to escape. This was his intention from the start. When he started the battle with the man, he quickly realized something. This man wasn't like the regular necromancer. In fact, most of the people he had encountered in this region weren't like the regular necromancers. These guys also focused on improving their strengths. Of course, not all of them did this, but the majority of the ones he had encountered here had the ability to at least put up a fight with him. During his earlier times, the necromancers he encountered were only those who focused on improving the strength of their puppets. There's also a difference between the methods applicable here. I wonder if this has something to do with whoever brought it here. Why is it so different? This was the thought in Gray's head as he fought with the man, not giving him the chance he wanted to escape. The man didn't bring out his puppet since he knew of Gray's abilities. This made life difficult as he found it hard to keep up with Gray's strength. Gray was too powerful, and he could see it just from the first few exchanges. A kid like you shouldn't be allowed to wander on your own, the man said as he exchanged blows with Gray. The strength of Gray's attack forced him to take some steps back, but he wasn't harmed by the attack. Who says I'm alone? Gray asked while attacking once again. We've all heard about your travels. News of you being in this region has spread across the continent. People will be coming for you soon, especially those who are interested in the rewards offered by the gnomes. The man said. Let them come, I've never been afraid of anyone. Gray didn't seem fazed as he continued his assault on the man. The man could barely hold his own as Gray attacked with ferociousness. The man looked at the old man who brought Gray here with hate. To a certain extent, he wanted the man dead. If not for the fact that Gray doesn't have a good relationship with necromancers, he wouldn't mind handing the man over. When he looked at the twins, his eyes sparkled. Since those people are with you, why don't I join you? He offered. Not interested. Gray's reply was accompanied with his Earth domain's gravitational field. The sudden change in gravity threw the man off balance and he found himself going down. Gray attacked at this moment, slamming the man with a large earth hammer. The man tried to dodge the attack, but Gray locked the space, making sure there was no way the man could escape it. With no other choice, the man took the attack head-on, striking it with a lightning bolt. Bang! Chapter 1444. The strength from Gray's hammer sent the man crashing into the ground. The man slammed heavily, causing a large crater on the ground, followed by a large dust cloud. Gray didn't move from the place he was standing. He squinted his eyes and saw a flash heading at him from the dust cloud. He wanted to use his space element to escape, but just like what he did to the man, the space around him was locked and he was forced to take the attack head-on. After the attack left the dust cloud and came to view, he noticed it was a puppet holding a large sword. The speed of the puppet was beyond his expectations, and before he could react, it was already before him. He didn't have the time to cut off the link to the puppet as he was forced to block what was before him. He blocked the attack, but the strength of the puppet was unlike anything he had ever experienced. His eyes widened when he took a closer look at the puppet. A barbarian. Shock was written over his face, but he didn't stop blocking the attack from the puppet. The barbarian was at the peak of the venerable plane, but that was not what made it different. It's the fact that there was no way it would be worried about Gray causing it any harm, which would make the barbarian dangerous. Other than that, the puppet was different. Gray could tell it wasn't under control by the man. Ha ha ha, after we heard about you, we've been researching unendingly to get a way to have puppets we won't be linked to, and I got it. You don't need humans for this, but barbarian. Ha ha ha. The man laughed out loud from the rubble as he stood up. The reason he hadn't brought it out earlier was due to not having the time. He only had 2 barbarian puppets, and given their strength and features, he needed time to mark Gray, ensuring that the puppet fought with only Gray and no one else. Of course, there was a massive disadvantage with this since it meant there was no way he could do combined attacks with his puppet, but as long as he could survive against the infamous Grey Dawson because of this, then he was satisfied. Grey didn't have the time to look at the man as the attack on him continued from the barbarian. "I didn't expect I'd fight one of you in this state," he thought as he looked at the listless eyes of the barbarian that had only him in his head. The barbarian had been ordered to only attack Grey, which means no matter what happens, until Grey was dead or the barbarian was kept by the owner, it would continuously fight with Grey. Grey didn't feel any pressure. He created a large sword with the fire element and slashed it at the puppet. The puppet blocked the attack with its blade and used the water element to grab hold of Grey's leg. The puppet created a tentacle like water, and after grabbing Grey, he dragged him towards him while simultaneously swinging his sword in that direction. "I hate these guys." Barbarians have always been great fighters. A barbarian in the same stage as most humans would almost always win a one-on-one fight. This barbarian showed the difference between its kind and humans. Even with the man's strength, he still wasn't on Grey's level, but the second it appeared, it showed the difference. Grey created an earth wall to slow down the sword before using the lightning element to destroy the water that was holding his leg. After doing that, he was about to attack when the man appeared behind him, sending out a large darkness palm. The palm spread out, and when it got close to Grey, it closed. Grey burst out with blue flames and silver lightning, shattering the palm into particles. The man didn't say anything. All he wanted was to stop Grey's escape from the puppet, and his aim was achieved as the puppet sliced through the earth wall Grey set up before attacking him with ice spears. Grey used a stream of flames to burn the spears, melting it before using his inscriptions to attack the man who was stopping his movements. The puppet moved closer, but Grey was prepared, attacking with a multicolored blade. He used his elements to create a fusion elemental blade. Rather than making a normal orb, he ungraded it and created a blade that was even more powerful. Creating the blade required more time, but it was worth it after he attacked the puppet. The sword of the barbarian was cut in half, and the puppet could only withdraw from the attack. It might not have the intelligence of a living barbarian, but its battle experience was still there. To be honest, Grey was impressed with the man's method. Being able to accomplish something like this was not ordinary. Unfortunately, the man wasn't someone he needed. He vanished and appeared behind the puppet as it was escaping from the fusion blade, before attacking with a dimensional slash. The puppet turned around, but it was a little late and the attack struck its shoulders, cutting off the hand it used to hold the sword, which was its left hand. The man saw this and his eyes almost popped out. "Stop!" Grey pretended not to hear him as he used the fusion blade to cut off the other hand. With both hands gone, the barbarian stood in the sky. With just its legs, it used the water element to create hands made with water and grabbed the sword before attacking. Grey smiled and charged at the puppet. The man knew if the duo clashed, his puppet would be destroyed. But when he thought about his safety, he looked away and brought out a talisman which he crushed. He was covered with the spatial particles as a tunnel opened up. Just as he was about to step into it, it shut down. "Your array was very useful," Grey commented. Chapter 1445. The man was startled when he heard Grey's remark. Grey was still fighting with the puppet and he had gotten the advantage over the puppet. "The array here." The man turned his attention to the array set in this place. He knew of the array and was one of the people who even set it up. When he inspected it, his pupils dilated. He couldn't believe Grey worked on the array right under their noses, and they couldn't even sense it. He was thinking about how Grey was able to sneak so close without them being aware, but now he understood the reason. Grey messed up with the array in such a delicate manner that they weren't even able to find out until it was too late. "How's he so fast?" The man knew when the old man appeared here injured. Even if Grey came with him at the same time, he would need hours to accomplish something like this. Messing with the array so they couldn't sense him was one thing, remodeling some parts of it to help him stop them from escaping with the space element was another thing which would need a longer time frame to achieve. They were top array masters present, yet Grey has been able to somewhat outsmart them, which was unbelievable. Grey punched a hole in the chest of the barbarian and chuckled, "Your array is easy to sort out. It's not that complex. I've seen more complex things." Grey's words shook the man. If what Grey is saying is true, then his knowledge in arrays was shocking for someone his age. Grey didn't speak any further, casually destroying the barbarian. Do you have more? If not, just surrender. The manner with which Gray speaks is one that showed his utmost confidence in himself. You're powerful, kid, I'll not deny that, but don't think a man on the brink of death isn't dangerous. The man said with a cold face. You're not the first person I've faced like this, and you will not be the last. Gray stared down at the man, not worried that the man would be able to escape. He casually cut the links of one of the puppets of the men facing the twins and his siblings. The person whose link to his puppet was cut off froze, and so did the other puppets he brought out. Compared to people like the twins, these old guys have a large number of puppets under them and they have great control over them all. Necromancers mainly revolve around their mental energy. The stronger one's mental energy was, the more puppets they could get under their command. These people have trained their consciousness to a very high level, which in turn has increased their mental energy. When the old man noticed the abnormality with his companion, he realized it was Gray's work and quickly went to aid his partner. Keep him busy, will you? He scolded the man Gray was fighting with. The man was annoyed with the old man's statement, but seeing Gray in work against their puppets, he was genuinely scared. Someone being able to achieve this at such a young age will grow up to be a very powerful figure later on. The fact that Gray has the entire gnome race and the necromancers community rattled showed how significant this skill is. The man gulped and attacked, engaging in a battle with Gray. To a certain extent, he was annoyed that Gray picked him out of them. If Gray had picked anyone else, he would have already tried to escape while fighting the twins and their siblings. There is no point in trying to save the others, his life was more important. And in all honesty, he knew that was what the others were doing as well. A thought came to his head, but the risk outweighed what the reward was. He wanted to bring out all his puppets, and while Gray was busy cutting off each link, he would escape. He noticed that Gray only needed a second to cut the link between one of the puppets to the man. He didn't need more than a few seconds to escape from this place. So if Gray was focused on all the puppets, he would have the chance to escape and self-destruct them. But then thinking if Gray is able to cut off the links connecting to all his puppets simultaneously scared him. His brain might be fried if that happens, and he would most likely not be able to move for close to a minute. That's enough for Gray or anyone else to kill him. Self-destruct, I will self-destruct them. That's my only chance. He came to a conclusion. He looked at the others and didn't even care about them. His safety was the number one priority. The man was a decisive person. He was still locked in a fight with Gray while thinking about all this. The moment Gray forced him to retreat with a heavy attack, he took the chance. At the same time, the old man and the man's other companion came close to him and they all nodded. The man brought out all his puppets and Gray saw the decisiveness in their eyes. Fuck! Gray realized the danger they would be in, and with both hands spread apart, he did something that shocked everyone. The necromancers thought Gray would escape with his entourage, but that didn't happen. Rather, a large suction force appeared in the sky and all the puppets were forcefully dragged into a large dark pit in the sky. What? Do it now! The men panicked and hastily self-destructed their puppets, but it was too late. Gray was already prepared for this. This was the reason he worked on the array to begin with. Not just him, but Void was also part of the person who worked on the array. Boom! A large explosion happened kilometers away from the island and a powerful wave came from the sea, headed towards the island. Chapter 1446. Gray gave the twins a nod and they sent out a few puppets to stop the large wave of water headed their way. The trio were shocked that their attempt to escape had not only been sabotaged, but their hopes of fighting back against Gray and the twins had been destroyed with it. There was no way they could fight against the twins who had multiple puppets and also Gray who was stronger than they were. As things stand, they might die under the hands of Gray and the twins. Kid, why don't we work for you? You can do whatever you did to him to us as well, we'll work for you, do whatever you say. The old man Gray followed here said. That's pretty thoughtful, but I don't need you guys. Gray didn't say anything else and attacked. The twins and their siblings helped out. Back at the forest. Clouse and the others saw Void come over to take the twins along with their siblings with them, and they knew a battle would definitely start there. Why didn't he bring us this time? Clouse was pissed. We're not expendable, they are. Alice explained. She understood Gray's intentions in carrying the twins and their siblings, and although she would like to help out, she could understand why Gray acted in that manner. He wanted them safe. The attack the old man used was very dangerous, and Gray had to take them to a safe place. If Gray was fighting alone, he would have had a better chance fighting against the man than when he was with them. Unless there were more opponents, it's relatively safer and better to fight alone. The group continued discussing for a long time before Gray appeared along with the twins and their siblings. They also brought back the trio they found there. The duo who were killed were left there, and only the trio were brought back. They were still alive, but they all had dull eyes. "Kill us, what's the use of keeping us alive?" The old man, who was an elder of the Phoenix faction, said. "That's up to her to decide. I've done my part, which was fishing you out." Gray threw them at the feet of Ares. The old man looked at Ares, eyes filled with sadness. "Elder, you'll be taken back to the faction for judgment. You and your accomplices," Ares said. "Then what about them?" The old man pointed at the twins and their siblings. "They didn't know what they were doing. They were all under your control. It's best if you leave them out of this." Gray said, "Those guys have no clue what they were doing, and I've taken over the one who was behind it." Ares looked at Gray. Even though she was not in support of this, all this wouldn't have been possible if Gray didn't come. He was the one who stopped Lewis and got him to contact the person that was hidden in the faction. Who would have expected things would take such a turn, and there was someone else inside the faction that needed rooting out? Everything happened in a manner she didn't have control over. She opted to let Gray do what he wanted, and since Gray helped deliver this elder to her, she was grateful. At least an unknown thorn has been taken out of the faction. Gray saw the displeasure in her eyes, but he ignored it, choosing not to explain. "I also have some information I'll pass on to your faction. It's about the necromancer's camp. There are two, myself and my friends will deal with one on our way out. The other one is out of our league, that's for your faction to handle." Ari's eyes widened when she heard there were two camps. She nodded to Gray's words, grateful that he was able to help them in such a way. Even though he took two necromancers who should have been killed under him, it was clear he wanted to rid the region of necromancers. Also, these people under him will all have to be under control since they do not want to offend their master. All in all, Gray had somewhat eliminated necromancers from their region. "Let's go. We'll visit the faction one more time before leaving," Gray said to his friends. They nodded and headed back to the faction with the prisoners in tow. Given their speed, it was easy to get back to the faction grounds. The event of capturing the elder took place late in the night. By the time they got back to the faction, it was already sunrise. The Phoenix faction. "He's a necromancer?" The faction leader pointed at the old man in shock. This was one of the most respected elders in the faction. He found that allegation astonishing. "Yes, and he has been aiding other necromancers with acquiring the talents from our faction and turning them to puppets, all for the chance to break through to the sovereign plane," Ares explained. The faction leader looked at Ares and then at Gray and the others. "I'll be leaving with my friends." Gray told the faction leader of the location of the necromancer's camp that had a sovereign and also told him he would be dealing with the other camp. The faction leader was still in a state of shock when Gray left with his friends. He decided to take the twins along with him to attack the necromancer's camp. There was no harm in having such a figure with them as they razed the place to the ground. Back in the Phoenix faction, there was distrust in the faction due to the revelation of the elder being a necromancer. The faction leader kept it close and only related it to the few people he was confident in their identities. If there were more necromancers present in the faction, then they were in trouble. They were aware there's a chance a necromancer might have creeped into their faction, but they didn't expect the necromancer to have such a high status. Chapter 1447. Gray and his friends left the region, but not the same way they came to it. With Gray's help, they managed to take out two necromancers' camps, while the threat of an elder from the Phoenix faction being a necromancer was also sorted out. He didn't take the twins with him as he left the region with his friends. After giving them the same orders he gave to Lewis, he left them alone. There was no point speaking too much. He would be updated on what's happening here thanks to his newly found wide network. Who would have thought the bunny leader's network had spread even to this region? To Gray's surprise, he found out the bunny leader had actually created a large network between bunnies, and it was updated on what was happening on most of the regions in the Aurora continent. The thought that the bunny leader possessed such means was frightening. No one in the continent would ever suspect that they were being watched by tiny bunnies. The bunny leader joined the group as they left the region, which made it very convenient for Gray. With the bunny leader by his side, he would be able to keep tabs on the twins and keep them in check. He learned the duo had just one name, Robert. It wasn't strange since their parents wouldn't believe they were actually two people and not one person. The group continued their travel across the continent. While they've been away from the main stage in the Aurora continent, trouble has been brewing. The continent was in danger. Everyone was aware of this, but they didn't know when the darkness was going to strike. Reports of multiple gnome attacks have been spread across the continent. It is unknown if they were true or if this was just a plan by the gnomes to disrupt the lives of humans. All the people knew was that they had to settle this issue as soon as they could. Meetings have been taking place in the continent among the top forces on how to fight against this growing threat. The gnomes were coming, and it might happen sooner than they expected. The upper echelons of each family and faction were preparing for the war that was coming, while the youngsters are allowed to train and grow stronger. The stronger they get, the better their chances of surviving what was coming. Only those who are able to keep themselves alive will live, the rest might die. Not just that, but there's a chance that the gnomes might win the war, which will spell doom for the entire Aurora continent and its inhabitants. While the top powerhouses were discussing on how to counter the threat of the gnomes, the issue of Gray being in the kill order of the gnomes was naturally brought up. The Dawson family were present there, and so was Gray's father, Lucas Dawson. Everyone at the meeting was curious about the reason the gnomes would release such an order while offering such rewards. Some sovereigns were tempted by the rewards offered, which showed the value the gnomes placed on Gray's head. Lucas told them of Gray's experience in the secret realm and how he humiliated the gnome race in there. When the others heard about it, and thinking of the proud nature of gnomes, they felt the chances of what Lucas was saying is true. Some top families and factions present would never take such humiliation from such a young fellow. The story wasn't accepted by everyone, but since there was no way to find out what happened from the mouth of the gnomes, they didn't bother. At least with Gray's presence, he might be able to take some heat off these guys and allow them the chance to think of ways to defeat the gnomes once again. Not all top families and factions present in the continent attended these meetings. There are a few who felt they had lifetime enmity with some families or factions and therefore cannot be in the same place with them unless a brawl will ensue. Of all the families absent, there's one that particularly hate the Dawson family. These people want the destruction of the Dawson family. The Aurora continent started to show signs of a calm. Even with the repeated meetings, the continent was slowly getting into a dormant state. Like a snake waiting to strike, it started to become less busy. Most of the people in the continent were focused on getting stronger. Those who aren't strong enough are doing everything they can to become stronger. The news of the gnomes' possible return had been slowly spread across the continent to make the residents aware. A month went by in a flash. Since leaving the Phoenix faction region, the group's journey had been peaceful. There hadn't been anything eventful so far, and after destroying the necromancer's camp, they had not been involved in any other form of battle. They've been sparring more often because of this, which pleased Gray, but not the others. Alice enjoyed fighting, so sparring wasn't something she would ever turn down. Gray and the others were lying in a small cabin when the bunny leader came to them. It told them of what was happening in the world and the threat of the gnomes. Its suggestion is that we left this place and hide until the battle was over. The bunny leader, even with its underlings, it didn't like fighting. Gray went on to pass the message to his friends. What are we doing here then? Let's go kick some fucking gnome ass. Clouse was pumped when he heard this. Not so fast, there are still certain things we don't know about. Alice stopped Clouse from doing anything rash. There's no information on their location. Gray said. You're like a walking magnet for these guys, just step out and they'll come after you within seconds. It's too dangerous. We don't know the strength of all the gnomes in the region. Chapter 1448. Gray and his friend soon heard of a city that was reportedly wiped out by gnomes close to the region they were. We should go check it out. Clouse suggested. No, like I said the last time, it's too dangerous. We better head back home. Alice said. Gray and Reynolds had no problems with Alice's suggestion. They also had the same idea in mind. If they followed Clouse's words and encounter people too strong for them to handle, it would be dangerous. As much as Gray hated gnomes, he has always tried to do things within his abilities. If the gnomes dared to do something like this, then it meant they were prepared for whatever might happen if the news of this spread out. They found out about this thanks to the bunny leader's network of bunnies that has spread across the entire Aurora continent. As it stands, there's almost no one with as much current information as the bunny leader. It knew about almost everything happening in the continent. Our adventure has been cut short by those short bastards. I'll send them all down into a frozen lake. Clouse complained. He enjoyed times like these. Having to go back to the faction is one of the most frustrating things to do. He would have to focus only on training, which he didn't even enjoy. Gray and the others had the same thoughts towards the gnomes. None of the people in the Aurora continent liked them, with the exception of necromancers. The necromancers know what they stand to benefit once the gnomes take charge of the Aurora continent, hence their devotion towards helping them. Given the fact that necromancy came from the gnomes was also one of the factors that helped solidify their stand in this war. But there are a rare few who didn't entertain the gnomes taking over the Aurora continent and wanted them to stay in their own world. The crew started their journey back to the western continent, heading back to their factions. Gray had the choice of either going to the Perman faction or heading over to the Dawson family. As much as he liked being with his parents, he felt he would get a better training condition compared to the Dawson family. His father is very busy and doesn't always have the time to help him out with his training, but in the Perman faction, there will always be someone that could help him out. Of course, there are a few people who wanted him dead, but as long as he played his cards right, he was sure he would be able to keep his life. As they headed back to their part of the continent, Gray didn't forget Lewis and Robert. The duo were very valuable, and Gray had the plan of taking Robert into the secret realm the gnomes and humans shared. He wanted to use Robert's ability of mind control to take control over one of the gnomes so they could have an insider in the world of the gnome race. When he told Robert of his plan, Robert didn't have any issues with it and readily agreed to follow Gray there. The group had to head to the middle continent once again, needing the assistance of the Burchard family. With Gray's relationship with them, he was confident they would be able to let him enter with Robert. After all, he was the one who helped them acquire it in the first place. It took them a few weeks, but they finally got to the middle continent. The Burchard Manor. Sylvia and her father were discussing when a guard came over to tell them of Gray's arrival. "What is he doing here?" Sylvia's father asked, not expecting Gray to come over at such a time. "We'll only know when we see him," Sylvia replied. She always had a soft spot for Gray after he fulfilled his promise to her. She never thought Gray would be the one to help them conquer the Nether faction, but as luck would have it, without Gray, they would have lost this battle once again. The guard went out to invite Gray and his friends inside the place. When Gray saw Sylvia's father, he bowed to show his respect to him. He also bowed slightly to also give Sylvia her respect. Even though he was stronger than her now, he still couldn't forget the time she was stronger and forcefully trained him. As much as he hated competitions and tournaments because of this, he also knew her hard training was one of the reasons he was able to grow quickly during a certain period. After greetings, Gray went straight to the point. "Can I enter the secret realm with him? There's something we want to try out." When Sylvia's father heard Gray's request, he took a glance at Sylvia. Normally, he wouldn't entertain anyone randomly coming to him for a chance to get into the secret realm, but this was Gray and they were indebted to him. He also heard of how Gray helped out his son and the special guest they had in the secret realm the last time he came. "Will it endanger the lives of those training there?" He raised a brow. "No, we're only targeting a few gnomes. Those close to the top, but not at the very top. Of course, getting a few at the top wouldn't be bad." Gray explained. He didn't go into details, but he let them know that their target was gnomes, and he wasn't even going to kill any of them. Sylvia's father was a little taken aback when he heard that Gray wasn't going to kill them. According to all he had heard about Gray's exploits in the secret realm, he always gives the gnomes a run for their money. Why the sudden change? He wanted to ask, but then he realized Gray purposely left out that detail, which meant he didn't want to disclose it. "All right, you can use it." He readily agreed. Gray thanked him and left with Robert. The others were left to stay in the Burchard Manor. Chapter 1449. Gray and Robert headed straight into the portal. This was Robert's first time entering the secret realm, and he was astonished at the energy in the place. This is a nice place to train. A shame I'm already at the peak of the venerable plane. I would have stayed here a little longer, Robert commented. Gray nodded. This was a good place to train, but he wasn't interested in training. He wanted to complete what brought him here and head back to the Permanent faction. He planned to visit his parents on the way to the faction. Let's get to work. A peak venerable will do nicely. Gray flew up and flew in the direction of the gnomes' camp. He knew where it was located after attacking the place the last time, so they didn't have to go through the stress of searching for it. I wonder if they still gather there, he thought as he flew in that direction. On the way, he sensed some gnomes, but he didn't bother with them as their level was too weak. He wanted someone strong and also with a strong background. That way, he would be privy to some secrets of the gnomes. It didn't take long for them to get to the place, and when they got there, Gray and Robert hid, hiding their aura as well. Gray didn't want the gnomes to know of his presence here. He didn't want to kill anyone, and didn't want to draw the ire of the gnomes towards the humans in this place when he's gone. They looked at the place and started screening the candidates. He wanted to see if any of the princes were present, but even after they waited for 2 hours, he didn't see any signs of the princes, and rushing into the place would only alert the people there. Void, do you remember the faces of the princes? He asked Void, who was sleeping in his storage ring. No. I'll break through soon, don't disturb me. Void's reply wasn't what Gray expected, but the news of Void breaking through soon was amazing. Void rarely trains, all he does is to eat and sleep, yet he is able to actually break through with such ease. To a certain extent, Gray was a little jealous of Void's method of cultivation. How does sleeping make one advance? Well, Void has eaten a large amount of natural treasures which are all helpful to him and make him grow faster, but the fact that unlike others, he didn't need to cultivate was painful to think about. Gray left Void alone and looked to the large building, and after a while he looked at Robert. You're a necromancer, gnomes have a close relationship with necromancers, he pointed out. Robert nodded. There have been times I heard that some meetings were held with gnomes. Are you implying I walk in there? He asked Gray. Yes, since you're a necromancer, they won't attack you. They will allow you to walk amongst them freely, they might even want your help with targeting humans. Gray explained. The plan was to get Robert to lure the people out and they subdue the person so Robert can work on the person. According to what Robert told Gray, the person must be subdued so he can penetrate the person's brain with his mental energy. After doing that, he would do whatever he wanted. All right, I will go in and bring someone out. Robert nodded and then stood up, walking towards the gate that led into the place. The gnomes' hideout was like a small town with a large gate. There were houses in different parts of the place. The second Robert walked close to the place, 3 gnomes stepped out and prepared to attack. Robert already expected this and quickly brought out one of his puppets. I'm a necromancer, I want to come see your leader, I have a proposal for him. The gnomes that came out were in the early stages of the elemental venerable plane. When they saw the puppets, they held back, but they were still prepared to attack. A low life form like you think you can see the prince? One of the gnomes said in disgust. Robert looked at the gnomes and saw contempt in their eyes. It was clear they didn't think highly of humans. Gray knew the gnomes felt they were superior to humans, but Robert hadn't had any encounters with gnomes and didn't know how they were toward humans. This was his first encounter and he was surprised at the way these gnomes looked at him. This is something the prince would not want to miss out on. If he finds out that you made him miss such an opportunity, you will regret it. Robert didn't let their gaze and words bring him down. He looked at them with cold eyes and said, if you don't want me to go to him, I will leave. But the prince will eventually find out about this and he will send for me, but it will be too late then. The 3 gnomes exchanged glances and then decided to take Robert inside. They didn't know if he was lying or not, but they didn't want to offend the prince. The prince has been in a bad mood for some months now. Robert was escorted into the place, heading for the castle that was situated in the camp. This was the place the prince resided. He looked around and saw other gnomes looking at him with scorn. They clearly didn't think highly of any human, not even one that was a necromancer. Robert didn't mind the looks as he walked towards the building. Inside the building, the prince was seated in the middle seat, and there were 5 people with him, discussing. The large metal door was knocked and one of the gnomes stepped in. "My lord, there's a human here to see you. He said he has a proposal you won't want to miss for you," the gnome said while bowing. The prince looked at the gnome and said, "Bring him in." If Grey were here, he would have recognized the prince. It was none other than the 7th prince, someone he had encountered on both sides of the secret realm. The gnome went outside and brought Robert into the place. One of them pushed Robert at the back and said coldly, "Bo." Robert looked at him and then turned to the prince, bowing slightly before looking him in the eyes. "You said you have a proposal for me. I'm listening." The prince went straight to the point. "I would like to talk to you alone, my prince," Robert said. The 7th prince looked at the 5 people in the room with him and signaled for them to step outside. They didn't go far away, just by the door. "Don't come close, say whatever you want to say from there," the 7th prince said when he saw Robert taking a step. Robert halted and said, "There's an important person that is coming in here later today. She's the daughter of one of the top powerhouses in my continent." "Of what use is this information to me?" the 7th prince asked coldly. "Here's the thing. I know you're looking to apprehend Grey Dawson. This person has a bad relationship with the Dawson family. My proposal is this: kidnap the daughter and offer to make an exchange for the head of Grey Dawson with this man. He will not think twice about doing the exchange," Robert explained. When the 7th prince heard this, he stood up. "This is a good plan. When is this person coming? I need them caught immediately." The 7th prince was excited. Grey was his greatest enemy. He wanted Grey to die at all costs. He had never thought of doing something like this, nor had such an opportunity come his way. Now that Robert brought such information for him, he was thrilled. This was finally the chance he was searching for to kill Grey. "My prince, what about the rewards?" Robert asked with a little smile. "You will be rewarded when the mission is complete. I'll put you in charge of bringing this person over. You must bring them or I'll have you killed," the 7th prince said. Robert bowed and said, "Thank you, my prince. I will surely deliver her to you. But I can't do it alone. She will be protected by top experts during her time here. There's no way I can deal with them alone." The 7th prince nodded. "Naturally, I'll send my top experts to assist you. Just say what you need." Robert bowed and told the prince he would be leaving in a few hours and the prince should call over the people who would be following him. He didn't need too many people, 3 would be fine. The prince summoned his 2 strongest experts and told them to follow Robert as he left. Chapter 1450. Grey was waiting outside when he saw Robert walking out of the gnome camp with 2 peak venerables. Even from the distance, he could tell these people were very strong. How did he get them to send these 2 with him so quickly? Grey didn't know what Robert spoke with the prince, so he was a little startled that the prince sent these 2 with him. Grey didn't know which of the princes were present here, but he knew one of them would at least be here, and experts like these 2 are those who are charged with protecting the prince. He didn't think too much about it. There was no reason thinking about it. The plan was to immobilize these 2 and send them back to force out whichever prince is hidden there. If Grey could get a prince under Robert's control, they might be able to acquire a shocking amount of information. Grey wore a cloak and covered his face. He didn't want to be recognized by these gnomes. As long as they don't recognize him, they will bring out their puppets, which will make taking them down very easy for Grey. This was Grey's plan, and since he had Robert there with him, he was certain of victory. Some kilometers away from the gnome camp, Robert suddenly stopped and looked around, lost in thoughts. The duo following him stopped as well. When they saw his gaze, one of them said coldly, "You better keep moving. I'm not in the mood to entertain these things. If not for the importance of your information, we would have killed you." Robert turned around with a smile. "Oh really? I wonder what you will want to do when you know what I have planned for you guys." The duo changed their expression and turned hastily, and a powerful bolt of lightning was heading their way. "You traitor! I told the prince never to believe your kind," one of them shouted as he blocked the attack with the help of his companion. The strength of the attack was beyond what one of them could block alone. Luckily, they weren't alone, and with the help of each other, they managed to block the attack. So powerful. Take out your puppet. Kill that fraud, I'll kill this person. The gnome who threatened to kill Robert said to the other one. The duo quickly brought out 4 puppets each, all at the peak of the venerable plane. Robert felt his heart palpitate when he saw this. There was no way he could control so many top puppets at the same time. Yes, he could control the minds of 3 people at the same time, but that was relatively not as taxing as doing something like this. They truly are the originators of the technique, he said internally as 2 peak venerables appeared beside him. This was his limit, any more than this and he will most likely not be able to control them fully. The gnome snorted coldly when he saw the puppets Robert brought out. He attacked, having the numbers advantage, he was able to quickly get the upper hand. The other gnome was rushing in the direction Gray's figure was standing. Gray didn't rush to attack, only staring at the scene. The incoming gnome and his puppets didn't worry him, his eyes were kept on Robert who wasn't on the same level as the gnome. For peak venerables. How interesting, he thought as he looked at the gnome that was already so close. Just when the gnome was about to attack, Gray took a step forward and the gnome, to his greatest surprise, froze. He didn't know what happened, but he didn't have control over his body with that step from Gray. His eyes widened, but there was no way to speak, the reason for that was standing before him, his hand on the stomach of the gnome. The gnome snapped out of it, but it was too late, Gray had already sealed his cultivation. Not everyone is as abnormal as Robert who had a twin brother that was comfortably living inside him with a separate core. Without his ability to use essence, the body of the gnome fell to the ground helplessly. Gray didn't rush, rather, he moved to Robert and with a simple glance, the man fighting with Robert froze. Robert was already waiting for this, and he quickly sealed the core of the gnome. He was even faster than Gray when it got to this. Thank you. After saying this, before Gray could even reply, he had already gotten to work, placing one hand on the head of the gnome and another on the stomach, directly on the spot where the core is located. Gray didn't bother with him and went over to bring the gnome he sealed. When he got to the place, the gnome had started to run, hoping to escape from Gray. Gray didn't know what to think and with a blink, he appeared in front of the gnome. Where are you going? He asked calmly. You're Gray Dawson. The gnome pointed at him. What if I am? Gray didn't deny the gnome's words. Why are you here? The gnome asked. I was bored, I needed something to excite me. Gray sat down close to him before saying, Tell me, what is the plan to take over my world? Simple, kill anyone who stands in our way of control. The gnome replied confidently. Even if he was captured by Gray, he was still a top expert who was part of the prestigious gnome race. To all gnomes, all humans are below them. Humans are inferior beings and shouldn't fight back even when being killed. Nice plan. Looks like you won't be able to do something like that. Gray told the gnome as he dragged him back to where Robert was located. Done? He asked when he returned. I still need some time, maybe 2 hours. Robert replied. Gray didn't argue with him, he walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. This is the end of this video. Thank you guys for listening. Hope you enjoyed and wish you wonderful rest of the day. The silent Ruptors out.